Leo shot Skylar a look. You, quiet down. If you're really dating someone, I'm going to kill myself. Then I guess it's your time to go. Hee hee, just kidding. No one could decipher the conversations between Leo and Skylar. They were like two aliens speaking a language only they understood, a chaotic back and forth that somehow, against all logic, resolved every problem. Skylar trotted back over and sat next to Willow Shung, who asked curiously, "Is Leo really seeing someone?" "Absolutely not." "How are you so sure?" "Because the only person he's allowed to date is me." Willow tilted her head. "I don't understand." "If you understood," Skylar said, sitting up straight and patting Willow's arm, "then I'd be in real danger." She leaned in conspiratorially. "Willow, if the day ever comes when you can understand what I'm talking about, it'll mean you're not just his contract fiancé anymore." "Why?" "Because it'll mean you're about to be his real wife." The playful banter was a brief reprieve. Leo had business to attend to. He sat back, his eyes scanning the faces around the table. Their expressions varied, but a current of shared confusion ran beneath them all. They were all wondering what this was really about. Was he going to line them up and demand a confession? Tell the truth, and you'll be treated with leniency. Resist, and you'll be severely punished. This wasn't a game of mafia, and Leo wasn't an idiot. He needed to control the narrative. "The reason I called you all here is because I need your help," he began. "There are pieces missing from my memory, so I have some questions. Before the accident, did I ever mention the Miller family to any of you?" Everyone present either had a direct stake in the family or had heard about it from him. They were all familiar with the name. Instead of a chaotic chorus of answers, they raised their hands in an orderly fashion. Summer Lynn was the first. Leo knew that much. He'd seen their old text conversations. No one else raised a hand. Leo's gaze swept over Payton, his cousin's wife, and their eyes met. She just stroked her arm, silent. But someone else spoke for her. It was Summer again. "Leo, do you remember those check-in videos you used to send me? You sent one from the Cypress Lounge that had your cousin's wife in it." "Right." Leo had seen that video on a USB drive. "If I remember correctly, her last name is Payton, and you went with her back to her hometown up north." "That's right," Leo nodded. Payton was obviously a prime suspect. He'd expected that, but hearing it from Summer sparked a new thought. He'd been stuck in a loop. A little voice in his head had been whispering, "Trust anyone but Summer Lynn." But if he set aside the ex-girlfriend drama, Summer was probably the person who knew the most about his past. Besides being childhood sweethearts, they must have talked constantly, and he had sent her check-in videos of everyone else. So where did that warning voice come from? Leo turned to stare at Dr. Evelyn Shaw. The enigmatic woman met his gaze with unnerving calm. "What is it?" she asked. "You've really mastered this whole psychology thing, haven't you? How many other little mind games have you been playing?" Payton spoke up then, pulling everyone's attention back to her. "It's true. I told you about the Millers before your accident." Leo wasn't surprised by the answer, but he had another question. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Payton looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with a bitter sadness. "Would you have believed me? At that time, it was just the two of us talking. You suspected I was one of the conspirators, and I was. If I had told you then that we both knew the crash was a possibility, wouldn't you have just thought I was trying to save my own skin?" The words "one of the conspirators" sent a ripple of shock through the room. She's a killer? The moment that accusation hung in the air, a strange sense of a common enemy formed. Compared to a car crash, what did an ex-girlfriend like Summer Lynn even matter? A messy romance was nothing next to attempted murder. The most intense pressure still came from Isabella Vance. Others might have been thinking it, but Isabella looked like she was genuinely calculating how to dispose of Payton. Leo shook his head, silently telling her to stand down. "You know me," he said to Payton. "If you had told me, whether I believed you or not, I would have at least looked into it. It wouldn't have mattered, Leo. Our plan was just to piggyback on their scheme. Getting hit by the car was never part of it. So after the crash happened, did it really matter what I said?" Payton's smile was pure bitterness. "The plan was this. When I found out your cousin Ethan was planning to stage an accident, I came to you and told you someone was trying to kill you. You didn't believe me, so I had to tell you about the Miller family and propose a bold plan. We would use their plot as a way to get you a seat at the table. An entry ticket. You agreed. That's why I asked you to meet me. But the plan never, ever involved you actually getting hit. What I told you before was the truth. You weren't supposed to die that day." Payton swore she wasn't lying or hiding anything. "Do you have any proof?" Who would be stupid enough to keep evidence of a plot against the Millers? That's a death wish. Leo didn't bother asking why someone as meticulous as Payton wouldn't have kept some kind of insurance. No one could have predicted he would get amnesia. The entire variable was that Leo himself had swerved into the car. On that point, Leo had his own theory. Suicide, not because he thought he was the type, but because it was the one answer that seemed to fit every narrative hole. He was exhausted with his life, so he just took the opportunity to end it all. Did the logic track? My psychological issues were severe, putting me in a state of constant torment. The Miller family mess was the last straw, so I chose to die. It seemed plausible. Leo filed it away as option A. Logical, but lacking sufficient evidence. It explained everything, but the conclusion itself felt absurd. It was like a locked room mystery where the final answer was that the victim killed himself. Ridiculous. As for Payton's oath, he'd listen, but he wouldn't bank on it. Given her history and what had happened, he couldn't fully trust her. She was right about one thing. After the crash, anything she said was meaningless. It wouldn't clear her name. He would only see her as a ruthless social climber. Because even now, Leo still couldn't figure out what she really wanted. What was hiding beneath this insemination plan? The story sounded like a classic femme fatale's plot to sleep her way to the top. But it was precisely that kind of cliché ambition that made him suspicious. At this level, everyone's goals had to be concrete. Vague, grandiose targets were for fooling other people. His uncle, Edward, wanted to outlive the patriarch and take over. His father, Rick, wanted back into the family to get his revenge. His cousins were fighting over the inheritance. So what was Payton's endgame? Since she could never officially marry him, was it really just about having his child to secure a lifetime of luxury as a mistress? Impossible. Payton wasn't some pampered canary in a gilded cage. If she just wanted a stable, wealthy life, there were far easier and safer ways to get it. Sometimes, Leo had the absurd thought that what Payton really wanted was love. The idea was so ridiculous he felt like he was insulting her. This was a woman who had clawed her way up from some one-stoplight town in the middle of nowhere. To suggest she did it all for something as trivial as romance was demeaning. And what love? Their story, at its core, was just 2 days spent in her hometown. It wasn't that special. He'd put on a show for her stepdad, Earl, and seen a glimpse of her vulnerable side. For a normal girl, that might have been enough to fall for someone. Maybe Payton had felt a spark. But for a woman like her, was a spark worth anything? There was no deep, twisted, morally bankrupt bond between them like the one he had with Evelyn. Their connection was nowhere near that profound. Besides, with a plan this complex, involving so many people and so much at stake, she could change one word and the entire story would shift. But that was fine. Why else was he holding this game of mafia? He was here to listen. I have amnesia, sure, but that just means I get to stitch together a new memory from everyone else's. Leo decided to voice option A. He told them he might have tried to kill himself. No one objected. They might all have their own agendas, but none of them were stupid. Without hard evidence, no one was going to jump in and muddy the waters. Except for one person. It was Summer Lynn. Her voice was firm. Even if you were suicidal, you wouldn't have chosen to do it at that time. Why not? Because the night of the crash, you told me you had something to give me. We'd broken up the day before. But you called me the next day and said you had something for me. What was it? I don't know. You never gave it to me. Leo's mind raced. What could it be? The answer surfaced in 3 seconds. The USB drive. He never really thought it was important. It was just full of those weird check-in videos. Nothing of real value. Maybe it was just a memento he'd had on him before he died. He hadn't found it at Isabella's place and had left without it, which meant it couldn't have been that critical. The drive had low value and no proof to back up Summer's claim. He found it hard to believe her. Is there any proof? His itinerary the day before the crash was known. He had gone around cutting ties with everyone. But the day of the crash was a blur. The only person he knew for a fact he'd seen was Isabella, because he had left from her house. According to her, he hadn't said anything significant while looking for the drive. But now, he had to ask her again. What if she'd missed a detail? Leo had high tolerance for error. People forget things when recalling memories. It doesn't mean they're hiding something. He trusted Isabella. Across the room, Isabella sat perfectly still, her blue eyes unreadable. She knew he was about to turn and ask her. Her fingers dug into the seam of the sofa cushion, her knuckles white. She was wrestling with something. She had lied. Leo glanced at Isabella. Did I mention Summer Lynn on the day of the crash? Isabella just shook her head, saying nothing. Without hesitation, Leo turned back to Summer. No proof. That theory is on hold for now. Leo, I object. You're biased against me. Summer protested, hand in the air. Right now, we're talking about evidence. Anyone who speaks needs evidence. With no proof or alternative theories, the suicide question was tabled. It was time for round 2. Summer Lynn, Leo said, his voice cutting through the tension. Are you ready to tell your story? The question, dropped without any preamble, detonated in the room. The first to object was Isabella. Is there any reason to listen to a story that's just full of regret? The second was Payton. Perhaps I should step out for this part. Skylar raised a small hand. I should probably leave too. No one is leaving, Leo said, his voice final. This story had to be told in front of everyone. He wanted to see what, exactly, they were all so afraid of. From the day he'd left the hospital, they had all, with a breathtakingly unified focus, aimed their guns at Summerlin. Maybe they each had their reasons. Skylar thought Leo's mental state had been poor because of Summer and wanted to filter her out. Isabella thought Summer was a bad person and wanted him to stay away. Evelyn believed Summer was the root cause of all his psychological problems. By now, Leo could understand their motives. What he couldn't understand was why. Even now, with his stance so clear, they still treated her like a major rival. She was just an ex-girlfriend. Why was she such a recurring character in everyone's story? Since they were trying to stop it, Leo was determined to do it. He was going to find out just how profound this experience had been to have caused him so much damage. Mental illness, suicide attempts, the whole 9 yards. Before she began, Leo cleared his mind of all the subjective influences from the other stories. Having an impression without the context was a dangerous thing. Piecing together everyone's accounts, he had a rough sketch of Summerlin. 1. They were childhood sweethearts with a deep connection. 2. Their relationship was on again, off again due to a life of hardship. 3. She became a vampire, a gold digger, to pursue her dream. 4. After she made it, she came back to marry him in secret. With these key points, his brain would automatically fill in the details. And that was the most dangerous part. Just looking at the first 3 points, the plot seemed painfully cliché. A pure-hearted romantic acts as a provider, only to be kicked to the curb once his girlfriend climbs the ladder. But the ending didn't fit. She didn't kick him away. She came back to marry him. At that point, Leo's brain would continue to spin. Why the different ending? Did she regret it after she made it? Did she feel she owed me something? Did she realize, after everything, that I was the one for her? Or did she just feel sorry for me? Knowing his own personality, Leo would have scoffed at any of those possibilities. Screw you. Who needs your regret? You think I can't live without you? You didn't even need lies to make him reach that conclusion. Just presenting those 4 facts was enough. But was it really that simple? Leo didn't think so. If he worked backward, reordering those 4 points. 1. After she made it, she planned to marry you in secret and be the financial backbone of your family. 2. Her journey to success was incredibly difficult. The two of you had to struggle desperately just to give her that one chance. 3. Because of your difficult life, your relationship was incredibly hard, full of breakups and reconciliations. 4. But you were childhood sweethearts with a deep, unshakable connection. That logic might not be correct either. But just by rearranging the same 4 facts, telling them in a different order, didn't it become a completely different story? So Leo emptied his mind of everything else. He held on only to the facts he had seen with his own eyes. The check-in videos on the USB drive. The video of him drunk and vomiting in the alley by the Cypress Lounge. The tens of thousands of dollars he'd actually spent. The childhood sweetheart relationship his mother had confirmed. The hostility everyone else showed toward her, and the fact that he had completely cut ties with her before the accident. There was no possibility of getting back together. With those facts as his anchor, Leo looked at Summerlin and signaled for her to begin. Aren't you going to ask my opinion? Evelyn Shaw, the flush on her face having faded, swiveled her chair back into the fray. Why would I need your opinion? What if I support you? I'm going to listen whether you support me or not. Not only should you listen, Evelyn said, turning his chair and gently taking his head in her hands, her gaze sweeping over the other women. You should let go of some of that rationality. Let your emotional side take over for a while. Because before your amnesia, you were rational with all of them. Otherwise, you'd have kids calling you dad by now. I was like that before, so I'll be like that now. No one is a machine, Leo. No one could be completely rational, not even you. The only bit of irrational emotion you ever had, you saved it all for the enviable Ms. Summerlin. She turned his head to face Summer, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, your connection with everyone else here is paper thin. With her, it's like an endless, desolate plain. That all-knowing tone of yours is seriously nauseating. I really want to slap you. Not in front of everyone, I beg you. Help me figure out if she's lying. She can't lie about this, Evelyn said, her eyes flicking toward Skylar. Not only do I have records of her, but there's someone here who knows her even better than I do. For a brief, jarring moment, the dark, enigmatic creature and the sunny little warrior locked eyes. Summerlin was about to start her story. But before she did, she had her own disclaimer. Leo, I'm not here to ask for us to get back together. I'm here to help you remember our story completely. Uh-huh. Leo didn't argue. I admit I made mistakes in our relationship, but it's probably better to hear it from my mouth than from someone else's. No one's asking to get back together. Why are you already putting up your defenses? The story is long. If you think something's wrong, you can stop me. Just get on with it. Don't drag this out until lunch. I still have to buy you all food. The word food was like a switch. It was still early, and no one had actually eaten breakfast. Isabella immediately offered to have food sent over. Skylar raised her hand and said she wanted ramen. Isabella said no. Take it or leave it. Skylar said, Isabella, you're the best. You'll definitely get me ramen. Faced with that bright smile, Isabella sighed and nodded. Then Payton stood up and said it wasn't necessary. She had already arranged for something. What followed was a duel between Isabella and Payton. Isabella said she wouldn't eat food from a murderer. Payton said, I wasn't trying to kill you. What are you afraid of? Evelyn saw an opening and chimed in that she'd observed Payton's facial expressions, and there did seem to be some genuine animosity toward Isabella. Only Skylar tugged on Payton's sleeve and asked, Payton, did you give me ramen? One mention of food, and the entire room dissolved into chaos. No one seemed to care what Summer was about to say. Only Willow Shung, feeling she had no real presence here, quietly stood up. She navigated the battlefield and approached Leo. Are you going to get back with your ex-girlfriend? Of course not. I'm just listening to the story. Oh, then am I still your fiancé? Until my grandfather dies, you'll be my fiancé, even if you die first. So, should I say something right now? Do what you want. Leo really didn't understand the strange girl's logic. He watched as she walked against the tide of bickering women, heading straight for Summerlin. She looked at her with genuine concern. You can wait a little longer before you start. It's okay, Summer said. I expected to be attacked like this. Don't be nervous. Are you his fiancé? Uh-huh. Summer thought she was surprisingly nice. The fiancé was actually coming over to comfort her. Just as she was about to thank Willow, her smile froze. Because, Willow stated, with a blank expression, I just asked him for you. He's not getting back with you. The atmosphere was completely shot. A group of women sat around the conference table, eating. Even Summer Lynn couldn't resist a steamed bun. It was just too good. Hurry up and talk, Leo said. I need a story to go with my lunch. Where should I begin? From the beginning. And thanks for the food, Payton. Thank you, Payton. You're the best. Skylar said, her cheeks puffed out, her lips shiny with oil. She pointed to the tissue box, signaling for Evelyn to pass it to her. Wipe my mouth for me, Dr. Shaw. You can't even wipe your own mouth. But we're besties. Summer Lynn's lips twitched as she watched the scene. All right, she said. I'll start from the night of my 18th birthday. The room fell silent in an instant. Summer flashed a triumphant smile, her voice shifting. Of course, I'm going to start from the very beginning. She said she was a very introverted child. Her parents' divorce sent her life into a tailspin. At first, she lived with her father, but he'd already started a new family and new child. Being an outsider in your own home was a bitter pill to swallow. She'd even heard her own half-brother say, This is my family's TV, big sister. If you want to watch the Powerpuff Girls, go back to your own home. So she ran away. Not really running away, just leaving her father's house for her mother's. She just wanted to ask her mom, Can I watch TV for a little while? I'll go back as soon as it's over. She ended up sitting on the steps in front of her mom's apartment. She had no phone and no idea where her mom was. She just waited and waited in the old, dim hallway. Finally, her mom came back. Luckily, the moment her mother saw her sitting there, all alone, tears welled up in her eyes. Honey, she'd said, did that bastard father of yours yell at you? Summer shook her head. She finally got inside, but her mom's apartment didn't have a TV. Afraid of being a bother, she said, I just wanted to come see you. My dad is probably worried sick. I should go back. But her mother was already on the phone with her dad, shouting, Did you yell at Summer? Why else would she run away? Her father's reply was a blur now. Summer only clearly remembered one sentence. Don't you dare accuse me. She's been home the whole time. When did she leave? Her mother kept her. Although the small rental had no TV, she gained things far more important. Her mother taught her how to braid her hair and bought her pretty little dresses. At least now, she felt like a normal little girl. But a new problem arose. She could never find her mom, who was often out on dates with her boyfriends. Because her mother was a single mom, pregnant at 17. Summer had almost not even had a birth certificate. How could a child raise a child? Her mom could teach her to braid hair and wear dresses, but when it came to bigger responsibilities, school, tuition, living expenses, she was powerless. So Summer lived with her in the rental, occasionally seeing the surprised look in a new boyfriend's eyes. Is this your sister? She had to say yes. Because if she said she was the sister, The boyfriend would still date her mom. If she said she was the daughter, she would just be another burden. She didn't know if this life was good or bad. It was the only path she had. She couldn't even imagine what another life looked like, let alone change hers. The introverted girl finally made a friend. A little girl. They made plans for the friend to come over to Summer's house to do homework, and the friend would bring her dolls. Summer started planning 3 days in advance. She calculated when her mom would be home, how to avoid her mom's boyfriend. But some plans are made to be broken. All it took was her mom coming home 2 hours early to completely destroy 3 days of careful planning. When Summer's only friend stared, dumbfounded, as Summer's dad called her his sister, it was a wrap. Summer couldn't stay in that neighborhood anymore. The new schoolyard taunt, Daddy's little sister, replaced the old one about some kid who stuttered. They whispered about her right to her face. When Summer went home and told her mom everything, her mother looked at her with deep apology and decided they would move. To cheer her up, she bought her a Sailor Moon manga. They moved to Riverbend Estates. And that's where the story of the bad boy who flipped her skirt began. After he did it, she went home and told her mom. Her mom, frantic, was about to go find his parents. Summer stopped her. But after he flipped my skirt, the other kids started playing with me. Her mom said, "This time he flips your skirt. Next time he'll do something worse." "He already told me what he wants next time," Summer said. "He wants to read my other manga." "Just read manga?" He didn't say anything about secretly holding hands. After he got the manga, he didn't even say another word to me. The one advantage of having a teen mom was that communication was easier. They were closer in age. Her mom said, "How about this? I'll give you an extra $10 a week. You go buy more manga, okay?" Summer's eyes lit up. "Okay," she said loudly. Seeing the long-absent brightness in her daughter's eyes, her mother shook her head, walked out of the little room, closed the door, and fell onto her bed, sobbing. People always wish for a way to know the future, to avoid making mistakes. That's why we have believers praying to gods, fortune tellers on the street corner, and literature full of cautionary tales. But even with a million ways to avoid mistakes, humans still find a million new ways to make them. We seem obsessed with how to avoid error, but few care about what to do after the mistake is made. Maybe people who make mistakes just deserve to die? In any case, after crying her heart out, Summer's mom chose to support her daughter in making new friends. But she warned her to maintain a girl's proper boundaries. In middle school, she became Leo's desk mate. It wasn't a coincidence. Leo fought for it. When she first arrived in the class, she sat in the front row, and Leo sat in the back. She was always turning around to look at him. After class, he came over to ask, "Why do you keep looking at me? Did you buy a new manga?" Summer shook her head. Leo turned and walked away. She followed behind him, trying to form the right words, but she was too scared to say anything. Scared of rejection. She wanted to walk home with him after school, but he always went to play basketball with his friends. She wanted to ask if he wanted to do homework together. She could do it for him, but she was afraid he'd say no. She wanted to be his desk mate, so she wouldn't have to keep turning around, but she knew the teacher would never agree. She followed him like that for 10 minutes without saying a word. "What do you want?" he finally asked. I'm going home. This is the way to the basketball court. The school gate is in the other direction." "Oh, right." Summer felt her toes curl inside her shoes, about to turn and leave. She kept mumbling her plans to herself. It's okay. Some plans are meant to fail. She walked with her head down and bumped right into someone. She looked up, bewildered. How did Leo teleport? "What are you doing, Leo? What were you just mumbling about? Were you cursing me out?" No. Her head shook like a bobblehead. "Then spit out. I wanted to ask you to my house to do homework, but I thought you had to play basketball, so you probably wouldn't want to. Will you do my homework for me?" "Uh-huh. You got a deal. I'll buy you some tacos later." The rejection she'd braced for never came. The world felt so wondrous. For the first time in her life, a plan had actually worked. Yes, she screamed silently in her head. As for the rest of her plans, she decided not to mention them. You couldn't be too greedy. One success was enough. "Just walk home with me from now on," Leo said for her. "Really? You're a good student. If I hang out with you all the time, my mom will be happy." The huge surprise almost made Summer faint. She nodded, her face flushed, and for once, she tried to be bold. "Then can I be your desk mate? As long as you do my homework, forget being desk mates. I'll call you my Lord and Savior." "You can't say that. Your dad wouldn't like it." "It's fine. My dad's dead." Summer didn't ask how Leo would manage to make them desk mates. She didn't have high hopes anyway. That day, she did her homework, and Leo's, on a concrete bench by the basketball court. Then she followed a sweaty Leo back to her house. Once they got home, she suddenly realized her mistake. Crap, she'd already finished the homework. What was Leo going to do now? But Leo walked in, didn't ask a thing, and just started reading her manga. Sailor Mars is so cool. You like those cool Tsundere girls? I just think she's pretty. If I ever met a bossy Tsundere like that in real life, I'd slap the crap out of her. Summer nodded, pretending to do homework at her desk, but she was really peeking at Leo through the gaps in her textbook. This plan was turning out great. It seemed like everything was coming true. And then the plan dealt her a heavy blow. Her mom came home with her boyfriend. The moment she heard the door open, Summer could barely hold back her tears. She couldn't imagine the look on Leo's face when she had to introduce herself as her mother's sister. But the inevitable always comes. She timidly went out to greet her mom's boyfriend, trying to shield Leo from the scene. "This must be your sister, right?" her mom's boyfriend asked curiously. Summer was about to answer, but in her peripheral vision, she saw Leo poke his head out of her room. Leo, still with his buzz cut, looked around curiously until his eyes met the boyfriend's. He laughed awkwardly. Do I have to introduce myself too? I could be whatever. Brother, classmate, whatever. Brother-in-law works too." Leo's words were met with a burst of laughter. He grabbed Summer's arm and led her downstairs. As Summer walked out, she saw her mother's eyes following her. Her mom looked at her daughter's retreating back, then turned and said, "She's my daughter." "What? You have a daughter that old? I'm sorry I lied to you." Downstairs, Leo bought 2 bags of tacos and lay comfortably on a bench in the setting sun. He didn't forget to give one to Summer. "I'm not my mom's sister. I'm her daughter," Summer said, her face grim. That sentence has less substance than this bag of chips. Of course a mom's kid is her daughter. I didn't mean to lie. I mean, I did, but that man just now isn't my dad. My dad and mom are divorced. Oh, okay. No big deal. My dad's dead, too. Leo lay on the bench with his green backpack, propping his feet up without a care in the world, munching loudly on the chips. He was even smacking his lips. Then, a scruffy-faced man appeared from behind the bench. "Leo, son, I've been waiting downstairs for you forever. Figured you were out here on a date." "Crap, I'm hearing dead people," Leo said, looking at Summer with mock terror. "Why would you tell your little girlfriend your dad's dead?" "My English teacher said some people are dead but still live on, and some people are alive but might as well be dead." "Your teacher is filling your head with that kind of garbage." Rick Miller leaned out from behind the bench to face his son. The two stared at each other. When Leo saw that scruffy face, his small frame jolted. He rolled off the bench, grabbed Summer's hand, and started running. "It's the apocalypse," he yelled as he ran. "My dad's a zombie. Somebody call the Ghostbusters." Summer ran behind him, feeling his small hand clasped around hers. The warmth from his fingers traveled up her arm and bloomed on her cheeks. Her face flushed. She tried her best not to focus on the fact that they were running aimlessly. They ran past apartment doors plastered with flyers, past the convenience store's old ice cream freezer, past an old man playing the violin, past a border collie and a Samoyed fighting on the lawn. They didn't stop for anything. Only the sun, which had been burning for 6 billion years, spared a sliver of its light to cast on the faces of the running boy and girl. Even with its long life, it would eventually shed all its matter into the universe and become a white dwarf. So it sincerely hoped that this boy and girl could outrun time. The next day, they were desk mates. Summer asked Leo how he did it. Leo said he went to the teacher and told her he wanted to be Summer's desk mate. The teacher refused, saying, "You little brat, you just think Summer's pretty." Leo said yes, but if he sat next to her, he promised not to talk in class, not to fight after school, and to turn his homework on time every day. The teacher said she had to ask Summer's opinion. "What did the teacher ask you?" "How could you tell the teacher you think I'm pretty? Just say yes or no." "Yes. But from now on, you're not allowed to talk in class, not allowed to fight after school, and you have to turn your homework on time every day." "Damn, I think you and the teacher ganged up on me." Their happy life as desk mates began. Under Summer's supervision, the bad boy's grades finally started to improve. Watching Leo scratch his buzz cut in frustration over a math problem, she would bite her lip to hide a smile. "Teach me, please. I'm begging you." "You're an idiot, Leo." "I don't care if I'm an idiot. Call me a rock for all I care. Just teach me." As for Summer, her life, aside from her parents, finally had a third option. Leo. Every day, she followed him around, watching him play basketball, doing homework, passing notes in class. The upside was that because of Leo, her world expanded. The downside was that she only had Leo. She didn't even have a single girlfriend. She'd even wait until after class to go to the restroom with him. That's right. She would only go when Leo went. If he didn't go, she'd just hold it. One day, it was her birthday. She wanted to celebrate it just once because no one had ever celebrated it for her. Maybe her mom would have, but she didn't want to be the one to bring it up. An introverted girl always hopes someone will remember her on their own. But Leo didn't know her birthday. So this time, she planned to tell him herself. If I ask him to celebrate with me this year, he'll know for next year. The happy girl had been saving her allowance for a long time. What did Leo like to eat again? Blueberries. Her savings were just enough for one box of blueberries. She wanted to buy a birthday cake too, but she couldn't afford it. But that was okay. I'm going to have a birthday. The plan began. That day, while Leo was playing basketball, she ran to the store outside the school to buy a box of blueberries. The whole way there, the wind felt sweet. When she pulled out her long-saved allowance, her heart pounded. She practically ran back to the court, and then she saw several girls gathered around Leo, talking. Their voices drifted over with the sour-smelling wind. Leo, want to go boating this weekend? Nah, that's boring. I've been studying like crazy lately. Don't bother me. The arcade tonight? I'm amazing at the dancing game. That's for little girls. Real men only play Street Fighter. We can do that too. My uncle bought me a ton of tokens. We can go together. Really? Leo pulled up his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow, his head lifting in surprise as he looked at the girl in front of him. Summer watched his surprised expression, her lips pressed together as tears welled up. She didn't go over, nor did she leave. She just stood there, frozen, a buzzing in her ears. She waited for a long time, but the girls didn't leave. It was Leo who finally noticed her and walked over. What's wrong? Nothing. I have something to do. I'm not walking home with you today. Oh, okay. I've got something to do too. The moment she turned to leave, Summer couldn't control her tears. They streamed down her face. She ran to the empty classroom after school and wrote in her little lyric book, I'm not good enough. You should find someone else. Introverted people aren't necessarily quiet. Their thoughts just stay inside. She hugged the box of blueberries, sat in the classroom, and cried herself to sleep. She dreamed of Leo dominating at the arcade, a group of fawning girls cheering him on. When she opened her tear-stained eyes, the classroom lights were on. There was someone next to her. Why didn't you go to the arcade? You snuck into the classroom to sleep. Now, there's no one to do my homework. Leo was scribbling furiously, scratching his head with a pained expression. You can go. I'll do it for you. Summer rubbed her eyes and opened her pencil case, only to be met with Leo's explosive laughter. Summer, you're such a wimp. I'm doing your homework for you, and you're still calling me names. Ha 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 ha. I'm done. Let's go home. A dazed Summer followed Leo out the door. She saw he was holding a little notebook with a Sailor Mars sticker on it. Hey, isn't that my lyric book? What are you doing with my notebook? I'm not good enough. You should find someone else. Stop it. Your lyric book is more like a diary. 1-page lyrics, 1-page secret thoughts. Summer didn't dare look up. She obediently followed him back. At the entrance to her apartment building, it was time for them to part ways. Summer never did manage to say, let's celebrate my birthday. Her birthday was too shabby. Go on up. You finish your own homework today. Come to my place. It was the first time Summer had ever been to Leo's house. It was small but warm. Diane Miller greeted the two kids warmly. Her first words stunned Summer. Happy birthday, little Summer. Summer looked at the feast on the dining table, momentarily flustered. She wanted to ask if this was a dream. Leo started teasing her from the side. I really think you should get an AIM account. Why? So you can post angsty-away messages instead of writing everything in a lyric book. You've been secretly reading my lyric book before this? Duh. You're not allowed to look anymore. I'm gonna look. See if I care. The bad boy shook his head, annoying her, and was rewarded with a swat from his mom. Hurry up and eat. I know. There was no birthday cake that day, but Summer was very happy. Someone had been thinking of her. Even though Leo said it was because he'd seen the line in her lyric book, I hope someone remembers my birthday, and had asked his mom to make a thank-you dinner for tutoring him. But Summer's lips were still moving. She was murmuring, thank heavens, my plan worked again. They started high school. This time they couldn't be desk mates because they weren't in the same class. But what didn't change was that Summer was still tutoring Leo every day. They were too familiar with each other. So familiar that Diane even asked if she wanted a key to their house. Anyone who knew them would say the same thing. Childhood sweethearts. She was very content with this life. The only thing she wasn't happy about was why Leo was so popular with girls. Luckily, Leo didn't like them, and he didn't like me. These thoughts persisted even after they officially started dating. Right, that Christmas showdown at the school gate. Leo had kissed her, held her, but their relationship felt unchanged, just like before they were dating. She told her mom about this frustration. Mom, I don't think Leo likes me. You're busy with high school. You'll have time for romance when you get to the same college. But we're already dating. When Summer said this, she wasn't scared. Even the adults in the neighborhood would tease them. Why is that Miller boy always with Summer? Are they an item? It seemed like the whole world knew they were a couple. But her mother said, "Summer, maybe you should think this through carefully. Don't repeat my mistakes." Her mom sat down, stroking her hair. "I made a mistake when I was young, and I'll be paying the price for the rest of my life. I know Leo is a good kid, but I want you to really think about it." Summer thought her mom was against her dating. Hurt, she knocked on Leo's door, but no one was home. So she could only wrap her coat tighter and walk downstairs, where she ran into a weary-looking Leo on his way home. Her grievances poured out in a rush. "Leo, if you don't like me, you should just say so. You never tell me where you're going. You're never close with me. If I'm not good enough, then just go find someone else." She'd blurted it out, and she regretted it instantly. Leo wasn't angry like she'd expected. He just walked over and said slowly, "Sorry, my mom's in the hospital. I've been running back and forth these past few days. I'm exhausted." Summer hugged him, consumed with guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to help take care of your mom." Leo plopped down on the bench downstairs. Now 6 feet tall, he could take up most of the bench just by stretching his legs. This time, he was met by his dad. "Son, I came as soon as I got your call. I asked around, your mom's fine, but Dad's really broke. Where's your money?" Rick Miller, his face stubbled, froze for a moment. "Gambled it. Get lost." Leo closed his eyes and opened them again, then asked Summer, "Do you think I'll be like my dad when I grow up?" "You won't, but I'm so tired." "It's okay. We can work hard together. Let's make a plan. Tomorrow, I'll take care of your mom. We could take turns. When you're there, I'll cook and bring food over. When I'm there, you can cook and bring it. We can save some money." Leo tilted his head to look at her. Summer, with her back to the sun, was still outlining her little plan. "We just have to hold on a little longer and we'll graduate. We'll have time to get part-time jobs and earn some money. Then in college we can date and do something on the side, and when we graduate we'll buy a small house and get married." "How small?" "1 room for us and 1 room for a baby." "What if I don't have a house?" "You idiot. We'll live at home first and buy one when we have money." The innocent girl in her school uniform gestured in the sunset. She said the house could be small, but the bed had to be huge because she tossed and turned in her sleep. A rare smile appeared on Leo's face. He closed his eyes, looking toward the sun, and grabbed Summer's hand. He said no matter what, he couldn't become a person like his dad. Summer said, "I believe you." "Then kiss me. If you don't, it means you don't believe me." Leo leaned back on the bench with a wicked grin. Summer's head swiveled left and right, checking for any suspicious characters, like his mom. Then she leaned in like a dragonfly, touching the water. There were indeed no suspicious people watching them. Even the sun was too busy to stare. With billions of people in the world, it was lucky to get a glance. But the sunset would pierce through the clouds, spreading evenly over every piece of land. Love and happiness are the orange particles in the twilight, the kind that can raise the temperature. In the conference room at Apex Media, the mood was tense. Leo suddenly understood why Evelyn had told him to be less rational and more emotional. Because right now, she was giving him a look that said it all. "This is all real." Leo tried not to let it get to him. "Like I believe a word you say," until his eyes met Skylar's. The girl was a mess, tears and snot running down her face. She nodded and said, "That part makes me cry every time I hear it." Leo was stunned. "When did you ever meet Summerlin?" "You're the one who told me this story," sob. Leo's heart dropped. Now it was hard not to get emotional. The moment that thought surfaced, he felt a faint tremor in his brain. A literal tremor. From 12 to 20 years old, there were too many memories tied to Summerlin. If Leo's brain was a database, and you typed Summerlin into the search bar, you'd get tens of thousands of results. The other stories might just be single episodes in his life. The cousin's wife and the countryside affair. The runaway heiress who can't confess her love. This psychologist is a little unstable. The fantastical adventures of Skylar Reed. But in all these wildly different tales, there was always one great villain, Summerlin. The misadventures of my childhood sweetheart turning into the final boss. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and rapped his knuckles against his skull, which felt like a boiling kettle. As everyone leaned in, concerned, Evelyn stopped them. She waved her hand, signaling them to be patient. Leo also waved his hand, signaling for Summer to continue. The intense headache had brought tears to his eyes. Summer, who had been on the verge of tears throughout her story, looked at him. In the eyes of the son, their tearful, shared gaze was strangely familiar. Maybe it was from 3 years ago. Who knew? For the son, it was just a blink of an eye. The story continued. Life was like that. No major disasters, just a constant stream of small problems. But when a big one finally hit, it was catastrophic. Summer and Leo's life was sweet enough. They made a bunch of messy plans together. The little lyric book had become a big notebook. Summer just loved to make little plans. Big ones like what kind of life they'd have in the future. Evening walks to watch the sunset, making hot pot at home, watching a movie on a projector at night, waking up to see each other's faces, crying in each other's arms when things got tough. The romantic fantasies of a teenage girl. She planned small things, too. If she studied hard for 6 days, she'd reward Leo with a trip to the land center. If she herself studied hard for 6 days, she'd reward herself with a kiss on the way home. Just one. That stuff was addictive. Life was simple, with studying as the main theme, and everything else was just seasoning. Even Leo had buckled down, focusing his energy on his schoolwork. Until one day, the big trouble arrived. A woman came to the school, making a scene. It was the wife of her mother's boyfriend. It sounded complicated, but it was simple. A married man had hidden his marriage and started dating her mother. The unwed mother, who had been tricked into pregnancy at 17, had been tricked by a man again. The woman came to their door, demanding money and an explanation. Her mother had no choice but to hide. She never imagined the woman would come to her daughter's school. The name Summer Lynn, whether it was pretty or not, was at least unique. When the woman at the school gate started shouting into a megaphone, everyone knew she was talking about Summer Lynn from Class 4. Leo's childhood sweetheart. You ask who Leo is? Buddy, are you new here? You go to this school, and you don't know Leo? Today just happened to be the 7th day of hard studying. The day Summer had rewarded Leo with a trip to the land center with his friends. Leo had slipped out after the first evening study session. It was now the end of the 3rd session. Summer tried to hide her face and slip through the crowd. But there are always bad apples. Someone whispered, "Isn't that Summer Lynn?" Leo's girlfriend was bound to be the target of jealousy. The politics between women were always incomprehensible. The woman, who must have weighed 250 pounds, planted her hands on her hips and pointed at Summer's face, screaming, "A little fox born from a vixen. What a slut." Summer's face turned beet red. She wanted to argue, but the words caught in her throat. She didn't dare look at the crowd around her. She could hear their whispers. Rumors kill. In a daze, she was back in her old neighborhood. A powerful sense of helplessness made her feel like a tiny rubber boat tossed on a vast ocean. At times like these, a Peter Pan would always appear to save her. And Peter Pan arrived. She saw Leo pushing his way through the crowd. He had left after the first study session just to walk home with her. But she wished he hadn't come. Not because she was afraid of being embarrassed, but because she was afraid he would be impulsive. He had finally started focusing on his studies, and they were planning to go to the same university. If he ruined his life over this, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to endure. But could Leo not be impulsive? Could he endure this? Actually, he could. Leo had matured. It's just that his way of maturing was always so strange. Leo walked right up to the large woman. Everyone else was expecting a hero saves the damsel scene. Was Leo going to hit her? The woman, seeing the tall, well-built young man, instantly went into combat mode. Just as she was about to open her mouth to unleash a volley of insults, Leo's words stunned her into silence. "I'm sorry, darling. It's my fault for chasing after that little vixen. I'm guilty, but I still love you. Please forgive me this time." Everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, so the vixen was seducing you? This large woman is Leo's darling. Leo irritably shouted at the crowd on either side. Break it up. Haven't you ever seen a rich older woman with a handsome high school sugar baby? If you're better looking, you could have one too. Leo put his arm around the woman's shoulders. Who knows what kind of resolve it took, but the woman, seeing his handsome young face, suddenly felt dizzy. She suddenly understood why her husband had cheated. "Ma'am," Leo said, "there's been a misunderstanding. Can we sit down and talk about this? You think I'm beautiful? Of course. You think I meant that little vixen? Don't you try to sweet-talk me. You have to give me back my money and apologize. The school gate isn't the best place to count money, is it? Let's find a quiet place to talk." Leo brought the woman to Summer's house. He called Summer's mother and the man who had been hiding to come back. Summer's mother couldn't produce that much money. She could only pay back what she had. The gifts the man had bought were easy enough to return, but much of the money he'd transferred had already been spent. The man stood silently, enduring his wife's tirade. Summer and her mother held each other, not saying a word, because this had nearly wiped out their meager savings. After the woman left, cursing, Leo called the silent man aside. "What do you want?" "The money." "Why should I give you money?" "You little son of the man, red as a boiled shrimp, was knocked to the ground with a single punch." Leo squatted down and looked at his face. "The money." "Why?" "Because besides you, everyone else here is a victim. You coward. She has a kid, and I didn't even complain about it." "Did she tell you she had a kid beforehand?" She did, but what was I supposed to? Leo kicked the man in the back again. If you don't pay up, I'll call your wife every few days and tell her you're still at it. Where did you get my wife's number? She gave it to me on the way back. Even invited me to a hot spring. Said she wanted to rob the cradle. The man gritted his teeth and pulled $3,000 from his bag, throwing it on the ground. As Leo bent down to pick it up, the man lunged forward and kicked him once for revenge. Then he fled. Leo lay on the pile of money, giggling foolishly. Don't help me up. Pick up the money first. Leo, don't be rash. Rash about what? If we fight again, there'll be real trouble. Leo rubbed his scraped cheek, said goodbye to Summer's mom, and walked downstairs. Summer followed him. I'm sorry, Leo. I don't know what people at school will think of me, let alone you. It's not a big deal. Let's go to a clinic and get you checked out. Later. On the way down, Leo stroked Summer's head. You need to be a little mad at your mom, he said, so she'll be more careful next time. But don't really hate her. At that, Summer's tears started to fall. Why is my life like this, when everyone else's is so happy? Because when you look at others, you only see the good. When you look at yourself, you only see the bad. But my mom is always like this. Everyone has their flaws. My dad's a deadbeat, but people have their good sides too. Leo pulled her to the entrance of the complex. Let me show you, he said. Let me show you where my dad is awesome. The large woman was sitting in a Mercedes E-Class at the entrance, unable to leave. A beat-up old VW Jetta was blocking her. Rick Miller stood there, hands in his pockets, blowing out a puff of smoke. Who told you to park on my spot? Pay up. We're leaving right now. No, only I'm allowed to park in my spot. If someone else parks here, it gives me a headache. The cheating man was already fuming. Hearing this, he walked up and kicked the beat-up Jetta, yelling, how much is this piece of junk even worth? The moment his foot landed on the car, Leo grabbed Summer's hand and turned to leave. Why aren't we watching? Because the ending is already written. He's going to scam the guy out of his underwear. Did they really park in your dad's spot? What spot? He doesn't have a spot. Last time he was drunk, he was bragging about being some big shot in South America, sailed across the Pacific. The man just opens his mouth and lies. Summer carefully linked her arm with Leo's as they walked. She gathered her courage and tried to mimic his usual flippant tone. Thanks, little Leo. You're a real badass. Bad impression. That style doesn't suit you. Then what style suits me? You're suited for that whole maiden in love, but too scared to say it. Wants it, but too scared to fight for it. Has to hold in a fart for 3 days style. Be more specific. You're killing me. The wimp style. Leo started laughing as he said it. Summer, angry, yanked her hand away and turned her head to the side, pouting. A purebred wimp. Mad, but doesn't dare to say it. Leo kept attacking. Summer bit her lip, huffing and puffing. She gathered her courage and turned back, ready to deliver a powerful counterattack to the soft flesh of Leo's lower back. But when she turned, she saw the boy rubbing the spot on his lower back where he'd just been kicked, letting out a soft hiss every now and then. The big wimp walked over, tears in her eyes, and hugged him. Leo, I'm not a wimp at all. So you held it in all that time just to come up with that? Leo, when can I marry you? P.S. Thank you, boss. I love you. High school was over. The two, who were already inseparable, now had even more time to be stuck together. Summer had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, spending nearly all her waking hours at Leo's house. Normally, this would be the time for graduation parties. But given their family situations, the topic was silently avoided. They still had to attend their classmates' parties, though. Leo and Summer were the classic golden couple. After exams, her mother rewarded her with a beautiful white dress. $300. Not expensive, but it was the best piece of clothing in her closet. She pestered her mother to teach her how to do her makeup. Her mother's eyes danced with a teasing smile. A girl only learns to dress up when she has someone she likes. I don't, Mom. Then who's that handsome boy waiting downstairs? Stop teasing me. Leo's going to get impatient. When Summer skipped downstairs and saw the stunned look in Leo's eyes, her own eyes filled with joy. Pretty, right? It's pretty, but something feels off. Maybe I'm just not used to it. It's not like I got a new face. I know what it is. The makeup makes you look a little spicy. I'm more comfortable with a wimp face. Leo, you're so smooth with other people, but you turn into a complete blockhead in front of me. Leo laughed. Because all that smooth talk is just lies for idiots. You're cursing again. They're both not great, but at least curses are cleaner than lies. Leo got a job, a manager at a land center, making $3,000 a month. Summer wanted to work too, but she kept getting rejected because she wasn't 18 yet. She asked Leo if she could work at the land center with him. Leo said, come hang out and see for yourself. By then, Summer had already started recording singing videos. She had a great voice. Sometimes Leo would ask her to imitate other voices. A cute, lowly voice, a commanding older sister voice, a breathy ASMR voice. Behind the counter at the land center, Summer put on a high-pitched voice and turned to Leo. Say it. I offer my everything to Makima. Leo had no time for her. He was negotiating with one of the center's regulars about his overdue tab. The negotiation inevitably involved discussions of parents and family trees. When he was done, he turned and tapped Summer on the head. Do that sweet K-drama heroine voice. Yobo, Yuri, Jilhanija. You're not secretly cursing me out, are you? It translates to, I like you. Isn't I like you, Sarangi? Close enough. Summer's eyes were bright, sparkling with the glee of a hidden secret. Because Yobo is what married couples in Korean call each other. Honey, darling. In this context, you could also understand it as husband. Summer leaned on the counter, still undecided about what to sing for today's video. She had a small following now. The comments were all encouraging her. She had to take it seriously. As for working at the land center, she definitely couldn't handle it. The small place was packed with local troublemakers and jobless guys. Just by leaning on the counter, she got hit on constantly. When people asked her to run errands, she got flustered and overwhelmed. It was Leo who rescued her. You owe hundreds of dollars, and you still want service? Get over here and grab it yourself. You don't have legs? Damn, little Jiang, your girlfriend's gorgeous. You've got good taste. Pay back half tomorrow, and I can hold off on the rest for you. Dude, Jiangji, let me buy you and the missus a Coke. Put on my tab. Get the hell out of here. How did Leo handle it all so well? She couldn't figure it out, and she didn't try. It had always been like this ever since they were kids. She never had to worry about Leo. The only thing she could do was not let him worry about her. Summer's mind kept replaying the guy's compliment about Leo's pretty girlfriend. Leo had grinned from ear to ear. Thinking about it, Summer wrapped her arms around Leo's, hiding her face in his chest, unable to stop smiling. I may be a little wimp, but I can make my husband proud. Leo took Summer out with his just-cashed paycheck. Leo, you have to deposit all $3,000 into your account. I'll do it later. Let's go now. I'll watch you do it. I have somewhere else to go today. Okay. Summer pouted, but she wasn't particularly upset. It was always like this. Leo would agree to small, everyday things, but when he had an idea, nothing she said could change his mind. But the little wimp had her own ideas. Whatever. Leo would never do anything bad, anyway. She put on her helmet and sat on the back of Leo's e-scooter. Leo, do you support me singing online? Of course. You might become a huge influencer. If I become a huge influencer, I'll support you. Deal. I'll stand next to you and shout, 3, 2, 1. Drop the link. Leo was his usual cocky self. No, silly. If I become a huge influencer, I'll still be singing. That's going to be tough. Those singing influencers sound amazing, but none of them seem to get that famous. I know, right? And a lot of them are professionally trained, with super expensive equipment, and they still don't blow up. Summer pressed herself against Leo's back, and suddenly felt the scooter stop. She looked up, curiously examining their surroundings. Wait here for a second. Leo threw out the words and rushed into a residential building. A dozen minutes later, he ran back out. This time, there were 2 of them. A young man was complaining nonstop. Leo, man, I wouldn't sell it this cheap to anyone else. If you hadn't been bugging me for half a month. All right, Wang Ji. I'll treat you to some gaming time later. Do you know how much this cost me originally? Wang Ji, I know a dream is priceless, but I seriously think you should just get a factory job. The way your wife looks at you could kill. TCH, what do women know? What if I make it big? Wang Ji pulled a cigarette from his pocket. He looked at Leo and suddenly smiled, resigned. The mic and everything, it's all yours. It's expensive, so take care of it. You owe me dinner. No problem. Summer stared blankly at Leo, the big wimp still not understanding the situation. What is this? Open it and see. A sound card. It's used. Leo, you have to give back. This must have cost so much. Leo stuck his hands in his pockets, clearly enjoying this moment of flexing. He held up one finger. 10,000. Summer's eyes widened in horror. See, you don't know how to play along. You're supposed to guess low first, then go up to give me space to flex. Okay, then 100. It was 1,500. Leo shot her an exasperated look. 3,000 salary. 1,500 for the sound card. 1,500 to my mom for household expenses. Summer still felt a little uneasy. She was the type who might desperately want something, but if she actually got it at a great cost, she'd feel insecure. Leo spoke first. Don't start with the give back stuff. What's the point of earning money if you don't spend it? I have veto power on this. Oh, okay. Summer lowered her head and said no more. After so many years together, She had developed her own Leo love manual. When he was in a flex-heavy mood, you had to give him face. This was the big wimp's secret to happiness. When your husband buys you a gift, you have to let him show off. Because he definitely had more to say. Happy birthday, Summer Lynn. My birthday's tomorrow. I'm giving you the gift, so I might as well say it now. That's not it. Summer pouted, looking very angry. But she wasn't angry at all. Life was like this. There weren't that many coincidences or grand romantic gestures. It was just patched together day by day. Moving tomorrow's happiness to today didn't mean tomorrow's happiness was gone. It meant she could be happy for one extra day. So why be angry? Because right now, Leo definitely wanted to get close to her, but he was too proud to just do it. She had to give him a chance to comfort her, so he could use the opportunity to lean in and kiss her. Leo parked the scooter on the side of the road and turned to look at the pouting Summer. He said, "A day early, a day late. What's the difference?" Summer turned her head away, murmuring, "I've told you so many times, you have to call me baby when you're trying to comfort me. Baby, don't be mad." Feeling Leo's breath getting closer, Summer sensed the time was right. She suddenly turned her head. Baby forgives you. And then came a shameless kissing session. After years of practice, this routine was as smooth as silk. When their glistening lips parted, Summer's eyes focused on the familiar face in front of her, her gaze hazy. Anyone who's kissed someone a lot knows you can tell from their eyes if they want to keep going. And she wanted to keep going. She couldn't get enough. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. It started to rain. The place where they picked up the sound card was a bit far from home. The two of them had no choice but to head home in the downpour. No one made any ill-timed complaints like, "Why do other people have cars and we don't?" There was only Leo, gripping the handlebars tightly as they sped through puddles. Summer draped her jacket over both their heads, squinting as she pressed herself tightly against Leo's back, laughing at their miserable, drenched state. If you filmed this scene in time-lapse, it would probably be very artistic. The psychedelic feel of a neon city. It would require the great director Wong Kar-wai to set up a camera here. In the shot, the long view is a TV tower blinking red. The close-up is a street vendor hastily packing up in the rain. The stream of cars passing through the green light illuminates the boy and girl on the e-scooter. Some idiot forgot to turn off their high beams. They sped toward the distance, as others came from the opposite direction. The big wimp thought it would be nice if this road never ended. When the frame zooms in on them, half-body, Summer, her hair plastered to her face, soaking wet, speaks up, "Leo, look down at the puddles. That'll make me lose focus. You trying to get us killed? When you look down at a puddle in the future, you have to remember that I said rain is just fireworks set off by the gods. Can't you be original?" That's from someone else's poem. I don't have anything original, but I can give you an unoriginal song. She knew what she was going to post for tonight's video. She held up her phone, adjusting the angle, managing to squeeze her face and the side of Leo's into the frame. Behind them was the fleeing crowd, the frantically packing vendors, the panicked cars, the roaring buses. Only this little scooter was flying like the wind. Everything appeared like a mirror image, simultaneously in the puddle and in Summer's eyes. Summer cleared her throat, rainwater streaming down her cheeks. "You know, even if the pouring rain turns this city upside down, I will give you my embrace. P.S. To a fan of my first book, this chapter is for you." Of course, Summer was happy on her birthday. Even happier was that a video of a song she posted went mini viral. Not last night's song. It was a cover of Back in Time she'd filmed today. She could even get some small ad deals now, the kind where the creator posts a link in the comments. She excitedly told Leo all about it. Leo had taken the day off. It was Summer's birthday. He had to get someone to cover his shift to celebrate. When he heard that one of Summer's video ads had earned her nearly $2,000, Leo said encouragingly, "Not bad, little wimp. I'll give you back the $1,500 from yesterday. Shut up and eat." This was Summer's 18th birthday celebration. There was no grand atmosphere, just the four of them, the two of them and their two mothers, having a meal at home. At the time, Summer didn't even realize anything was amiss. Family by her side, exams over, the boy she loved in front of her, the birthday girl. In a romantic atmosphere, she made a wish over her cake. A wish for everyone to be healthy. It was only later that she'd remember the look on her mother's face when she'd said the wish out loud. But at that moment, Summer was only focused on her great plan. Tonight, she wanted to sleep with Leo. Just sleep. A relationship is like a game, each person trying to conquer the next level of intimacy. There are only so many levels of physical contact. They had been together for so long. If a normal couple's progression was holding hands the first year, hugging the second, kissing the third, well, a normal couple probably wouldn't be so patient. But if you stretched out each stage to a year, it was time for them to sleep in the same bed. She felt a constant itch in her heart. She wanted to know what it felt like to be held by Leo as she slept. Will he put his hand inside my shirt? The thought made her tremble with a kind of terrified excitement. But to sleep over, she first had to get past her mom. Mom, you can go home first. I want to stay at Leo's for a little while. Her mother was about to refuse, but she looked at the two of them and just left with a single sentence. Make sure Leo walks you home. If it's too late, just sleep with Diane. Okay. Summer flopped onto Leo's small bed, kicking off her slippers with practiced ease. They took a picture together, side by side. It was a very ordinary photo. Faded wallpaper, a yellow nightstand, light blue bedsheets. The only thing that might have been unusual was that it was an 18-year-old girl's birthday. It was Riverbend's rainy season, and a light drizzle tapped against the window. Summer wrapped her arms around Leo's neck, snuggling into his chest, their faces pressed together. Two ordinary people, in an ordinary house, in an ordinary pose. After taking the picture, they didn't even bother to edit it much before posting it on their social media. At the time, it all seemed so ordinary. The events of that night unfolded just as normally. Her pre-sleep fantasies were one thing. Just holding each other was the plan. But holding each other soon turned into something else. Summer felt a heat spread through her body, but she didn't want to leave his embrace. So she was destined to be a lamb to the slaughter. A deep emotional connection, an established relationship, mutual attraction, teenage hormones. If they didn't get passionate, what was the point of God giving them those parts? Everything was a natural progression. Neither of them thought it was strange. The only strange thing was Leo sitting up for half the night, depressed, obsessing over his performance the first time. Summer comforted him for hours, saying she didn't care, which only made him more depressed. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in an instant, opening the window to gulp down fresh air. In the conference room, Summer's makeup was a mess from crying. She took out her phone and pulled up the screen. It was that ordinary photo, a young Leo and a young Summer. Back then, Leo didn't know anyone else in this room. He still had his student buzz cut. I printed this photo out and keep it on my nightstand. I dream of going back to that day. Pete's in sight. She stood up and walked over, patting Summer's back. Let's go get you cleaned up. This intermission was long overdue. Isabella was the first to stand up, ready for a bathroom break. She couldn't listen anymore. She hadn't been able to listen for a while. That whole thing about liking Sailor Mars but wanting to slap a bossy tsundere in real life. You just try and slap me. She tapped Leo's chair, signaling for him to follow her out. The restroom is to the right. You're coming with me. Are you a child? You need someone to go to the bathroom with you. What did you promise me today? Fine. I see what this is. You're just looking for payback because you were offended by the slap the bossy tsundere comment, right? You think I'm a tsundere? Only someone with 20 years of tsundere experience could ask that question. Leo actually needed to use the restroom too, so he followed Isabella out. The moment Leo left the conference room, the place exploded. The most emotional person, surprisingly, was Willow. Can I call you Summer? I just wanted to ask, when does the angst start? No offense, I just personally prefer tragic stories, especially the ones that have a super sweet beginning and then a brutal reversal. Skylar, hearing her best friend's comment, immediately objected. Willow, sweet stories are the best. I don't want to hear sad stories. You don't understand the satisfaction of a good tragedy. Then why are you so invested in someone else's? The day Leo breaks off your engagement, you'll be the star of your own tragic story. You can write a book. The overbearing CEO tears up the contract, and his jilted little fiancée weeps. It has to be sweet first for the tragedy to hit hard. And Leo and I aren't even sweet. Willow suddenly stopped. Perhaps an image flashed in her mind, because she snuck off to a corner to draw circles on the floor. Evelyn, unusually, said nothing. She was focused on her phone, typing something. Perhaps dissatisfied with the feel of the screen, she found a pen and a piece of A4 paper in a drawer and began writing furiously, her head bowed. This is the women's restroom. Even if I'm the boss, I probably shouldn't go in, right? Tell me your thoughts, Isabella said, leaning against the sink and pulling Leo over. It's touching. For a minute there, I thought my life was a simp story from the beginning. And there's this weird feeling in my head. How do I describe it? It's like a seal is breaking. Oh, so the ex-girlfriend gets a special reaction. Impressive. It's all right. I'm asking if you have any plans to get back together with Summerlin. Leo looked at her as if she were an idiot. How is that even possible? Weren't you moved? Out of all these people, she's your only official girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend. Leo turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face. The company had just finished renovations, and besides the receptionist at the front desk, no one else was working. He wasn't worried about being seen as a creep. Mr. Miller, this is the women's restroom. The receptionist, Jenny, said, her eyes wide with surprise as she walked in. She even backed out to check the sign on the door. You can use it, Leo said. Huh, that's not right. I'll just use the one on another floor. Jenny scurried away, not forgetting to text her friend on the way. Emergency. The other boss likes to go into the women's restroom. What kind of fetish is that? You think he's secretly installing cameras? I suspect it's a possibility. Isabella grabbed Leo, not letting him leave until he gave her a clear answer. Why would you think that hearing Summer's story would make me choose her? Because you're not a casual person. You got the wrong idea about me then. Leo knew what Isabella meant. In the void left by Summer's departure, he'd had plenty of opportunities to mess around. But to this day, he only had that one ex-girlfriend. Scarcity creates value. If you change girlfriends every few days, no one would care who your girlfriend was. But if you didn't date, the person who held that title became precious. So, in the end, Isabella was still worried. I've noticed you all have fallen into a trap, he said. You keep simplifying my amnesia into a game, where I collect memory fragments to beat a level and find my one true girlfriend. Isn't that how it works? Of course not. Amnesia is a disease. No matter how many memory fragments I collect, I can never piece them together into a complete memory that's truly mine. Can you put a bunch of broken glass shards back together and make a perfect bottle? No. So I have to accept the fact that I have amnesia, just like someone has to accept they've lost an arm. I'm still me. I've just lost a part of myself to a disease. The only result is that my life habits have changed. Like if you lose an arm, you can hold your chopsticks, but you can't hold your bowl. So, all this story listening I'm doing is just to have a better future, not to overturn the verdict on the past. Isabella's gaze scrutinized him, and she quietly nodded. She glanced toward the door, her hip resting against the sink. I wasn't your first. You have to give me an explanation for that. What can I do about it? When I met Summer at 12, you were already 18. Are you calling me old? Well, you're not exactly young. Isabella kicked at him, but Leo was ready and caught her foot. They stared at each other for a moment, and the tension finally broke into smiles. I care a lot about being your first. Then I'll just have to compensate you fiercely in the future. Will you get back with Summer? I have a better chance of dating that receptionist than getting back with Summer. In the time since he'd left the hospital, Leo had been searching for a healthy way of thinking, a way to not let the amnesia destroy him. If he couldn't find the right way to cope, he was on a fast track to another mental breakdown. So he chose to forget the concept of amnesia. He thought of it simply as a disease, like a cold or a fever. With that framing, his experience was easy to summarize. He had a really bad cold, so he had to be hospitalized. I broke up with my girlfriend before I went into the hospital. Of course, I'm not going to get back with her after I get out. Isabella didn't answer, just nodded in acknowledgement. She walked silently behind him as they left. Back in the room, Leo immediately felt the atmosphere was off. In one corner, Skylar was comforting Willow. Evelyn was hunched over, looking like she was researching something. Payton's eyes darted back and forth between Leo and Isabella, as if suspecting they'd been up to something. Ahem, Leo said, trying to break the tension. You know, you look better without makeup. What was that word for it again? A wimp face, right? He swore he was just trying to make a bad joke to lighten the mood. Summer had been crying with her head down since she'd taken off her makeup. How would you tell a good story like that? Cheer up. But as his words fell, a dozen sharp glares shot in his direction. Aside from Isabella, who looked ready to curse him out, even Evelyn looked up, surprised. Leo, I told you to be more emotional, but I didn't tell you to get that deep in a character. Listen to me. From now on, you can dial back the emotional component a bit. You're a strange one. You think I can control that? Leo was just confused. What was the big deal? If he wasn't mistaken, the next part of the story was about Summer's celebrity experience, right? It was just a story about being a simp. He was mentally prepared for it. It wouldn't be that hard to take. This time, all eyes were on Summer. The story so far had been sweet, but besides a certain dark creature and a certain little son, no one else really wanted to hear it. The women in this room didn't want to hear how sweet they were. They just wanted to hear how it all fell apart. The story continued. She said that the day after her birthday, many of her schoolmates and childhood friends started appearing in her comment sections. Anyone who mentioned Summer Lynn would inevitably mention Leo. The story of the childhood sweethearts spread among her followers. A good narrative and persona are the keys to going viral. Some local media companies also approached her. As a little wimp, she of course had to let Leo make all the decisions. To be honest, Leo didn't know much about it either. He just graduated high school. His strength was that you could drop him into any environment and he'd find a way to get by. But this was way out of his league. At the time, they both agreed on two things. Nothing in life is free. 2. No matter what, They had to finish college. They were happy to ride the wave of popularity and make a little money. But then a problem arose. Summer's mother lost her job. It wasn't a great job to begin with, so being unemployed wasn't a disaster. She could find another one. But what truly troubled Summer was the fragility of their life. For the first time, she realized how unstable their seemingly stable life was. Her mother's sighs, their dwindling savings, the uncertainty of the future. It was all weighing on a young girl's heart. Leo was her only confidant. When he heard everything, he just sat down and stroked her head. What are you afraid of? There are student loans, scholarships. We can earn our own living expenses. Leo, but college is 4 years. It'll crush both of us. I'm not scared, so why are you? Summer, her mind in a fog, curled up in Leo's arms, not agreeing to his idea. Her heart had no anchor. Misfortune never comes alone. Summer's mother couldn't find a job because she was hospitalized. Cervical cancer. Even with insurance, the surgery costs were a huge expense for their family. What could they do? Borrow money. But who would be willing to lend money to a single mother and daughter with little ability to repay? Relatives might visit the hospital and give a red envelope, but that was it. In this world, every family has its own problems. Begging for help is a humiliating experience. You'll know when you try it yourself. Summer cried until her voice was hoarse. She finally begged a distant cousin who worked at Riverbend Hospital. Yes, the bearded Dr. Morris, the cousin, who was barely related to them, took pity on her and finally agreed to help her gather the money for the surgery. Summer stood, dazed, in the hospital hallway. The coldness of relatives, her mother's tears, her empty pockets, the things she wanted but couldn't have. These are life's best teachers. She looked up and saw Leo walking toward her from a distance, carrying a lunchbox, his body weary. Besides working at the land center, Leo had somehow picked up another job. He and Wang Ji, the guy he bought the sound card from, had started a temp agency for day laborers. Wang Ji had the connections, and Leo had the influence among the local jobless youth and troublemakers. The few thousand he earned was a huge sum for an ordinary 18-year-old boy. Everyone had to admit that Leo kid had some good ideas. But in a hospital, a place that burned through money 100 times faster than the Cypress Lounge, it was nothing. When she saw Leo's exhausted face, Summer suddenly stopped blaming anyone. Everything changed in an instant. A person's mindset never changes because of some motivational flag you set in your head at midnight, some inspirational quote you read online, or some guru's life advice. That's all just self-deception. You forget at the moment you wake up. But life teaches you, and when it teaches you, you learn. Summer held her mother's hand. She wanted to ask her mother's opinion. She wanted to completely change everything, for her and for Leo, because she was afraid that just bringing it up with Leo would cause irreparable damage. She knew that just mentioning the idea could be hurtful. She was lost and helpless. Under the moonlight, she looked at her mother's gaunt face. She did feel resentment. How could she not? Some mistakes are not meant to be borne by those who didn't make them. Until her mother opened her eyes, stared at her daughter's face, and said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, baby. Mommy couldn't give you a complete home. P.S. This is all from yesterday. Just finished writing. I'll post today's tonight. Wrote an insane amount yesterday. Love you, Asuka." Back in that same bedroom, Summer hesitantly approached Leo. "Leo, do you think I should sign the contract with the Boston agency? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? We got the money for your mom's surgery, right? But her recovery will still cost a lot of money. We can't pay back the debt, our future life." Leo fell silent for a moment, his head bowed, lost in thought. His hand, which had been reaching for his pocket, slowly stopped. The little money he had was next to nothing. Summer desperately wanted him to know her true feelings. "I'll take a leave of absence from school. I can leave money for my aunt to take care of my mom. And we don't have to break up. It'll just be a temporary long-distance thing, please." Summer's eyes welled with tears as she grasped his hand, wrapping her arms around his waist and sobbing. "Please don't break up with me. I don't know what I'd do without you. Can you even be in a relationship if you're a celebrity?" Leo took a deep breath, forcing out the difficult question. "Even if they don't agree, we can date in secret. Please trust me. I trust you." "But—" Leo looked down, unable to finish his sentence. He stroked her head, just like he always did, signaling his consent. Summer wrapped her arms around his neck in surprise. The girl and her sweetheart lay in bed, chattering away about their grand dreams. "I'll save up money quickly and pay off the debt. Maybe this is our chance to change our lives. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. If things don't work out, you'll fall apart." "I won't. Since I met you, all my plans have come true. You're my good luck charm." Summer fell into a deep sleep. She woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the door opening. Leo had gotten dressed and left at some point. She peered through the crack in the door. She saw Leo's father. "Son, what happened? Why did you call me over?" "My mom's helping take care of Summer's mom." "Sit down, have a drink." Well, you grown up." Rick Miller took off his coat and sat on the sofa, studying his silent son. "What's really going on?" "Summer signed a contract with an agency. She's going to be a star." "Son, that's not right. Signing a contract doesn't mean you become a star. Those are two different things." "They're giving her $25,000. Where else can you get that kind of money besides signing a contract?" Rick took a sip of his drink, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and shook his foot. He asked a very strange question. "Dad's asking what you think. If you're just doing this because you feel sorry for that little girl and need the money to solve an urgent problem, Dad can take care of it for you. But if you're saying, I don't know, but I want her to be happy." Leo chugged a beer and coughed violently. "I can't even remember when she started following me around. You yell at her, she just takes it without a word. You hit her, all she knows is to say ouch. I just thought, how can there be such a stupid person in the world? Anyway, that little head of hers can't hold many worries. I want her to be happy." Rick patted his son's shoulder. "Then do you support her going?" "Why wouldn't I? Am I the one who can pull out that kind of money?" "Then let her go. If it works out, that's great. If it doesn't, she'll just come back, right?" "That's true, but if I'm not there, what will she do?" In the bedroom, Summer crouched down, her face in her hands, crying. It started as a quiet sob and grew into a wail. The sound even startled Leo. She looked at him through tear-filled eyes. "I can do it. I definitely can. I believe you. I can really work hard and make a lot of money. Nothing else has to change. We can still live in this little room. And you won't leave me, right? Go to sleep. We'll check for flights in the morning." At the entrance to Terminal 2 of the Riverbend Airport, Leo slipped a bank card into her pocket. "There's about $800 in here. Use it for emergencies." The agency was paying for her flight. At first, she wanted Leo to go with her. "A round-trip ticket costs a lot. You should keep the money for yourself. Call me if you need anything. I can handle everything. You should go through security. I'll stay with you a little longer." Standing at the terminal entrance, Summer hugged Leo's waist, giving him a long list of instructions. "When you get to college, if a girl asks you out, you have to say no. And if a rich older woman like last time wants you as her boy toy, you better not agree." Summer pouted and muttered, then started answering her own questions. "Actually, I'm not worried about you. You never liked dealing with girls. So many girls chased you when we were kids. You never know. Maybe a rich woman will see through my tough exterior." "No, don't. Please wait for me." Summer reluctantly went through security. She looked back at Leo standing behind her and made a little fist pump. "I can definitely do this. Leo's worried about me, so I can't let him worry." She walked through the long security line, her bag in hand, until she reached the end. She turned and looked at Leo, who was still standing at the entrance. She waved. Tears streamed down her face. The boy in the distance waved back, then unceremoniously wiped his face on his shirt collar, standing there against the backlit gate. Summer was born on a rainy day. Her 1-month celebration was on a rainy day. Her first birthday was on a rainy day. Her mother gave her the nickname Little Rain, and with it, a life destined to be dark and damp. She wanted to turn back, but turning back was too easy. Not turning back took more courage. When you don't know what to do, think about what Leo would do. Summer turned and disappeared into the crowd. Leo also turned and disappeared into the crowd. The airport, a place imbued with both departure and farewell. People come and go. Some say goodbye with reluctance, others with anticipation. Summer's trip to Boston was not smooth. She secretly cried 5 times, cried herself to sleep once, and cried her clothes wet once. But everywhere she went, she took pictures for Leo. She video called him as soon as she landed. Seeing his face gave her strength. Someone from the agency picked her up, so she didn't get lost. Everything seemed to be going as planned. She signed the contract, was given a place to live and a teacher, and started training with a group of other girls. Except she would cry herself to sleep in her bunk bed at night. A long-distance relationship is torture, especially for someone as sensitive as her. Radically different lives, immense financial pressure, not being able to see each other, sometimes going a whole day without talking. Summer wanted to call Leo every day. If a day went by without a call, she felt sick. But Leo didn't have that much time for her. The strange new environment, the pressure, her sensitive heart, the intense training. She didn't even have a way to relax because she was used to revolving her life around Leo. Habits are incredibly hard to break. The pent-up emotions and long-term pressure were like a ceiling closing in on her. One day, she finally choked out, "Leo, can you spend more time with me? I want to, but I'm really busy over here." Leo held up his phone to show her the background. Pots and pans. He got a part-time job in the university cafeteria. Okay, don't work too hard. Summer hung up and buried her head in her blanket. Besides crying, there's nothing she could do. The accumulated negative emotions would eventually become an ocean. She got thinner and thinner, but Leo couldn't see any of it. Trouble came in pairs. Many of the girls from her batch left. Some were kicked out by the company. Some left on their own. If there was no chance to make it, why stay? Summer was lost. She didn't know what to do. She watched her roommates change, one after another. She was afraid of being kicked out and also afraid of not being kicked out. If she was kicked out, it meant she'd wasted months for nothing. If she wasn't, and she wanted to break the contract, she'd have to pay a penalty. But if she didn't break it, when would she ever get her chance? She had no one to talk to. After one practice session, she finally broke down and cried. Leo, what do I do? She called his phone, but it wouldn't go through. Doubt and suspicion grew wildly in her heart. How could a sensitive person, crushed by negative emotions, not let her imagination run wild? In the last week, the total time she'd spoken to Leo was less than an hour. He was always busy. Did he meet a new girl in college? Was he already tired of her? Did he find her annoying? Besides calling his phone over and over, there was nothing she could do. But for that entire night, Leo didn't answer. She would wake up every half hour from a fitful sleep, instinctively grabbing her phone to check for a reply. Worried, she called his mother. Diane, what's wrong with Leo? Huh? Isn't Leo at school? I'll ask his professor. No, it's nothing. He just wasn't answering his phone. So, I was wondering. Just as Summer was about to call the police, she got a call back from Leo. Leo, what happened? Nothing. I went out drinking with Wang Ji last night and got wasted. Did you call so many times for something urgent? It's nothing now. Summer hung up and sat in a corner, hugging her arms, not saying a word. Only the tears of grievance traced a clear path down her cheeks. Why did Leo lie to me? I'm already so miserable, and he still lies to me. He'd been like this since they were kids. When he didn't want to talk, she could never get it out of him. In the conference room, Evelyn Shaw interrupted Summer's story. She would fill in this part. She would explain what was happening on the other end of the phone. On the other end of the line, Leo and Wang Ji were walking out of a police station. They found a breakfast diner. Wang Ji, a cigarette dangling from his lips, said, Leo, we were definitely set up. Those guys from Atlas Temps must be pissed we're in their way. What can we do about it? Why don't you tell your girlfriend the truth? What good would that do? Just make one more person worry. Leo rubbed his face. Hurry up and eat. I have to get back to campus for my shift. Leo, the bail, the fine, I also had to grease some palms, and we have to pay off Atlas. Look, this money. Just give me the number. It's not much. $17,000. How much? How much fucking money do you think I've made? Leo, you have to pay this money, whether you want to or not. You were the one who pushed me into this business. Now that there's trouble, you have to take full responsibility. When we were making money, why didn't you say I should take it all? Leo leaned back in the diner chair, his exhausted face a mask of suppression. He finally said, we'll split 50-50. I'll accept that. But Wang Ji shook his head and left him with one last line. Leo, I still have over 10,000 of your cut that I haven't paid you yet. We'll just call this your payment. Fine. Summer's distracted state was finally noticed by her manager. He called her in for a talk. What's been going on with you lately? I want to know what the company thinks of me. We think you're great. You have a lot of potential. Then when will I get to do anything? Be patient. That depends on the company's arrangements. If you're not satisfied with the company's arrangements, you can choose to terminate your contract. Of course, you'll have to pay the penalty fee. Summer walked out of the office, trembling. She had to call Leo. She decided to skip over last night's topic. Not because she didn't care, but because caring was useless. The power was always in Leo's hands. This time, Leo answered quickly. What's wrong, Summer? Hearing his familiar voice, she finally broke. She repeated everything the manager had just said. What do I do, Leo? Are there any other options? Some people pay to produce their own songs, but that costs a lot of money. How much? Tens of thousands. I know. Don't worry. What are you doing? You haven't been talking to me lately. I'm a bit busy. I might not be in touch for the next few days, but I'm fine. Huh. The line went dead. Summer stared at her phone, trying to call back. But all she got was, the number you have dialed has been switched off. Summer completely fell apart. Her mind was flooded with images of their past. She felt that Leo had changed. The following story is still supplemented by Dr. Shaw. That night, Leo stood downstairs from Wang Ji's apartment, answering Summer's call. After he hung up and turned off his phone, he wrapped his coat tighter and disappeared into the stairwell. He had a fruit knife in his sleeve. Of course, he wasn't going to kill Wang Ji, but acting like he was going to kill him was the only way he could get his money back. If he was lucky, everything would go smoothly. If he wasn't, he really wouldn't be able to contact Summer for a few days. But that day, his luck was terrible. Wang Ji had already guessed that Leo would pull a desperate man act. He was hosting a dinner party for a bunch of his buddies. When Leo walked in, he was destined for a beating. He was thrown out into the apartment complex's bushes, his face bruised and swollen. He lay on the dirt, laughing. Even Leo himself didn't know what he was thinking. He rubbed the wounds on his face, hissing in pain. He turned on his phone and called Summer. Summer, do you have a minute? I want to talk. Leo, I've been so upset for so long. When I look for you, you're never there. Leo, you always treat me like some little puppy following you around. You never worry if I'll be sad. You think I'll never leave you, so you act like this. Is that it? Then let's break up. What was that last part? I said, let's break up, since you don't care about me anymore. Leo walked down the street in a daze. He had a chance to explain everything to Summer, but she was right. In the end, it really was his fault. But was I wrong? A powerful wave of guilt washed over him. He really hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities. But what do I really want? Leo started to feel confused. He walked into the land center where he used to work. He opened a game, but couldn't play. Someone asked him, Leo, what happened to your face? He didn't answer. His young face was reflected on the screen. He suddenly realized he had no idea what he wanted. He reviewed his short life. It felt like he was always being pushed forward by something. So what was I hustling for? Leo lay his head on the desk and laughed foolishly. He suddenly wanted to drink water from the fish tank. So he did. He wanted to go to the children's park and lie on the low wall to sunbathe. But it was night. There was no sun. He wanted to die. With a practiced ease, he went to the land center's storage room, found a rope, and walked out without a tear or a fuss. He found a big tree by the side of the road, threw the rope over a branch, and started to hang. He wasn't particularly sad. He wasn't being forced to die. He wanted to. It was like no one forces you to drink a Coke. You just want one. And then an old man with a ponytail walked by. He mistook him for some clout-chasing influencer and ended up saving him. And that video of him hanging from the tree spread all over Riverbend. Silas just had too many contacts on his WhatsApp. Summer woke up the next morning full of regret. How could she have told Leo she wanted to break up? This little thing couldn't possibly tear them apart. And then she saw the video someone sent her. From the blurry face, she recognized a familiar figure. Summer called Leo, trembling. She said, I don't want anything anymore. I want to come home. But the Leo on the other end of the video didn't look suicidal at all. He even seemed a little spirited. I found a new job that pays a lot. Paying for your songs is nothing. I don't want it. I want to come home. Coming home means paying a penalty. You should just focus on your music. No one knows more about making money from drinking than I do. You have to drink with people? That's how you make money. Listen to me. You become a big star and support me. I can't drink with people for the rest of my life, can I? The following story is also provided by Dr. Shaw. In the Cypress Lounge, Leo put down his phone and called his mom back. She'd been calling him nonstop for days, telling him to come home. Summer must have told her something. Silas patted his shoulder. Kid, you don't look like you're about to kill yourself at all. Only idiots kill themselves. Just because I was an idiot yesterday doesn't mean I'm one today. So, you figured out how you're going to live your life? Isn't it right in front of you? Take care of my mom, help my girlfriend. Oh, so responsible. Of course. Otherwise, I'll end up just like my deadbeat dad. Leo shook his head and walked downstairs, then shot back up. I got beat up yesterday. Is there any way to get them back and get my money? You're not getting the money back. As for getting him back, you can check the news. Silas handed him his phone. A story about a private propane tank exploding in a residential complex, causing serious injury to a Mr. Wong. So God couldn't stand it anymore and sent his angels down to punish evil. Your grandfather couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled some strings and let your dad off the leash. Are you insulting me? I think I heard something about someone's grandfather in there. It's nothing. The general direction of the story from here is clear. They did break up and get back together, a fact for which Summer apologized in the conference room. She said she didn't understand Leo enough at the time, because Leo never showed her the dirty, cockroach-like videos of his work. The daily work life she saw was him posing for photos with one beautiful woman after another. But that was Leo. No matter how you cursed him or hit him, he would always be like this, never showing his weak side. So, from the day Leo started working at the lounge, she couldn't sleep well. She dreamed of what happened between Leo and his clients. There were too many clients, too many girls around him. Even when he managed to find time to come to Boston to see her, he was forcibly taken away by some rich woman. That day, she had put on a new outfit, specially running back to take off her makeup after recording a song, leaving her face bare just the way he liked it, all to see him that night. But the message Leo sent was, I have to go crash a wedding. Who could stand all this? As his girlfriend, her heart was inevitably sour. It was like this, fighting and making up. She held a fire in her heart, trying to prove herself. But she was no longer a little wimp. She started to understand things in a more mature way. She was a vampire, sucking Leo's blood to move forward step by step. Even she couldn't deny it. But after she was done, what then? Was she to throw it all away and go back to living a simple life with Leo? Then what was all the money they'd poured into this for? Moving forward took more courage than letting go. She had to walk this path to the end, even if she had to grit her teeth. She walked a long road alone, experienced a longer journey. She began to become poised and confident. Her solo single started to gain traction. She earned the company's favor and resources. She suddenly realized her old way of thinking as a little follower was wrong. She couldn't beg Leo not to leave. She had to become exceptional. Then Leo would be drawn to her. Now, she was very close to her dream. After her single became a minor hit, and after a period of fermentation and packaging, she was finally about to take her first step onto a real stage. She was going to perform a live house. The day the performance was scheduled, she called Leo. "Can you come see my show? Can I get on stage and sing a song? We can only get close backstage." "That works too. It's your first show. I have to be there." Summer smiled happily. That day, she wore a red A-line skirt picked out by the company's stylist and stood on stage, radiant. Below, her fans waved light sticks and screamed. When the bright yellow spotlight hit her face, she saw Leo in the crowd, waving frantically. Tears streamed down her cheeks. From leaving Riverbend Estates to today, it had been exactly 1 year and 3 months. She had sweated buckets in the dance studio, sung her throat hoarse in the recording booth. Success is never achieved overnight. The tears crisscrossed on her face. She would soon achieve her dream. Leo wouldn't have to drink with clients anymore, and I wouldn't have to endure my man being with other people. When the show ended, she walked toward the backstage tunnel, waving a sneaky figure. She brought Leo to her dressing room and wrapped her arms around his neck, letting him lift her onto the makeup table. "Damn, you really look like a big star today. I'm about to become your fan. Later, kiss me first. Star in the front, sleep with the star in the back, is that it? Yours is a special ticket. Of course it comes with this privilege." As it turned out, seeing your star on stage and sleeping with her backstage wasn't going to happen. Her agent wasn't just for show. Anyone who could make it as an agent in this town had to be sharp, and this woman was a razor. She knocked and entered the dressing room, warmly inviting Leo to the after-party. Leo waved her off. "No need to bother. You guys go through the motions. I'll just find a hotel and wait for her." The agent, a woman named Laura, smiled and pulled up a chair. "Actually, I was hoping to have a word with you." "Then let's have it here." "Summer is in a critical phase of her career," Laura said, her tone shifting from friendly to clinical. "It's not a good time for her to be in a relationship, especially not with you." "I get the not in a relationship part. I don't get the especially not with you part. Your line of work is similar to that of a high-end male escort." "You don't have to say similar," Leo corrected her flatly. "That's what it was. If that gets dug up, it's explosive. Even if you quit today, that history can't be erased." Leo nodded, conceding the point. "I don't know much about the entertainment industry, but I spend enough time online. Put that way, I understand." Laura knew the story of Leo and Summer, so she'd come prepared for a battle. She was dealing with kids in their early 20s, still in that phase of blindly chasing love. She hadn't expected the boy to be so pragmatic, but then she worried that Summer wouldn't be. So she turned her attention to the young star. "Summer, don't mind me for being blunt, but you've worked so hard for this. How many chances does a person get to climb this high?" "Laura," Summer said, her voice soft but firm, "he gave me this chance." "Then think of it as an investment," the agent countered smoothly. He was an early venture capitalist. You make your money, pay him back with interest, and you've done right by him." In Laura's world, this argument was flawless. She was long past the age of romance. Cold, hard cash was the only universal truth. "He helped you, so you feel indebted? Fine. Take care of him financially." Summer shook her head, grabbing her agent's hand, trying to find some middle ground. But Leo stopped her. "Laura, right? Can we have a minute alone? Be my guest." The agent waved a hand and left. Some things were pointless for her to say. It had to come from Leo. Leo and Summer sat facing each other. He cut straight to the chase. "Summer, your agent's right. You've come too far to give it up now." "Then what do? We break up." "I don't want to break up with you." "Summer, why did you come to Boston?" "To change our lives." "Be more specific." "Change our lives is too broad. Going from a beat-up scooter to a Jetta is changing your life. So is going from a scooter to a Rolls-Royce." I wanted to make money, save up, so we could have a more stable life. You don't need to be a superstar for that, Leo said calmly. I pulled in over 100 grand in 6 months at the Cypress Lounge. We can write off the money we've already sunk into this. I work at the lounge for another year. I'll clear close to $250,000. We'll have more than enough for a stable life. I can borrow the money for your contract buyout from Silas. It just means I work a few more months. I can get my sugar mama in Boston to handle the legal battle. I just have to service her a little longer. So, under those circumstances, will you walk away with me? For a moment, Summer was completely lost. She had never even considered this angle. If all she wanted was a stable life, they'd had that option the day Leo walked into the lounge. So what was she doing this for? What was being a star really about? Leo didn't press her. He picked up a ukulele that was lying around the room and idly strummed it. Summer, over the past year or so, we've had all the little problems that couples have. You're sensitive, I'm stubborn, and I don't talk about my feelings. We both have issues. When things got tough, I get confused and spiral. It wasn't until I walked a very long road by myself, saw all kinds of people at the lounge. The night we decided to come to Boston, I already had a feeling this day would come. That word, but I never finished. What I wanted to ask was, do you really just want to pay off a debt? But I couldn't say it then, because I knew you hadn't even figured out the answer yourself. Leo leaned back in his chair and brought up a familiar name. I know a psychologist. She told me my problem comes from my sense of responsibility. I put on a tough face and denied it, but deep down I knew she was right. No, Leo, that's not it. I'll leave with you right now. Let's go home, okay? Let me finish. Leo pushed 2 chairs together and stretched, rubbing the small of his back, which was aching from jumping around in the audience. He then inexplicably pulled a bag of flamin' hot Cheetos from his backpack. Dr. Shaw said my entire adolescence was an attempt to prove to myself that I was a responsible person. And you were the way I proved it. That's not true, Leo. We've been a couple since we were kids. Then let's talk about our future plans. If your future is being a superstar, then what about me? You'll do whatever you want to do, of course. I'm asking you, what is it that I want to do? Summer froze. She had no idea. After 8 years together, she didn't know what he wanted. That in itself was a huge problem. It felt like she had never known. In a relationship so completely guided by him, it had never occurred to her to ask. Not the big things like, what's your dream? Or the small things like, why are you working that part-time job at the land center? Why didn't she ask? Because she was used to him doing all sorts of crazy things, and her job was just to follow behind him. So why did she leave Riverbend? Suddenly, she understood. Her mother's illness was just like all the other troubles they'd faced when they were younger. She was too fragile to solve it on her own. But this time, when the crisis came, besides hiding behind Leo like a coward, another, unknown path had opened up. She had no idea if that path was good or bad, but she'd taken it without much hesitation because for once, she wanted to be the one to turn things around. She didn't want to hide behind him anymore. But did she succeed? No. Without Leo, she'd still be just another anonymous trainee. So now, when Leo stood before her once again, full of the same confidence he'd had as a boy, and said, "Screw the contract, the lawsuits, the life. I can handle it all again. Will you come with me?" How was she supposed to choose this time? In the taxi, she clung to his arm, begging him, pleading for some kind of compromise. "You know, once you think it through, it's not so bad," Leo said, his voice gentle. "We've known each other for 8 years, after all." He opened the car door and got out. This time, it was her turn to see him off at the airport. At the terminal entrance, she said, "Leo, this was my first real show. When I've saved up enough money, I'll pay you back." "Consider it a graduation present," he replied. "That secondhand microphone was a pretty shabby gift. I'll definitely pay you back. Are you treating this as an investment, too?" "No. Leo, can we just cool off for a bit? Let me think, please." Summer's mind was a chaotic mess. It all felt so sudden. She was just like she'd always been, her head full of plans, big and small. And every time, Providence had seemed to smile on her. But this time, the plan had failed. The airport was swarming with people. Maybe it was a sign that she was really about to blow up because someone recognized her. They asked for autographs for photos. A small crowd gathered, curious, asking who she was, ready to look up the new celebrity. When she turned back, Leo was gone. All she could see, far in the distance at the end of the security line, was a silhouette waving goodbye. Airports are always cursed with the dual nature of departure and farewell. Leo turned and vanished in the crowd. Summer turned and vanished into hers. Leo didn't feel good that day. He went to the psychology clinic. As soon as he finished his story, Dr. Evelyn Shaw knew what was what. "This is why I told you that you and Summer weren't a good match. Summer's sense of self is incomplete, a product of her environment and experiences. Her fragile childhood made her constantly dependent on you, which is an unhealthy dynamic. If it continued, she was destined to be a vampire, feeding off you for her entire life. She'd already realized that just following you wasn't enough. She had to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, in thought and in action, to become an equal. That was the only way to truly escape her fate as a leech. Damn, the way you put it, I sound like the bad guy. No, all theory has to be based on practice. Summer's desire to change was meaningful, objectively speaking, but it ignored your feelings in the process. She was still blindly following your lead, and you were still stuck in your old, bad habit, taking on pointless responsibility. The moment you heard Summer's agent forbid the relationship, you immediately started testing her. When you learned her personal choice leaned toward continue being a superstar, you used your dominant position in the relationship to try and end it, because you chose to support her. Evelyn had alluded to it in her own stories before. If these two had just sat down and talked, if Summer could have come back and spent a few days with Leo, truly communicating, the relationship could have absolutely been saved. One wanted to change, the other wanted to support her. How could they not make it work? Summer didn't have to do anything. She just had to stand there, and no one could have beaten her. The weight of an 8-year relationship was no joke. But Evelyn would never say that, because she was a villainess. My job is to help Leo escape his psychological issues, to free him from the shackles of so-called responsibility. Whether you two get back together or not, what's that got to do with me? And even if I did tell him, did Summerlin have time to come back? When Leo left that day, his expression was heavy. Evelyn knew he hadn't broken free from his chains. If anything, they were heavier, because Summer hadn't chosen to leave with him. A person in the thick of it can never see their own heart clearly. He still cared deeply for Summerlin. This part of the story, of course, was also provided by Evelyn. When she recounted this in the conference room, Leo shot her a fierce glare. Why didn't you say all this back then? I was afraid it would earn Summer too many points. So you lied to me? I never lie, Evelyn said with a serene smile. I merely concealed a few potential bonus points for Summer. Summer really didn't have the time. As her popularity exploded, so did her schedule. Tours, endorsements, photo shoots. She was so busy she had no time for anything else. Late at night, she would secretly send Leo a message, then immediately unsend it. She was waiting for an opportunity, waiting until she had saved up enough money. She knew Leo wouldn't take her money, so she had to save up even more to do something big. In the process, she never realized that her methods were slowly starting to resemble Leo's. Because the template for change she had subconsciously set for herself was him. She thought everything Leo did was right. For 8 years, she'd thought that way. During this time, they still communicated. Summer had begged him to cool off before making a final decision, and after that, she never mentioned the breakup again. In her mind, everything was still the same. Leo would reply to her messages when he had time, and though their conversations were still fraught with tension, she held a grand plan in her heart. Everything will be resolved. P.S. The heavens did not give us Linyu, so the long night of web novels is filled with empty promises. Some hack author has been stringing me along for half a month. Summer Lin's tour date in Riverbend was September 9th at the City Arena, the day before the crash. Her mother came backstage, her eyes filling with tears of pride as she saw her daughter shining under the lights. Is Leo coming today? Probably not. Summer shook her head, looking down at the unanswered message on her phone, a silent cloud descending over her in the bustling backstage area. Finally, she decided to call him. She had prepared for this day, considered every possible angle. Hello, Leo? Can we meet and talk? I'm swamped today, but I can't wait any longer. Can we just get secretly married when we're old enough? I use your 100,000 and the 100,000 I earned to buy a house in Riverbend. We can have our own little home. We can even bring Buttercup to live with us. Summer poured out the plan she had been nursing in her heart for so long, tears streaming down her face. She thought to herself, it's so hard being Leo. How did he manage to bottle up so much pain and keep it all inside? In that moment, incomprehension turned into understanding. Why didn't you tell me sooner? He asked. You never used to say anything either. I reject your plan. Have a good show. We'll talk later. Summer was stunned. Was their 8-year relationship just over? An emotional bond as tangled as there couldn't possibly just be severed like that. It was impossible. Do you just stop seeing your family forever after one argument? That'd be a huge problem somewhere. What was it? The sensitivity she had suppressed for so long began to stir. But reality doesn't give you time to be sensitive. She had to go on stage. She was Summer Lin, the star. The success of her performance determined the company's revenue, the future of her entire team, whether the fans in the audience had wasted hundreds of dollars on their tickets. The day would finally come when the little coward who never had to be responsible for anything would have to step into the spotlight. Summer walked onto the stage numbly. The entire arena erupted in a roar of cheers for her. She saw her agent, Laura, nodding silently from a distance. She saw giant posters of her face hanging from the rafters. The concert was sold out, a sign that her future was about to explode. In a daze, she saw her frail mother, standing in the wings, weeping at her daughter's success. Even her biological father, whom she hadn't seen in years, had shown up. It felt like a lifetime ago. She was a singer of ethereal, soulful ballads. She wore a white, V-neck, floor-length gown adorned with feathers. The spotlight hit her, making her look like a holy swan. Behind her, a choir, accompanied by a cello, began to sing, Amani Nakupenda. Summer closed her eyes amidst the thunderous applause. She had walked so many roads alone, from the big things like writing and recording songs, to the small things like how to control her emotions and facial expressions on stage. She had done so well. She raised her hand, signaling the band to stop. She ignored her agent's questioning gaze. She wanted to sing a different song. It was something she hadn't discussed with anyone. But what did it matter? This was what Leo had taught her. You don't need to ask anyone. Just do what you want to do. What if I fail? You don't have to tell anyone that either. Just grit your teeth and swallow the pain. It turned out that from the very beginning, she had been trying to become Leo. From the day she decided to leave Riverbend, she had been learning to solve problems on her own. But the process was so hard. Or maybe she was just too stupid. In the end, it was Leo who had single-handedly dragged the 12-year-old coward up and turned her into a 20-year-old star. I am a flower you raised with your own hands. Why don't you want me anymore? Some images are impossible to forget. The buzzcut boy pulling at her skirt when the neighborhood kids excluded her. Peter Pan descending from the sky to shield her from rumors when they called her a fox at the school gates. Him slipping her a debit card at the airport terminal, a card holding 2 months of his savings. Him telling her not to worry about the money when it came to making her music. But now that she was finally on stage, blooming like a flower, he was nowhere to be found. With tears in her eyes, Summer Lynn leaned into the microphone. Why was it back then you ignored it all, the noise, the rumors, the storm, and you chose me? And why is it now, when we've chased our dreams, found our love, and the bitterness is sweet, that you've given up on me? September 10th. Summer looked at the familiar buildings of Riverbend Estates. It felt like a lifetime ago. Neighbors came out to gawk at the celebrity, as if she were a zoo animal. She ran to the Miller's house to find Leo. No matter what, she had to talk to him. Luckily, she didn't have to wait long. Even more luckily, Leo emerged from the house, hands in his pockets, wearing that same familiar smile. Don't worry, he said. Today is for you. Who was yesterday for? You're a big star now. Why are you still so sensitive? I'm here to pay you back. Not yet. Let's take a walk. Leo and Summer walked side by side downstairs. She had prepared so many things to say. Like, was there another girl? But she was used to admitting fault first. Leo, I'm sensitive. I didn't consider your feelings. I know I was wrong. It's not your fault. Leo brushed the dust off a bench, then sprawled across it, pulling out a pre-prepared bag of beef jerky and tearing into it. He spoke between greasy mouthfuls, telling her a story. The story of what had happened to him over the past 2 years. He told her he didn't answer her call that night because he was being held at the police station. He told her about the night he'd tried to kill himself, how he'd actually been pinned to the ground and beaten by 4 burly men. He told her about meeting Silas, about his trip to the small northern village of Cinder Creek, about being ruthlessly manipulated by his sugar mama, about meeting a dark and manipulative psychologist. He talked for a long, long time until the sun began to set. I didn't want to talk about any of this, he finished. But I think me not talking about things is definitely a problem. It's okay, she whispered. I don't mind. You really don't mind? Leo gently touched her earring, leaning in close until their eyes met. The one who never wanted to talk was finally talking. The one who was always sensitive was pretending not to care. But in that instant, all pretense shattered. Tears streamed down Summer's face. She sat down beside him. Of course I mind. I was so worried when you didn't answer your phone. My professor was yelling at me, and I was crying, and I missed you so much. And what's the deal with all those other girls? The past was like a wild wind, blowing in from a distant land, across plains and hills, over houses and rivers, swirling in the sky before being drawn into their lungs. Those seemingly long journeys had finally converged, becoming part of their bones and blood. They had both set out from Riverbend Estates, and after their separate journeys, they had returned to this bench. He was still the little boy who wouldn't say what was on his mind. She was still the sensitive, fragile little girl. But in the magnetic field between them, the stories they told were less like confessions and more like poetry recitals for each other. They wept as they spoke of their own pain in the relationship. And then, realizing it was all a misunderstanding, they wept for the other's pain. That's what a relationship is. You have to talk. All those sleepless nights and harsh words, which at the time felt like they were hacking at each other with swords, the pent-up emotions like wounds on each other's bodies. But after all the twists and turns, the old grievances and feuds seemed like nothing more than a dream. Because the starting point for everything, ultimately, was that she wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and he wanted what was best for her. So, can we still move into our new little house? Something big is happening tonight, he said seriously. I have something to give you. What is it? It's in my pocket. Hey. Leo's head shot up, a flash of panic in his eyes. He started searching the ground around him, frantically, trying to retrace his steps in his mind. Then he took off, sprinting in one direction. As he bolted, Summer lunged, forcing her hand into his. You're not running off without answering my question. After so many years, the two running teenagers reappeared in Riverbend Estates. They ran without a destination, past apartment doors plastered with flyers, past the old freezer at the corner store, past the old man playing his Eru, past the border collie and Sammy Ed wrestling on the lawn. They didn't stop for anything. Only the sun, which had been burning for 6 billion years, spared a sliver of its light to cast upon their running faces, hoping with all its might that they could outrun time. Unfortunately, no one in this world can outrun time. Leo, let's look for it later. Let's go see our house first. Didn't I tell you I rejected your plan? Why? I already told you. Your future is being a superstar, but I have my own future to plan too. I can support you. I'll give you as much money as you need. I've been your vampire for so long, just so one day you could be mine for a little while. No thanks. Leo stood at the entrance to the housing complex and, in a rare move, hailed taxi. Summer, I have something I have to give you. I need to go find it now. What is it? You don't need to know what it is, and don't you dare get curious about it. You just need to remember one thing. If I die today, find a way to get this thing to my dad. Why would you die? I probably won't, but I'm not completely sure about this thing. Leo looked directly into her eyes, brushing a strand of hair from her face. I watched your concert online last night. You're my idol. I don't want to be a star anymore, Leo. When my contract is up, I'm coming home. Don't talk about dying. Summer, you've grown up. You don't need my protection anymore, and I'm actually really happy about that. There are things I have to do, but what I need to give you is important. It might even be a matter of life and death, which is why I can only entrust it to you. You're the one who always listens to me, right? I'll pick a place and text you tonight to give it to you. Leo took 2 steps back, waved, and got in the taxi. He was still that same silent little boy. He never consulted anyone about his plans, gritting his teeth and swallowing the pain alone. Summer stood there, collapsing into sobs, 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. She was still a coward. She would never know what Leo was planning. Summer Lynn waited for a long time, but the call from Leo to come get the item never came. The word death circled in her mind. Setting aside their romance, they were childhood sweethearts who had known each other for 8 years. That was why Leo had chosen to entrust the item to her. From the perspective of love, perhaps they were unsuited in 1,000 ways. But Summer's loyalty would always lie with Leo. That sounds simple, but in reality, it's incredibly difficult. It's like how people in high-risk professions, when facing mortal danger, often give final authority to their parents, not their spouses. When you're in peril, the cost for your boss to save you is astronomical. But he offers your wife $1 million to settle the matter. Can you guarantee your wife will choose to save you 100% of the time? Others might be influenced by family, self-interest, or their own ideas. They might disobey or alter Leo's wishes. But Summer would only obey. She wouldn't be swayed by any factor. If Leo told her not to be curious, she wouldn't be. If he told her to only hand it over after he was dead, she wouldn't give it to Rick Miller if Leo still had a single breath left in him. But that didn't stop her from frantically guessing what Leo was up to. He had mentioned the Miller family business, so she could only guess in that direction. In her long wait, she received the news of Leo's car accident. But on that day, the coward finally used her brain. Once she confirmed Leo wasn't dead, she began to search for the hidden truth. On the night of the accident, she silently watched everyone who came and went. The first person she memorized was Isabella Vance. But that night, strangely, only Isabella came. The next day, she had planned to go and check on Leo, but he had amnesia, He had forgotten all memories related to women. She didn't even have time to be sad, because the fact he'd forgotten proved that even Leo himself couldn't tell who was a friend and who was a foe. She chose to continue hiding in the background, to observe, to figure out the intentions of the others who showed up. Surely one of them was the person who tried to kill him. During this time, she observed Isabella, Dr. Shaw, and Skylar Reed. It turned out, none of them seemed to be the culprit, and while she was in the background, the others took turns making their moves. She hadn't found the killer, but she was about to be pushed out of the picture entirely. She had no choice but to run to the Cypress Lounge. Facing a Leo who was a complete stranger to her, she was dumbfounded. Leo, we've known each other since we were 12 and started dating at 16. Even if you don't remember any of it, that doesn't change the fact that we're the closest people to each other. I'd like to agree with you, but I'm sorry, I really don't remember. I can help you remember. I can even start from the day you lifted my skirt when we were 12. Hold on. If you're trying to help me find my memories, you don't have to. But if you just want to tell me a story, I could be a good listener. From. Summer was on the verge of a breakdown. Wait, this story is really touching. I want to ask, what was their ending? This is our story. Our story? I sound pretty ruthless in your version. It sounds like you were my simp, not the other way around. Who said you were a simp? Summer was already starting to lose it. Let's assume everything you told me is true. When I woke up in that hospital bed, where were you? Summer desperately wanted to scream. Where was I? You were the one who told me to wait at home for you to bring me something. I should be the one asking where you went. But how could she say that? Leo didn't believe a single word out of her mouth. But this time, she had a new opportunity. Someone was playing tricks behind Leo's back, and this time, she would be the one to solve it. She had told Leo things like be careful of Dr. Shaw, because after observing everyone, she felt that Dr. Shaw was the most suspicious. Many of her actions seemed like something straight out of a movie about a psychopath. But she didn't know that Dr. Shaw was a psychopath. When you stare at a psychopath, you don't find evidence. You just risk being assimilated. Not only that, her position grew more and more precarious. She was about to be eliminated from the game. She had no other choice. On the day of a mafia game, in front of everyone, she chose to tell the whole story. In the conference room, Summer felt like an idiot. She had always wanted to be like Leo, to shield him from the storm for once. But it turned out she was terrible at it. She had almost lost the chance to even tell this story before the others kicked her out of the game. Her eyes welled with tears as she walked over and tugged on Leo's sleeve. We don't have to get back together, but can you just believe me? I'm really not the bad guy. I believe you. Sit down first. This story was different from any Leo had heard before. The second half actually made him laugh. No, seriously, does someone this clueless and inept actually exist in the world? Leo covered his face, trying to stifle his laughter. And here you were, with all your little schemes and tactics. I thought you were some kind of mastermind. He looked at her. Turns out your combat effectiveness isn't much higher than Skylar's. Hey, why are you comparing me to her? My combat effectiveness is very high. Skylar protested loudly. So, friends, Leo said, looking around at everyone, his gaze lingering on Evelyn and Skylar. Tell me, are there any holes in Summer's story? Evelyn was his psychologist. Skylar was his soul-level confidant. He had told him more of his stories than anyone. The first part has no holes, Evelyn said. I can't speak for the days around the accident. Leo thought for a moment. That meant his communication with Summer on the day of the crash couldn't be verified. And if it couldn't be verified, it had to be temporarily classified as false. Truthfully, Leo himself couldn't figure out the logic. There didn't seem to be anything on the USB drive that was threatening enough. If you told him it had a naked video of Ethan, he'd find that more believable. At least that would be useful if he gave it to Frank Miller. But a bunch of check-in videos from when they were dating? What was Frank supposed to do with that? Watch them to fondly remember his deceased son? Get real. Leo turned his head to look at the other 3 known handlers of the USB drive. The original hospital visitor trio, Skylar, Isabella, and Evelyn. Did you guys delete anything from the drive? P.S. To the king of gift-giving Epiphany. If you want to request bonus chapters, you can comment below this with when you'd like them. Thanks, boss, you're a legend. When it came to the question of lying, Dr. Shaw clearly had something to say. I did delete things, she admitted coolly. But I can assure you, the contents of your USB drive were all routine daily videos. The purpose of the drive was to collect data on your daily behavior to better assist in your treatment. Skip the rest. Tell me what you deleted. I deleted very little, and it was all related to Summerlin. Mostly just some of your heartfelt confessions of love to her. I confirmed that none of it had any connection to the Miller family. Leo didn't nod or shake his head. He leaned in close to Evelyn, his eyes locking onto hers. You can hide things your way. But when I ask you a direct question, you can't lie. Otherwise, you could go fend for yourself. Relax, Leo. I know your boundaries better than you do. Good. I believe you. Without hesitation, Leo's gaze shifted to Isabella Vance. The question was unsaid, but hung heavy in the air. Since she wasn't wearing any makeup, Isabella could rub her face without restraint. I did delete some content, she said, her voice direct. Was it important? It could play a significant role in the family power struggle. And you kept something that big from me? Leo's expression was more one of confusion than anger. It just felt so out of character for Isabella. If anyone else had been muddle-headed enough to do it, he could accept it. But for it to be Isabella, it was just strange. She wasn't the type to let sentimentality get in the way of business. A matter related to the family war, and you chose to hide it from me? Don't look at me like that, she said, her voice sharp, because that video is useless in anyone's hands but mine. First, tell me what it is. It's about her. Isabella pointed a finger toward the corner, where Payton sat in a daze. Seeing all eyes suddenly on her, Payton froze. Huh, it involves me. More than just involves you. Isabella sneered in response. She drew her long legs in, stood up, and began to speak. The video I deleted was taken at the Cypress Lounge. It's of you and Payton. Remember how Payton just said she wouldn't dare leave any evidence of her scheme against Rick Miller? Well, she didn't, but you did. Leo's mind flashed back. He suddenly remembered something he'd seen on the drive during Skylar's birthday party. Payton, sitting at a table in the lounge, with a file folder in front of her. That was the file folder about the Miller family that he'd seen after his amnesia. So all their discussions about the crash plan had happened at the lounge. The video I deleted from the drive, Isabella continued, was one you covertly recorded while Payton was drunk. You said, "Here's to our plan to take down Uncle Rick being a success." Payton glanced back nervously, but didn't see anything, just nodded and grunted in agreement. The open file folder was on the table. "Here's to our plan to take down Uncle Rick being a success." Payton glanced back nervously, but didn't see anything, just nodded and grunted in agreement. The open file folder was on the table. Payton's face was even paler than Leo's. She looked up at him in disbelief. "You never trusted me? Should I have?" Leo met her gaze without flinching. "You never trusted me? Should I have?" Leo met her gaze without flinching. His words left Payton with nothing but a bitter laugh. She didn't even know how to argue. Her whole life, she'd been dealt the worst hands. No matter how skilled a card player she was, you can't turn a losing hand into a royal flush. Before this whole mafia game started, she'd even managed to console herself a little. My hand may be crap, but at least the ex-girlfriend's is worse, right? It's obvious all these players with good cards are teaming up to take her down. But after silently listening to the whole story, she realized something. Not only was the ex-girlfriend's hand better than hers, but the final outcome of this game was just going to add another leaking wall to her already dilapidated situation. Seriously, who did I piss off? Leo sat in his chair, silent, eyes closed, a storm of thoughts raging in his mind. The evidence is plausible, he thought. The proof that he was conspiring with his cousin's wife against Rick Miller was critical. On the surface, it seemed like it would only take down Payton. But in reality, if Leo had actually died and that evidence had been given to Frank Miller, the ultimate result would be the finger pointing straight at Rick. Frank's argument would be, Rick might not have actively targeted my son. He could even use the "I was out of the country and couldn't handle the emergency" excuse for Ethan's crash. But his daughter-in-law was in contact with my son from the very beginning, even soliciting his involvement in the crash. Are you still going to tell me you didn't know? Of course, all of this was predicated on Leo actually dying in the accident. In other words, if he had died on the spot, without ever meeting a single Miller, without even setting foot in the family home, he had preemptively left behind an opportunity for Frank to play a winning hand. In that context, Summer's story was perfectly logical. When it came to a matter of life and death, Leo had ultimately placed his trust in the childhood sweetheart he had weathered 8 years of storms with. But that made Leo even more confused. Why would Isabella hide something like this? Even if he didn't die, this evidence was clearly still useful. In Rick and Ethan's eyes, Payton was absolutely loyal. So loyal that she had been the one to lure Leo out to complete their plan. If Leo had emerged unscathed, Rick's suspicious nature would have certainly been triggered. Did Payton team up with Leo? But Leo had nearly died. That made it impossible for Rick to be suspicious. If I still suspected you after Leo nearly died, I'd have to be an idiot. A huge weakness had forged a solid foundation of trust. No one suspected Payton of turning. Even if she turned later, Rick would just tell Leo that she was the one who tried to kill him. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Frank Miller could take her out in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. So, under these circumstances, if Leo hadn't died and had given this evidence to Rick, Payton would have been in deep trouble. A mafia game where only the cousin's wife gets hurt would have been achieved. Isabella definitely would have thought of this. Why did she hide it from him? Because even you don't know if you should use this evidence or not, Isabella said, her voice cutting through his thoughts. When it's useful, I'll definitely use it. When it's useful, I'll definitely use it. If this evidence was placed on your Uncle Rick's desk, it would mean your cousin's wife might cease to exist. Isabella shifted her position, now sitting directly across from Leo, maintaining eye contact. Could you do it? Could you do it? You underestimate me. I'm famous for my ruthlessness. But you would hesitate, because it's a decision that could determine someone's fate. You would subconsciously worry that your memory loss might lead to a misjudgment, causing you to personally destroy a good person trying to change. But I won't hesitate. I'm famous for my ruthlessness. Payton, I can tell you this responsibly. The power of this evidence in my hands is far greater than it would be in your father-in-law's. In this family war, if anything happens to Leo, whether it's your fault or not, you better be prepared, because you'll be the first one to be buried with him. When a certain Boston socialite went full power, the room was destined to become her stage. Leo's expression was dark. He was facing the inevitable conflict that came with being involved with Isabella Vance. He had his own opinions. She had even stronger ones. The contents of the USB drive had passed through Evelyn's hands, but at the time, Evelyn didn't know the Miller family story and hadn't thought much of it. Only Isabella had keenly spotted the connection, secretly deleting that part and backing it up. This video was most valuable in her hands. If not in her hands, was she supposed to give it to those two college girls? She couldn't even give it to Leo, because he might hesitate. So, she figured she'd just keep it herself and not even tell him. If he knew, he might even try to stop her from using the evidence. When she wanted Payton to disappear from a game, she had to disappear. And why could she do this without going through Frank Miller? Because her last name was Vance. The reason Leo's face was dark was because he knew, of course, that Isabella was doing this for his own good. But the method just rubbed him the wrong way. You assume I'll hesitate, so you just stubbornly stick to your own plan? The choice here should be mine. At the very least, you could have discussed it with me before making the decision, right? Leo sighed in frustration and shot Isabella an irritated look. Give me the video later. I'll let the lying slide. This lie was a bit more than he'd expected. He was definitely angry that she had lied. But looking at her, radiating pure power, he found he couldn't quite muster the rage. What a mess. I didn't lie. This was at most a concealment. Call it what you want. Give me the video. No. Evelyn watched them bicker with a smile. You think I was kidding when I said their personalities were incompatible? This is what I was talking about. At this rate, they'd be arguing over who was on top when they were otherwise engaged. Ah, youth is wasted on the young, Evelyn mused. To mistake a queen for a kitten. She wasn't worried at all. As the most overpowered player in the room, she had anticipated this scene. Did they really think she was here today, just to be Skylar's bestie? Let's not argue, everyone. We haven't resolved the last issue. Since there was indeed something to be given to Summer Lynn, it validates the logic of her story. So, doesn't that prove they are still in a relationship? Evelyn's words dropped like a bomb. It wasn't just the other girls who were shocked. Leo was too. How did you reach that conclusion? I deduced it from the story. A little bit of inference is all it takes. First, the core issue between you two was a series of misunderstandings and conflicts born from personality clashes, a long-distance relationship, and life pressures. These things could drive a person crazy. But luckily, after you both walked your separate paths, you still chose to stand before each other. Second, you resolved everything downstairs. The fact that you chose to entrust her with something so important proves, at the very least, that you still trust her the most. Evelyn held up a full sheet of A4 paper, covered in notes, showing Leo all the key points she'd jotted down. Leo offered the most important counterargument. I broke up with her before the accident. That breakup of yours sounded more like playing house than anything else, Evelyn retorted. It was more like a final farewell before a big mission. Like a soldier in ancient times leaving for the battlefield, hugging the village beauty at the town entrance, tears and snot everywhere. Susie, I don't know when I'll return from this journey. Don't love me. There's no future. Find a good man and marry him. Willow Shung listened to this story and thought that actually sounded about right. It sounded so tragic. Her brain even automatically started playing a classic sad country song. Go on and marry a good man, though that ain't what I want in my heart. Ugh, so tragic. Willow looked down at her phone, trying to hide the tears welling in her eyes. Then she saw a text from her mother. Willow, how's the date with your fiancé? Mom, I just heard a really heartbreaking story. Why can't people who are in love end up together? who couldn't end up together. Tell me all about it. Clearly, Mrs. Shun was also a loyal fan of melodramas. It's about Leo and his ex-girlfriend. Willow typed out the words, then silently deleted them. But her mother was still pressing. She had no choice but to reply, omitting the names. It's about a fiancé who had to watch her fiancé and his ex-girlfriend reminisce about their tragic past. Oh, I've seen that plot a million times on TV, Mom said. That fiancé deserves to suffer. I don't know what those scriptwriters are thinking. In those dramas, the fiancé is always just standing there crying. Why doesn't she ever go up and fight the ex? Mom, the heartbreaking story I'm talking about is the one between the fiancé and his ex. Nonsense. The fiancé's story is obviously more tragic. She's about to get cheated on, and she's just standing there watching. Mom, don't ever talk to me about TV shows again. Willow, why are you getting so angry with me over a TV show? Mom, in this show, the fiancé's story isn't tragic at all. She's not sad at all. That's just because they haven't gotten to that part of the plot yet, her mom replied. Mom has over 20 years of experience watching K-dramas and soap operas. Those writers always build up the angst. The next thing you know, the fiancé will witness the cheating, see them rekindle their old flame, or end up raising the child he had with his mistress. It just gets more and more tragic. Mom, if you say one more word, I'm never coming home for dinner again. Willow, why are you getting so angry with me over a TV show? Willow took a tissue from Payton, mumbled a thank you, and looked at the scene unfolding. Tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. She sobbed and muttered to herself, Mom is talking nonsense. This isn't tragic at all. Back at the center of the battlefield, Skylar Reed voiced her opposition to Evelyn's theory. No, Leo is very rational. He would never do something like that. Leo is rational with you because you're not in a relationship with him. In a real relationship, there's no such thing as absolute rationality, Evelyn countered. Skylar walked around to the head of the table, slammed her hand down, and raised a fist in the air. I am now the representative of absolute justice, Captain Justice. I am here for three things: fairness, and more fairness. Dr. Shaw's speculation sounds plausible, but it's all subjective inference. It's not logical. Overruled. Evelyn was at a loss with Skylar. Who invented this creature? Why was she always opposing her? Then please, Your Honor, what is your opinion? My opinion is that the unverifiable second half of Summer's story is all fake. She made up a convenient story to blur the concept of the breakup, to make everyone think it never really happened. So let me reconstruct Leo's thinking. He definitely broke up with Summer for good, and then chose to give the USB drive to Isabella. Because Leo is the smartest. He knew who could make the best use of it. Skylar's analysis was sharp and on point. Her position in this mafia game was swinging wildly. She was the ultimate moderator. At first, Leo thought Skylar's theory was a bit of a stretch. But if you thought about it, it actually made perfect sense. At the very least, giving the USB drive directly to Isabella was far better than giving it to Summer. It would not only keep Summer out of the mess, but also ensure the drive was used to its full potential. Because if Leo died, he couldn't make any more judgments about what happened next. When to use it, if at all, required someone with an excellent strategic mind. Isabella was clearly the more suitable choice. This is getting tricky, Leo muttered. The situation had become very strange. Aside from the collateral damage Payton and the emotionally devastated Willow, the room had split into two factions. Evelyn and Summer formed the Rekindle the Old Flame party. Skylar and Isabella formed the Isabella is Competent party. As the main subjects of their respective factions, Summer had never expected Evelyn to take the lead on a pro-Summer argument. Isabella had never expected Skylar to speak up for her. It had to be said, the cast Leo had assembled for this mafia game was incredibly well-rounded. Evelyn, the rhythm master versus Skylar, the voice of objectivity. Summer, the ex-girlfriend versus Isabella, the fiancé-in-waiting. The debate centered on one question. Was Summer's story true or false? One side said the breakup was just a pre-accident farewell. The other said the story was fake, and the USB drive should have been with Isabella. And the man at the center of it all, Leo, listened with a calm expression, constantly integrating new information. This was the whole point of the mafia game, to dig up the truth through confrontation. But it seemed they were at an impasse. The second half of Summer's story was truly unverifiable, because on those 2 days around the crash, Leo had spoken to them all separately, with no possibility of information crossover. Leo was about to suggest a truce to ease the tension, but his gaze fell upon Isabella, sitting with her legs crossed in her chair. Her familiar blue eyes were shining with a strange light. Leo quietly sat back down. because it looked like Isabella Vance had something more to say. With no new evidence likely to emerge, the matter was destined to end here. Leo had always operated on the principle of before the amnesia, I owed no one anything. After the amnesia, I'll do as I please. If things continued like this, the end of this mafia game would inevitably be Leo and Isabella riding off into the sunset together. Isabella had concealed things, yes, but Leo felt it was still a matter of differing personal opinions. Her unilateral decision wasn't driven by selfishness. Keeping the evidence for herself didn't benefit her personally. Wasn't she still just trying to help him? Of course, the issue of her acting on her own still needed to be addressed. But not here, and certainly not through an extreme confrontation. When it came to communicating with women, Leo clearly had more ways to achieve a bloodless victory. And right now, Isabella had something to say, so Leo let her speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I lied. We can talk about that other thing in private. That was just concealment. I lied about Summerlin. Some words are weightless. Others are like a sharp blade, capable of instantly cleaving a noisy conference room in two. On one side was everyone else. On the other was Isabella. She knew Leo had given her plenty of chances. Since last night, he had been repeating it. Don't lie, don't lie, don't lie. But she hadn't felt much panic. Because unless Leo regained his memory one day, this lie could never be exposed. The only way it could be exposed was if she said it herself. When you came back looking for the USB drive, you did mention that it was to be given to Summerlin. I didn't understand and asked you why, since you'd cut ties with everyone. You told me about your conversation with Summer that day. The details were more or less what she said. Your exact words at the time were, "In this matter, I only trust Summer." After saying this, Isabella closed her eyes. The original hospital trio had all hidden Summer's existence for different reasons. Skylar simply wanted Leo to escape his dark past. She felt he was unhappy. Evelyn did it for her bizarre theory of love and hate. Only Isabella was acting purely against the ex-girlfriend. She just wanted possession, because she was different from all the other women here. Only she and Leo maintained a pure relationship of pursuer and pursued. A classic drama of a woman falling for a man and relentlessly chasing him. I just want to be with you. I just don't like your ex-girlfriend, and I don't want to see you involved with her. I just want you for myself. Otherwise, who would participate in a stupid little game of listen to the ex-girlfriend story? So the night before their night of passion, she had frantically asked him, "Can you really clear your heart and only have me in it?" Leo had answered yes. She had asked, "What about Summerlin?" Leo had said, "I broke up with her before I lost my memory." What Leo said wasn't wrong. He did break up with her before the amnesia. But why, in the final choice, did you still choose Summerlin? So did you really break up with her in your heart? Isabella found listening to the story agonizing. She didn't know the full story of Leo and Summer. Her imagination wasn't even good enough to fill in the gaps. But that didn't stop the image of childhood sweethearts from forming in her mind. Even after hearing the whole story, she could have chosen not to speak. If she didn't, no one could prove it. Leo wouldn't believe anyone's one-sided story now. To hide this lie, when Leo had asked her for the indoor security footage from the day of the crash, the master editor had even chosen to cut the footage. Chapter 77, but now she spoke. It wasn't because her conscience was bothering her. She'd been lying since Leo lost his memory, about Summer, about the USB drive. It was laughable. How many capitalists speak the whole truth? What truly made her speak was the memory of herself crying that night, asking, even with a second chance, why can't I get it right? At the time, she had still been her most selfish self, hiding Summer's existence when he was discharged from the hospital. But all that got her was barely maintaining a connection as a business partner. But the Leo of that time had told her, it's okay. Now was the second chance. But why is it that for most people, trying again and again leads to the same result? Because if you really knew how to change, you would have changed already. Why do people advise against repeating a grade unless there was an objective mistake? Because if you do it again, you're subjectively still likely to be the same old you. Some things can't be redone just by saying you're starting over. Looking at the inexplicably pathetic figure of Summer after she finished her story, Isabella belatedly realized she was still walking down the old path. She was a proud person. That sense of defeat was the real factor that influenced her decision. So after speaking these lies, she didn't wait for Leo's response. She stood up, grabbed her car keys, and pushed the door open to leave. This time I was wrong, so I'm withdrawing from the competition. I lost again. I accept it. Isabella, there was no point in hiding this from me. Do you think telling me changes anything? I'm sorry, I lied to you. I'm asking you, what was the purpose of a lie? I'm leaving. I need to get this straight with you. I was wrong, that's all. Isabella shook her head without another word, turned, and walked out. Leo felt his heart rate was about to hit 200. He truly admired his past self. To have dealt with her for so long without developing high blood pressure was a medical miracle. Dr. Shaw, I'm asking you, why can she and I never get on the same wavelength? Don't put yourself down. If there was a competition for how to communicate with Isabella Vance, you'd be the undisputed champion. For reference, see her ex-fiancé. Leo thought his emotions were actually very stable. But facing an opponent like Isabella, he was about to explode. This lie about Summer, would it have changed anything if she had told him earlier? The thoughts of such a self-centered person were truly hard to understand. Leo finally managed to calm himself down and walked over to Summer. Continue with your work, as usual. If you want to terminate your contract, you can tell me now. Okay, I'll be going then. Summer didn't mention terminating the contract and obediently picked up her things to leave. But after a moment's hesitation, Leo called her back. Summer, my brain is broken. I'm sorry that it's hard for me to empathize with you. But this is an illness, and I have to accept it and the impact it has on my life. Love isn't the only option in life. You need to look forward. It's okay. I did a lot of things wrong, too. This is what I deserve. Don't feel too much pressure. I'm doing great now. Summer was crying, but she waved a small fist in the air as she left. See? Evelyn said, as Leo sank wearily into a chair. She leaned against the corner of the table, facing him. Only I can truly empathize with you. You really know how to stir the pot. Isn't that why you call me here? Evelyn scanned the few people left in the room. Isabella and Summer were gone. Payton had slipped out at some point. In the corner, Skylar and Willow were whispering about something. This gave Evelyn the chance to speak freely. Even from today's perspective, Summer is still the best personality match for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lasted 8 years. If personality compatibility was all it took to be together, we could solve the birth rate problem just by matching personalities. The feeling of loss is still a major block for you, isn't it? Isn't that obvious? Is having $100 million in your account the same as hearing you have $100 million in your account? So you rush things? You shouldn't have made a choice before regaining your memory. This hasty decision doesn't align with your usual rationality. Go on. As you dug up more and more information from the past, you fell into a cognitive conflict. You were rushing to prove that you are you. The past is the past, and your current thoughts aren't influenced by it. So you hastily chose Isabella, who represented a relatively pure past and a shared future. Leo laughed at that. Evelyn laughed too. Want to come over to my place for a therapy session? Why would I need therapy if I'm not sick? The biggest cognitive error patients make is drawing a line between normal people and patients. In reality, every normal person is a potential mental health patient and needs appropriate counseling. Perhaps, but the problem you described doesn't exist for me. Go home. Leo, I stirred up all this drama and gave you a free consultation, and you won't even drive me home. Your motive is too obvious. I suggest a more subtle approach next time. Evelyn wasn't gritting her teeth, as he might have imagined. Leo would come to her sooner or later. She considered her analysis of his psyche to be very objective. He was definitely in the midst of an internal struggle. Amnesia patients are very prone to this. The only one she needed to be wary of now was Skylar. If Skylar suddenly jumped in and purified Leo, her plan might go up in smoke. A radiant little son like Skylar was the lifelong enemy of a psychologist. Not only would she never get her money, but she might even lose other clients to her. Leo, want to go to the park and soak up some sun? Skylar bounced over. No, I'm annoyed. Then do you want to join my adventure plan? The sudden question made Evelyn's heart leap into her throat. Wait, how do we jump from the park to a round-the-world trip? No, running away isn't the solution, right? Exactly. So you need to defeat them quickly. Dr. Shaw, let's go. Skylar gave him a knowing smile, then looped her arm through Evelyn's and started pulling her away. I wasn't planning on leaving yet. Dr. Shaw, I think I have psychological problems. You absolutely do not have any psychological problems. If any colleague of mine says you do, I will report them to the association. Dr. Shaw, is jealousy a psychological problem? How'd yours get so big? Don't touch me. Only 2 people were left in the room. The fiancé. Why didn't you leave? Leo asked. My mother invited you to our house for dinner. Please thank your aunt for me, but I think I want to be alone for a while. For occasions like today, is it possible for me not to attend in the future? Didn't you come on your own? All right. Willow paused. That wasn't what she meant to say. I mean, I've asked you if it was okay for me not to come. Of course. But why are your eyes red? No one even mentioned you. Willow covered her eyes, feeling mortified. To cry herself to tears without even being attacked was a new low. My heart is just a little chaotic. It's fine. My heart is chaotic too. Recite a verse for me. Clear my mind. A rootless tree, its blossoms pale, adrift in the world, a ship without a sail. Life's a bitter sea, a fragile boat, tossed here and there, forever afloat. Chapter 167. Are you saying I'm not free? Your heart is in turmoil, Willow said softly. So I thought it was fitting. What do you do when your heart is in turmoil? I go to a very quiet place. Do you want to come with me? No, I'm good here. Willow nodded, took 2 steps toward the door, then turned back. Leo, you're really not free right now. Who in this life is ever truly free? Relative freedom is good enough. But you're not just not free. You're more like, you're rushing somewhere. Leo's head snapped up, and he stared at her. The look terrified her, and she stumbled back 2 steps. Don't kill me. I didn't say anything. I'll go with you. A place of cultivation requires a special environment. That's why there are famous mountains and blessed grottos. It's all about a serene environment, about being one with nature. Your method of cultivation is fishing. I catch small fish to take home for my cat. You've really got life figured out. The shimmering lake reflected their 2 faces, one behind the other. Willow wasn't short. In fact, if you compared, she was only a little shorter than Isabella. She wasn't some master angler, either, but the way she baited her hook showed she had plenty of experience. Do you actually catch anything here? I can usually get 3 or 4 small ones a night, about the length of my middle finger. That's it. Why not go to a fish farm? It's enough for the cat. I don't need to catch more. But this is so slow. Leo, you're in such a hurry. Willow washed the bait off her hands in the lake, then used her arm to brush her hair back from her face. She sat quietly on her small stool, her gaze fixed on the water, motionless. The cool moonlight dusted the side of her face with a layer of white frost. Can you really think clearly just by sitting here when your mind is a mess? Sitting here is about not thinking. Isn't not thinking just running away? Willow shook her head. Form is emptiness. What you resist persists. What you accept disappears. Explain that better. Or give me an example. Not thinking is about not resisting. For example, you probably think I'm a total pushover. But as long as I don't try to shed that title, I'll never feel conflicted about being a pushover. So you choose to accept it. It's hard to genuinely accept a negative label. So I choose to accept the level above it. I allow others to have their opinions of me. Since I genuinely allow them to judge me, I naturally accept the negative labels that come with it. Have I, or anyone else, ever called you a pushover? No, but I know it in my heart. A real pushover wouldn't know it in their heart, Leo mused. He found Willow quite interesting. A girl so full of simple, domestic charm really did have her own philosophy on life. Calling her a pushover didn't seem quite right. Suddenly intrigued, Leo cast his line and sat down on a stool. So, master, how should I solve my problem? I'm not a master. You were the one who wanted to come fishing with me. Let me rephrase. Is there anything you want to say to me? I think you're in too much of a hurry. It's like something is chasing you. So how do I slow down? I don't know, because I've always been slow. My mother is always disappointed, saying I'm too slow. Today she even wanted me to go fight your ex-girlfriend. Skylar has already made so many plans, but I'm still just reading books and raising my cat. I was even the last one to leave the conference room. Everyone is so fast. Only I am slow. Don't you cultivation types have a saying about how more haste means less speed? I'm not a cultivation type. I just follow what the books say. It's just that sometimes slow people want to be a little faster and fast people like you want to try to slow down. Because there are no straight lines in nature. Even rivers have bends. It's a natural law. If the Yellow River didn't have so many bends, it couldn't have nurtured the people along its banks. So, people also need to take a turn sometimes. And you say you're not a master. Every word is a pearl of wisdom. So, give me your objective assessment. What should I do? That depends on whether you want a chance or an answer. If you keep talking in riddles, I'm going to punch you. The answer is the story from before your amnesia. The chance is the choice you have after your amnesia. If you obsess over finding the answer from before, you'll be stuck in an endless loop of second-guessing. If you rush to seize the chance you have now, you'll regret it in the dead of night. After her long, dry-mouthed speech, Willow pulled a bottle of water from her bag and drank it down. A moment later, she seemed to realize something. I've made myself clear, so don't hit me. So I have to choose one path to stop my mind from being a mess. It's about being clear that you must make a choice, not about which one to choose. But it's a really hard choice. After all, the person before and after the amnesia are both you. Willow leaned against a large tree, her brow furrowed, clearly troubled by Leo's dilemma. I get it, master. I know what I have to do. Coming fishing with you was the best decision I made all night. Huh? What did you get? Willow looked at the ecstatic Leo, confused. But Leo just kept shouting, I get it. I get it. Master, I know what to choose. What? Willow leaned in, curious. I choose you. Willow's face flushed red, and she turned away. You. Just kidding. But I really do know what to do. Master, thank you so much. I will definitely help your dad take down Vincent Shung. You just focus on your cultivation. Oh, okay. Willow slowly turned her face back, staring silently at the lake, not saying a word. Master, I'll take you home first. Then I have to get going. I don't want to go home yet. Master, I'm already enlightened. Why are we still fishing? I haven't caught enough fish for my cat. I'll personally sponsor your cat's meals. No, I want to stay a little longer. Willow sat on her stool, her knees pulled together, but her eyes weren't on the bobber. They were fixed on a leaf floating on the lake. Master, is your heart still in turmoil? Do you need my help? It's calm, it's calm. I'm just enjoying the quiet. So I'm disturbing you by being here. You're talking so loud, and you're moving around so much, you're scaring all the little fish away. You should just go. Leo suddenly smiled. He walked over to the tree Willow was leaning against and stroked its rough bark. Master, why is the big tree so still? When a tree grows, it moves too. It's just very slow, so it's hard to notice. Then do you move too, Master? I don't want to move, because being slow is nice. Master, I've had another epiphany. Want to hear it? Just keep bothering me. I'm in a meditative state now, anyway. I can't hear anything. Leo draped his jacket over his shoulder and squatted down next to her stool, looking directly into her eyes. Master, the tree stands still as a stone. Are you, too, heavy with a heart of your own? The Afterglow lounge was graced by the rare presence of its owner. The manager followed behind her, bowing and scraping, asking if she wanted to go over the accounts. Find me a quiet place to drink. How many people should we reserve for? Just me. Right away. Under the waiting glow of blue and purple lights, the whole bar was like a submerged sea. Promiscuous men and women danced and drank, scheming how to end the night with a prize. Isabella Vance was scheming too. Powerful people rarely get bogged down by internal conflict. They find ways to pin the blame on others. Once the blame is shifted, the heart is clear. But today, she couldn't shift the blame. Leo had given her so many chances, and she had still insisted on her own way. She would only trust her fate in her own hands. She trusted no one. Just like the USB drive she had clutched in her hand. She thought Leo would hesitate, so she would find her own way. The matter with Summerlin was the same. The pressure her ex-girlfriend had put on her in the past was too great, so she had to resolve it her own way. Ultimately, she didn't trust Leo. Since you can't be completely mine, then letting go is the rational decision. As she poured glass after glass of liquor down her throat, the scene before her grew increasingly blurry. The words coming out of her mouth gradually changed. It's the same, no matter how many times I try again. She was never one to admit defeat, but she had to admit that on the path to winning Leo, she couldn't win. As her vision blurred completely, she teetered on the edge of passing out. She wasn't afraid of being taken advantage of. To be picked up in her own bar would be a laughingstock. The manager would arrange for someone to take care of her. Then she felt herself being lifted from her seat. Literally lifted. She wanted to resist, but her drunken body was limp and powerless. She saw the manager in her peripheral vision and wanted to call for help, but he was hesitating, unsure whether to step forward. It wasn't until she saw a familiar face that she obediently gave up the struggle. The rest of her memories were gone. She only remembered getting home that night, and there seemed to be a contract on the table. The keywords were something like $2 million, kept man, made. She knew all about being kept. That damn man must have regretted it and wanted to come back into her arms. Who knew? In any case, she would not lose. Chapter 168. The next day, Isabella Vance woke up with a splitting headache. She crawled out of bed and staggered to her feet, looking for water. Someone timely handed her a glass. She gulped it down before it suddenly dawned on her. There's some at my house. Her mind tried to piece together the memories. I was drunk, and someone carried me home? Who carried me home? Who else could it be? At this thought, Isabella rolled over and burrowed back under the covers. There was no way she was speaking first. Play dumb. She had to play dumb. But as she hid under the blankets, all sleepiness vanished. Her mind was racing, trying to guess the expression on the face of the person by her bed. Whatever. I remember signing another contract last night. Right? Something about money, being kept, a maid. Maid sounded a little weird, but Isabella's brain automatically skipped over it. I already treat Leo like my little trophy wife. Making him my mate should be fine, right? She tossed and turned, her legs practically wearing a hole in the sheets. The person by the bed still hadn't said a word. Isabella couldn't take it anymore. She cleared her throat and said, "Give me another glass of water." She could only hear the sound of water being poured, but no one spoke. A fire of rage ignited in her. "We re-signed a contract, and you're still not talking. Leo, are you mute?" "Ha ha 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 ha. I knew it." Isabella's eyes flew open. She shot up in bed, staring in disbelief at the person standing there. The laugh had belonged to a woman. "Anna, what are you doing in my house?" "I was here all night." "What gives you the right to sleep in my house?" "Lady, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I was the one who brought you home last night." "You brought me home? Where's Leo?" "Ooh la la. Where's Leo? Where's Leo?" Anna mocked. "Leo's in your dreams. The second you got drunk, you started muttering his name. I have no idea what's so charming about that little boy toy." Isabella clutched her forehead. The after effects of her hangover were kicking in, her memory fragmented. "Wait, Leo wasn't even here last night." "Nope. I just happened to be at the Afterglow, saw you drinking alone, and brought you back." "The manager didn't stop you? He knows I'm your best friend. Why would he stop me?" Anna had first appeared at the Afterglow for her birthday celebration, the day after Isabella was discharged from the hospital. Isabella was starting to believe her. The manager of the Afterglow didn't know Leo at all. There was no way he would have just watched her get carried off. For a moment, Isabella couldn't quite describe her feelings. She didn't want to talk, but someone was chattering relentlessly beside her. "Hey, you were fighting me when I was carrying you out last night, but then you stopped struggling. I thought you'd fallen asleep, but then you started mumbling, 'Leo, put me down, I wasn't wrong.' You're really one of those people whose body is more honest than their mouth. If you wanted to get down, why did you stop resisting? Shut up and go home." Ouch, look at you, so quick to turn on a friend. Isabella ignored her and went downstairs. She could only assume that last night's memories were a drunken fantasy. Not real. Better to just forget it. Then she saw the contract on the coffee table. "And you said Leo wasn't here? What's this contract then?" "I was about to ask you the same thing. You have a little spat with your boy toy, and you sell yourself into servitude." "What are you talking about? You're not making any sense." Anna held back a laugh, picked up the contract from the coffee table, and shoved it in Isabella's face. "See for yourself, little maid." Isabella snatched the contract and quickly scanned the contents. She felt her heart skip a beat. The space for Party A was blank. Party B was herself. Party A shall pay $2,000,000. Party B shall give of herself to serve as a maid. Yes, that's what the crudely written contract said. There were even a bunch of crossed-out sections. "Let me explain," Anna said, her voice laced with amusement. "You were drunk and slurring your words. One minute it was housework, the next it was household shopping, a whole bunch of nonsense. I couldn't understand any of it. So I suggested you just write give of herself as a maid. And you nodded in agreement. Being a mess while drunk wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was someone witnessing the entire thing and giving you a play-by-play commentary afterward." Isabella's toes curled in embarrassment. It was so awkward. Give of herself to serve as Party A's maid. Isabella silently tore the contract into pieces and threw it in the trash. She knew where the $2 million came from. It was what was left to the family's discretionary fund after expenses. And Leo had said he was giving her the money to invest. So, he was using it to buy her? "I was just drunk. Let's go out for breakfast. Why do you look so upset? We're best friends. I definitely won't tell anyone. Anna, if I ever hear the word maid again." Don't worry, I won't." Who doesn't say some nonsense when they're drunk? Especially after a breakup. Even the most stubborn person will spill their guts when they're drinking their sorrows away. "What do you mean, spill my guts?" You clearly misheard and miswrote it. I was trying to draw up a contract to hire a nanny. Why would I ever want to be a maid? "Oh, I get it now," Anna said, but her expression was still strange. "But it's still a little weird. Why were you hugging my leg and saying, 'I was wrong'? Does a person have to admit they're wrong before they can hire a nanny these days?" Anna covered her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Get out." Kidding. Why are you getting so angry?" "I wasn't drinking last night. You didn't bring me home. Nothing happened, you understand?" "Don't worry, I won't say a word. But you don't need to cook." Anna pointed toward the kitchen. A figure emerged, carrying a plate. "You're awake, Ms. Vance? What are you doing here?" Isabella stared in disbelief at Payton, who had just walked out of her kitchen. She suddenly felt that there was no way she could keep this under wraps. Anna piped up from the side. "Payton helped me carry you last night. Otherwise, I couldn't have even dragged you, let alone carried you." "How do you two know each other?" Isabella was completely baffled. "We met at a party. Payton is part of the Miller family, after all." The social circles in Riverbend were small. Anna was a local, so of course she knew Payton. Isabella's vision went dark. She kind of wanted to die. Anna would only dare to tease her a little. She couldn't get to Leo. But Payton. Isabella sat at the dining table with no appetite, just staring at Payton. Last night, from the bar to my house, you were there the whole time? I left as soon as you entered the bar. Phew. Name your price. Isabella tried to calm herself. She knew this cousin-in-law was a smart woman, and you can negotiate with smart people. Ms. Vance, it was just one meal. It's on the house. I'm talking about last night. Anna was the one who took care of you last night. I went straight to the guest room when we got back. If anything, I should be the one paying you for staying at your house. Isabella looked up at Payton and finally let out a long sigh. I can't give you the video from the USB drive. Even if I did, I would keep a backup. That's my bottom line. I don't mean that. If anything happens to Leo, you can put that video on Rick Miller's desk anytime you want. Then what do you want? Payton stood up with a sad, bitter smile. Ms. Vance, you should cherish the good hand you were dealt. How's my hand good? The way of apologizing you rack your brain to come up with is my daily routine. To you, you think it's a huge sacrifice and a great effort. But for me, it's a wish I could only dream of. Payton pointed to the shredded paper in the trash can, put on her coat, and walked out the door. Isabella sat at the table, shoveling food into her mouth, her mind a million miles away. Chapter 169. Let's rewind time to last night. Where did our dear Mr. Leo go, if not to the bar? He went nowhere. He spent the entire night being a dedicated fisherman. Some things really do require you to slow down to figure them out. When you're completely focused on one thing, your mind is no longer bombarded with a chaotic stream of information. That is true quiet. How come you haven't caught a single one? You've already caught all the fish in the lake. Your bobber is moving. Pull. How are you still daydreaming while you fish? Stop bothering me. Willow turned her head away in a huff. Leo was so annoying. When you tell him not to talk, he insists on asking all sorts of questions. You just had to ask, Master, are you too heavy with a heart of your own? Okay, fine, I admit that hit a nerve. But after you ask, why do you go back to fishing so quietly? Aren't you supposed to listen to me talk about my feelings? Now you're not talking. Ugh, how is anyone supposed to fish like this? I don't want to fish anymore. I want to go home. Master, I think your heart is in turmoil. You should fish a little longer. We could sit here and fish for a whole year, and it wouldn't solve my turmoil. Master, am I your inner demon? Leo grinned, tilting his head. Willow fell silent. She sat on her stool and shrunk her head back in her collar. MHM. Excellent. I love being the villain. A cunning and evil fiend. Mwahaha. Leo, is your brain broken? What part of the body does a mwahaha sound come from? Don't mind me. Evil demons just love to pluck the flowers of innocent cultivators like you. It would be nice if you really did. Willow turned her head back, resting her chin on her hand. Her temperament was slow, but she knew where her turmoil came from. She was not a brave pursuer. In most things, she was passive. In this matter of being his fiancée, if Leo had really married her and spent his life with her, she would have just accepted it. She hadn't met anyone she particularly liked in all these years. Now, someone had appeared who was perfect in every way except for the fact that he didn't like her. She might as well marry him, but he wouldn't marry her. He was just dragging it out. If it were just that, Willow could still summon the courage to say, why don't we just get married? But her original reason for becoming his fiancée wasn't pure. He was working hard to achieve her goal. What reason did she have to complain about him? I can only say this world is too complicated. Leo, what do you envision for our future? I'll call you when I need my fiancée to be present. I estimate that will be until my grandfather passes away. Will you cry when your grandfather passes away? We've seen my grandfather the same number of times. Would you be sad after such a brief meeting? I would cry, but maybe not out of sadness. It would be a kind of inexplicable emotion. Willow paused. She knew that this kind of mystical, profound feeling she had probably wouldn't be understood by anyone. Witnessing a person go from life to death is like damp moss. It grows silently in a person's heart. When it's discovered, you're surprised. Oh, it's moss. No one cleans it. No one pays any mind. But the next time you see it, you say again, oh, it's moss. Leo, how are you always able to describe a feeling in such a strange way? Because feelings are what I lack the most, he said, looking out at the shimmering water. Just like you witnessed my meeting with my grandfather. If I lost my memory, I could hear the whole story from you, but I could only sketch out a rough image of him. I could never truly recapture my feelings at that moment, let alone see an old man as a river of sorrow. He continued, my biggest mistake was rashly choosing Isabella when I lacked my own feelings. I thought the oppressive nature of our past interactions could be resolved. In reality, I underestimated the power of those past feelings. Are you saying you won't choose them anymore? Probably. Willow stared at Leo's eyes, her heart pounding. Before the Mafia game started, she had felt out of place, unable to fit in. Now all she could say was, thank God. Thank God she hadn't known Leo before. Otherwise, she would have been out of the game again. Willow's expression became unnatural. She stared. Payton was the ultimate life hack. Why did she slip out of the conference room without a word? Because she was secretly following Isabella and had left Leo a message. I'm following her. In case anything happens, you don't have to worry. A master of micromanagement. Willow heard the voice next to her ear and whipped her head around, a question mark written all over her face. I'm just texting Payton back, Leo said. She said Isabella got home safe. Aren't you not choosing them anymore? I said I wouldn't choose rashly. Besides, what if my memory comes back? Not rashly? Then you might as well choose all of them. You think I don't want to? Leo shook his head and laughed. People are selfish. Haven't the Taoist books you read taught you to face your inner desires? Besides, who hasn't fantasized about an orgy? You can say such vulgar things. You're the same. It's clearly a marriage of convenience, yet you're fantasizing about love. I don't know whether to call you smart or stupid. That's not true. At least your fantasy is completely unrealistic. You could never do that. If I wanted to, I could do it right now. For example, right now, I want to have sex with you. Afterward, I promise to marry you and live with you for the rest of our lives. Do you agree? That's still just one-on-one. Then I'll call Payton and promise her a son on the condition that she comes over right now. Why would I agree to that? If you don't agree, I'll call off the engagement tomorrow. Your father can send you wherever he wants. Willow lowered her head, silent. Her first feeling was that Leo was a truly rotten person. Her second feeling was an image. She had just seen Payton today. Certain scenes would inevitably form in her mind. When she belatedly realized the problem, she cursed herself internally. So awful. My cultivation is still not deep enough. The foolish little fairy still hadn't grasped some things. Like why ascetics choose remote mountains and ancient temples. Feng shui might be one reason, but a more important one is the lack of information. It's like going to one of those hyper-competitive boarding schools. You're only exposed to so much each day. You can't receive distracting information even if you wanted to. Your grades would naturally soar. If you threw Leo into any fairy's place of cultivation, it would be like installing a human TikTok for a fairy who knows nothing of the outside world. He would be a fairy bomber. You meditate facing a wall. He sits next to you talking trash. You get angry and beat him up. He might conjure up some vulgar image in your mind. The fairy can't sleep at night because she's thinking. Thinking makes her mind chaotic. A chaotic mind can't cultivate. And when she can't cultivate, she wants to hear him ramble some more. After all the rambling, the fairy suddenly realizes, oh no, my Taoist heart is in chaos. How did Yang Jian's sister, the third holy mother, fall in love with a mortal? Wasn't it because the poor scholar's little mouth could babble on about something different? That stuff you said about Payton, you were just kidding, right? Of course. Then if you want to, why don't you do it? Because it's too much trouble. Something that feels good is too much trouble. Willow didn't quite understand the logic. And after it feels good, what if I say we all go our separate ways? Would you agree? Of course not. Wait, I wouldn't have agreed in the first place. Can you use someone else as an example? You wouldn't agree. That means I would naturally be saddled with responsibility. I'd have to satisfy what you all want. But just one Summer Lynn and her dream of being a star nearly killed me. Everyone likes to feel good. But before you feel good, you have to understand what you want. If all that comes after feeling good is trouble, it's better not to feel good at all. Willow still didn't quite get it. She felt like a step in the logic had been skipped. Then you could just be irresponsible. You saying that is like a little bunny telling a big bad wolf, come and eat me, I'm not an endangered species. I think I'm about to get it. Hurry up and answer my question. You can call me a scumbag, that's fine, but I'm not human trash. Leo glanced at Willow's pensive expression. This time, he really did get up and start packing his things, ready to leave. Before he left, he had one last thing to say. Amnesia was a perfectly legitimate chance to retreat. Such a good opportunity for them to leave. But every single one of them was scrambling, worried they'd be a step too slow, scheming, plotting, pulling out all the stops. Before the amnesia, I didn't owe anyone anything. But after, not a single one of them was willing to come to me first and tell me the full story of my life before. Did they not know that what I needed most after losing my memory was to fill in the gaps? They knew, but they all had their own ideas and reasons. Everyone is selfish in love. Me too. Because countless selfish acts piled up, giving birth to all these big and small, tangled and endless stories. So between me in them. It's destined to be an inescapable bond. Only you are different, Willow shone. You have all the time in the world to enjoy the love of your fantasies without any burden. Not to get involved in this twisted mess. I'm a rotten person. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, you should probably stay far away from me. Leo felt he had made his point quite circuitously. Just saying you're a bad seed is useless. You have to be bad in a way that gives her a visual. You make her imagine herself with Payton. Then she'll truly realize what her future holds if she continues down this path. Want to get married and live a quiet life. What a joke. Leo's love life could never be normal. The twisted foundation was already laid. How could you ever straighten a house that was built crooked? Willow was silent the whole way, sitting in the car, deep in thought. She was still processing. Some things were destined to exceed Leo's expectations. He had indeed shown his rotten side. Had he really scared Willow? But did it really exceed his expectations? No. Leo had underestimated just how deeply ingrained his scumbag bad seed image was. Willow thought, that stuff about Payton, that's exactly the kind of thing Leo would do. Is there anything a bad seed wouldn't do? Reputation is a strange thing. If a person establishes a righteous persona, they might get criticized for drinking a beer. But if someone establishes a bad seed persona, the slightest bit of good will be praised as a highlight. A truly filial son argues with his parents over daily trifles, and the comments will be, his true colors are showing. A guy who beats his parents makes them one meal, and the comments are, so righteous. In short, Willow felt that it was normal for other things to be bad. Leo was never a good person to begin with. The only thing she was processing now was one sentence. Can he really be responsible? P.S. I won't be taking any more requests for bonus chapters for now. I want to build up a backlog. Don't waste your money, brothers. Chapter 170, while Isabella Vance was leaving Payton's and heading to her company with a sense of unease, Summer Lynn had already finished work and returned home. She had to go to the TV station to re-record some shots for a previous interview. This was a rare break for her. The new company wasn't fully up and running yet, so she finally had some time to escape her exhausting life and rest, to enjoy a moment of peace. Unfortunately, even with her face fully covered, she was still recognized while walking in the park with her mother. And the people who recognized her were a group of old men. Is that the little lady named Summer? What is it, Grandpa? Where's that boyfriend of yours, little Leo? I need to have a word with him. If you have a problem, you can tell me, Grandpa. The piece of junk he sold me is broken. Total scammer. The old man pulled out a pocket media player from his small cart. It was a radio with a screen that could play memory cards and USB drives. Old folks who couldn't use smartphones loved them for watching music videos and opera clips. As for why the old man said Leo scammed him, Summer actually knew about this. Because Leo really did sell to him. The two of them used to run a stall selling these things, all stuff Leo had scrounged up from his various shady friends. They sold everything at that stall, from little toys for kids in the park to these players. Grandpa, it's been 2 years. We only said we'd give a refund if it broke within a month. I don't want a refund. But little Leo said if it broke, I should find him. He'd fix it. How about this, Grandpa? I'll take it to a shop to get it fixed for you. I'll pay for it. The shops can't fix it. Only little Leo can. Summer was genuinely confused now. Since when did Leo have this skill? Should I give him a call and ask? Call him. Get him over here to fix it. Not understanding the situation, Summer had no choice but to call Leo. Leo, there's an old man in the park who wants you to fix his radio. I got it. If you're busy, I can just find a phone repair shop or something. No one else can fix it. Send me your location. I'm on my way. When they heard Leo was finally coming to fix the radio, a group of old men gathered around, chattering away. That little Leo has really made it big now. Haven't seen him in months. Then they all, in unison, pulled out their own radios. Grandpa, are all of your radios broken? Summer was getting more confused. Yep, it's that time. These things have a time when they just break. You would understand. Just get your little boyfriend over here. When Leo arrived at the park, chewing on a cucumber and sporting dark circles under his eyes, he saw the crowd of old men and his face soured. Grandpas, can't you find some other channels? We only trust you. We'll pay you for your trouble. Leo rolled his eyes, went to the convenience store, bought a popsicle, and asked for 2 huge plastic bags. He stuffed all the radios inside. No charge this time. Find someone else to fix them from now on. No way, little Leo. We've missed you these past few months. You miss me? You're so old I'm embarrassed to even call you out. We'll pay for your trouble. Double this time. $20. Fine. Leo casually handed the popsicle to Summer, slung the bag over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Leo, where are you going? To fix the radios. Summer glanced back at her mother, who nodded and gave her a little push, gesturing for her to go. Summer broke into a jog to catch up with Leo, still trying to figure out how to start a conversation. I'm going to get the scooter. You wait here and collect the money, Leo called out from a distance. Summer smiled brightly, turned back, and started collecting the money from the old man. $20 each. 13 people. $260. It had been a long time since she had held cash. The feeling of the bills in her hand took her back to a vague day in the past. Him, carrying a bag to set up their stall. Her, in charge of collecting money and keeping the books. The place where Leo fixed the radios was the land center. He tossed the bag to the manager and said, same as usual, $5 each. Leo, man, I don't think anyone will do it for $5. So you think it's not enough, huh? Fine, I'll throw in a bottle of Coke for each of you. $8 each. Damn, Leo, you're the man. I'm losing money on this. Come pick them up tomorrow. There are 13, don't lose any. You got it, Leo. After leaving the land center, Summer finally asked her question. What exactly needs to be fixed? Just downloading some videos. You're downloading porn for old men? That's a little illegal. I download those European music videos for them, the ones where they're barely wearing anything. These old guys love foreign women. But do you need to pay for that? Couldn't any phone shop do it? Would you be willing to go to a phone shop and be that person? These old guys would rather pay a little money to watch for a few months. Whenever they get tired of it, they just call me to fix it. Leo got on his e-scooter, justifying himself. I'm enriching the lives of retired old men. Just because they're old doesn't mean they don't have spiritual needs, right? You're amazing, Leo. You can even make money from this. I get by on 3 things. Discretion, discretion, and more discretion. I would never tarnish the benevolent, grandfatherly image of these old men. As they talked, Summer got on the back of the scooter. They chatted about nothing in particular the whole way, completely losing track of time. It wasn't until much later that she belatedly asked, Leo, do you hate me? It's hard to say. Some things he really had to thank Dr. Schaffer. For a person with amnesia, losing their sense of self is the most dangerous thing. It was Evelyn who had quickly helped Leo find his place, a spurned simp tortured by love. Your past was so bitter, so please enjoy your life after amnesia to the fullest. Leo had directed most of his resentment towards Summer, because even from an objective standpoint, it was clear that Leo hadn't had a good time in their relationship. But when all the firepower was concentrated on Summer, she had opened up and told her story. And as she told it, Leo had started to laugh. He thought it was such a big deal. It turned out to be nothing more than a light brushstroke. Love, hate, it was all the same. She never held a knife to his throat. In the end, wasn't his own choice. She wanted her comeback. He wanted his responsibility. He resented her, but he also resented himself. That's when Leo realized that the groundwork for this mafia game had probably been laid the day he was discharged from a hospital. It had nothing to do with amnesia. If he hadn't lost his memory, would the conflict between him and Summer not have existed? It was just that the amnesia had occurred, giving Leo a chance to reconcile with his past. In elementary school, not turning in your homework was the end of the world. But looking back in college, it was nothing. In college, a breakup felt like the end of the world. But after entering the workforce, you realize it was just that. After entering the workforce, a low salary feels so difficult. But after starting a family, the burdens only grow. To dwell on the past is to punish yourself. Because the most difficult problems in the world are the ones where you are in me, and I am in you. So, the mafia game, or whatever it was ultimately Leo's own reckoning. Even without amnesia, what would he have done about Summer? A downpour began, as if on cue. At the intersection, the little e-scooter seemed to pass through a strange magnetic field. In the overlapping light and shadow of the rain, they drove out of the land center and toward the distance. The scene blurred in the cascade of memories. Summer sat on the back of the scooter, her arms wrapped around Leo's back, sobbing. You only realize after all the twists and turns that the most precious thing in life was right in front of you all along. But you didn't cherish it. As for what that precious thing was, a top-voted comment under a video Summer had posted during a rainstorm 2 years ago could probably explain it. No regrets for being broke when you have the love you had when you were young. As the scooter passed through the curtain of rain, all the way to Riverbend Estates, the rain stopped. The sun broke through the clouds. They laughed, soaked to the bone, at how stupid they were for not just finding a convenience store to hide in. Because they knew that a long journey in a storm like this was probably their last. Remember to clock in on time for work. Roger that, boss. Leo waved goodbye to his past self. The sunlight passed through the humid air, creating a dreamlike mirage. In the distance, on a bench, the blurry figures of a young boy and girl appeared. The boy with a buzz cut, eating spicy strips, looked at the Leo holding a cucumber. The The boy suddenly jumped up. Why aren't you eating spicy strips? Why are you eating a cucumber? Leo smiled back. You idiot. You'll die from eating all that junk food. Long hair is so ugly, the boy jeered. Short hair is prickly. Leo retorted without missing a beat. Leo, do you have money now? Does mom still have to work? Have you taken responsibility? Is anyone bullying Summer? Is Frank Miller dead? Everything except Frank Miller being dead. I've done it all. The boy looked at him, annoyed. Leo, you're useless. You can't even handle that one little thing. Sorry about that. I'm kidding, Leo. To be able to do all that, you're the man. The buzzcut boy gave him a thumbs up, and his faint image slowly faded in the distance. Leo turned his back to the sun and walked back into his apartment building, his shadow stretching long behind him. The sun still hung in the sky, watching them from afar. People are just companions for a phase of life. It had seen so much from its vantage point. Classmates who no longer spoke, lovers who no longer loved, colleagues who disappeared after quitting, fellow travelers who became strangers. It was glad. This young couple had finally figured out the secret to outrunning time, and that was to make a frank and honest peace with the person you used to be. Leo Miller was entering a period of rapid growth. All the groundwork he'd laid was finally starting to blossom, and the Cypress Lounge was playing its true part, building a network in a society where personal connections were everything. Silas began inviting Leo to more and more exclusive gatherings, which peeled back another layer of the mystery that was Silas himself. Leo had come to see Silas as a sort of local power broker, a big fish in a small pond, a tamer, more Midwestern version of the wheeler dealers you read about in thrillers. The parties were often held at a private farm on the outskirts of Riverbend. Leo, attending as a partner in the lounge, became a regular face. His 1% stake wasn't worth much, but the title of heir apparent was priceless. The regulars knew that when Silas, real name Zhao Xiaoqing, a fact he hid like a bad tattoo, finally retired, this young kid, Leo, would be the one calling the shots. And who were the other regulars? Silas's good friends, of course. At one such party, Silas smiled and gestured toward a man with a prominent belly. Tonight, he said, you can call him Uncle Lou. Leo nodded seriously. And after tonight? Silas's smile didn't waver. After tonight, you call him Commissioner Lou. Skylar would occasionally text, asking what he was up to, but Leo could never tell her the truth. He'd just pick out the fun parts, like the fact that Silas kept a pet raven at the farm. First thing that comes to mind when you see that bird. Silas had asked him once. The All-Father grants me sight. Huh. Nothing, Leo had mumbled. Beyond the networking, things at Apex Media were moving faster than expected. Summerlin's concert was happening on schedule. While she was still only a B-list star, at Apex, she was being groomed as their headliner. The company had undergone a major shakeup and was finally operating like a real business. None of this had much to do with Leo or even Ethan. Payton was the one handling the day-to-day grind. Leo's only job was to decipher the old man's intentions. Grandpa Miller saw him as weak, so he was trying to balance the scales. At first, Leo didn't understand what that meant. Then an all-out advertising blitz for Summer's concert blanketed Riverbend, all of it funded by Ethan. That's when Leo realized just how shallow his own roots were. Apex was a battlefield, and war burned through money and people. Victory often came down to who could burn more. He had one major disadvantage compared to Ethan. His dad was a nobody in this country. But it didn't matter. A son-in-law is half a son, and a useful father-in-law was just as good. Win Sheng slung a drunken arm around Leo's shoulder, a glass of whiskey sloshing in his hand. Leo, my boy, I'm seeing ad for that Summer Lynn concert everywhere. If you pull this off, it'll be a big win for you at the end-of-year family meeting. Ethan's the one who did it, Leo said, propping up his head. His vision was swimming. His soon-to-be father-in-law could really drink. Leo had only lasted this long by mastering the art of faking it. So what's your play? The end of the year is coming up. You can't show up at the family meeting with nothing to say. If you have to, just throw money at some new starlet. It's better to lose money than to let Ethan outshine you. Leo shook his head. I'm no good with business strategy. You have to let me focus on the people. Who? Ethan, of course. I don't follow. Explain. Leo just patted the older man's shoulder, a cryptic smile on his face as he stood up and walked away without another word. Wynn watched his son-in-laws retreating back, a look of admiration blooming in his eyes. Now that's what I'm talking about, he thought. The kid's got ice in his veins. A born general. The world could be on fire, and he'd still be cool as a cucumber. If I have to talk to him for one more second, I'm going to puke, Leo muttered, stumbling into a bathroom in a far-off wing of the massive house. He leaned over the toilet and let it all out. The best thing about mansions was how big they were. Willow Shung appeared at his side like a nervous bride, gently patting his back before helping him to a guest bed. As she watched him fall into a deep, alcohol-induced sleep, Willow found she couldn't focus on her book. Ever since their fishing trip, she'd been chanting her calming mantra for 3 days straight. The only thing it accomplished was making her understand why ancient monks feared their inner demons. Forget a mantra. You couldn't suck these obsessive thoughts away with a vacuum cleaner. When you were clear-headed, you knew some people were just born to be bad news, that you had to stay far away from them. But the moment you got close, the strangest thoughts would flood your mind. Can you really take responsibility? Those 5 words echoed in her head like a curse. What the hell are you thinking? Willow hissed, pinching herself hard. She had to clear her mind. The best way was to slow everything down. Slowness was her newfound philosophy. Only by slowing down could one observe the world in enough detail. This was how you cultivated your heart. If I just touch his hand, that's not moving too fast, is it? In a way, she had completely misunderstood the philosophy of slowness. Willow cautiously reached out, her finger just brushing Leo's before she snatched it back as if burned. She had a purpose for doing this. At least, she thought her intentions were clear. She was making an effort for her future marriage. Leo himself had taught her that. If you can't change your destiny, you have to face it with more composure, right? Since I have to marry him, of course he has to take responsibility. I'm not going to fall for a player. Marrying him didn't mean she had to like him. She could still read her spiritual texts, raise her cat, go fishing, and live a quiet life. But responsibility implied sleeping together. She couldn't get past that mental block yet. So if she started by just touching his hand, maybe she could slowly get used to it. Just one more little touch won't hurt, right? Willow stood by the bed, turning her head away as she slowly extended her hand again. You touch me one more time and see what happens. Leo's hand shot out and grabbed hers. Caught completely off guard, Willow yelped and tumbled onto the bed, a jolt like an electric current running through her. She tried to scramble up, but her limbs wouldn't obey. Who told you to dress like that? What's wrong with how I'm dressed? Leo squinted at Willow, who was now lying beside him. He truly found this girl baffling. Why was she prancing around in front of him in a white button-down shirt? Was she waiting for him to perform some drunken, cliché seduction scene? Where are your pants? My shirt is long enough to cover the tops of my thighs. Why would I need pants? It's not like anyone can. Willow, her back to Leo, felt her face flush. Oh no, how'd he know I wasn't wearing pants? When she'd fallen, the shirt must have ridden up, revealing a bit more than she'd intended. Even a saint wears Sailor Moon underwear. Huh. Stop talking, Willow said, her face crimson. She pulled the covers over her head like an ostrich, convinced she was about to die of embarrassment. It was all the fault of this damned inner demon. Willow, do you actually like me? Leo's voice came from outside the blanket cocoon. No. Then do you have any condoms in the house? Willow poked her head out, completely baffled. What did he mean by that? Why would he suddenly ask such a question? You're here in a button-down, touching my hand. Don't tell me you came unprepared. Why would I need to be prepared for that? Leo got out of bed, walked over to the carpet, and pulled off his shirt, his chest bare. Isn't this what you want? He mumbled. For me to sleep with you, and then take responsibility. Her true intentions exposed, Willow's face burned. She wanted to argue, but found she had no words. She could only look up in shame. Then why did you ask if I liked you? Because if you don't like me, there are no messy emotions involved. We can get married, be husband and wife. I'm fine with that. Why did you agree so quickly? Because I don't like you either. But we're caught in this special bond. So let's just separate marriage from love. You mean, sleeping together is your guarantee of responsibility. Isn't that exactly what you want? The scent of alcohol on his breath was intoxicating as he leaned in close. The raw masculinity of him made Willow dizzy, and she felt her legs tense instinctively. I don't want this. Willow shoved him away, leaving a red mark on his skin. This wasn't it. This wasn't what she wanted at all. Then tell me, what do you want? You chose this engagement. If you regret it, I can let you walk away. If you want to continue, I'll give you my promise to be responsible. I don't know. You don't know? Fine, I'll tell you. You want to fall in love with me. Willow's head snapped up. She scrambled to her knees on the bed, her high ponytail coming loose and spilling over her shoulders. How did you reach that conclusion? Her mind was a complete blank. You don't need to understand. I'll just ask you one thing. Before you met me, what was your ideal, perfect partner like? Well, pretty much the exact opposite of you. Then close your eyes and picture that perfect person again. Willow closed her eyes. A second later, they snapped open, a look of pure horror on her face. Oh no, why is it just Leo's wicked smile? When had that happened? Did this count as being in love? Willow hugged her knees, feeling utterly lost. A faint sliver of sunlight from behind the curtains illuminated her pale skin. She sat there, wrapped in the white shirt, trying to fight back. In her mind, she frantically cycled through images, anyone she had ever seen. A serene Taoist priest, cartoon bears, the old man from the convenience store. She was trying to disrupt the image, to overwrite it. She opened her eyes, then closed them again. The face in her mind slowly merged with the face of the man in front of her. Was this inner demon a trial, or was it a curse? "You're looking at me like a priest who's just seen a ghost," Leo said. "Leo, you my tribulation. What's with the angsty fanfiction dialogue? So, have you figured out what you want yet?" MHM. Willow knelt on the bed, head down, not saying a word. It was a terrible feeling, being seen through so completely, but it also forced her to finally be honest with herself. Was it really just about him taking responsibility? "Leo, you never messaged me first." "Bullshit. I messaged you today. Only because the security guard wouldn't let you in. We're in an arranged engagement. You're asking for a little too much, don't you think?" "I don't know. I want you to pay more attention to me. Don't treat me like I'm invisible. That's a dangerous way to think. How are you ever going to marry someone else? Do you think I can marry someone else if I stop thinking like this?" "Sure you can. The old man's not going to live forever." Willow felt like she was going to explode. This was what it was like to have an inner demon. It just danced around in front of you, mocking you, and you could never tame it. Leo always had the same dismissive answers ready. "But I just want to be your fiancé, quietly and properly. I don't want to be anyone else. I've already been so accommodating. Why wouldn't you do anything?" "Leo," Willow said again, her voice strained. "If Grandpa passes away, can we not separate? What is going on in that little head of yours? That's not what we agreed on. But Willow, listen to me. I can give you anything you want, except for feelings. You can't force that stuff. Then who do you love?" "I don't know. That's why I can't give you a straight answer." Leo casually pulled his clothes back on. He'd just been trying to scare her, to test her. He hadn't expected to underestimate her this badly. But what could he do? He sighed. "I've been very clear about this with you before, but I was always gentle because I didn't want to hurt you. But a moment of weakness can lead to irreversible consequences. So don't blame me for being harsh now. There's no future for us. I'll figure out a way to break this engagement." Leo finished dressing and left the room, his head starting to ache. This is so annoying. When other guys get into arranged marriages, the woman is always arrogant, looking down her nose at him, saying she doesn't like him. I was hoping for a fiancé who would motivate me, give me that just you wait revenge plot energy. Why does my life never follow the script? But the thought of actually breaking the engagement gave him an even bigger headache. There was no way to explain this to his grandfather. What was he going to say? "Hey, Grandpa, she actually wants to make this real, so could you let me off the hook?" The old man would probably slap him twice for even suggesting it. Ugh, Leo sighed, walking out of the room and down the long hallway, where he found Wen Sheng drinking alone. "Uncle, I'm heading out," Leo said. "Have Willow see you off." "No need. We had a little argument. She's probably mad at me. It's normal for young couples to bicker. You two just have to be patient with each other." Leo scratched his head, glancing at Wen Sheng. The man's drunken state seemed promising. If I use the excuse that he doesn't agree, there might be a chance. Leo sat down at the table, eagerly pouring more whiskey for Wen Sheng, peeling peanuts for him. Despite feeling like he couldn't drink another drop, he downed 2 large glasses himself. "Uncle, I'm a little confused about my situation with Willow." "Go on. I don't think our personalities are a good match. Nobody's personality is a perfect match. You just have to work at it and compromise." Wen Sheng was optimistic. He was extremely satisfied with his old friend's son. His family background was perfect, his looks were perfect, and he was clearly a man destined for great things. What more could he ask for in a son-in-law? "My daughter belongs with you." "Uncle, I'll be direct. Let's just call off the engagement." Wen Sheng put down his glass, his thick eyebrows knitting together. "Uncle, you know I'm a mess. My private life is complicated. I've got all sorts of bad habits. Besides, we agreed she was just my fiancée on paper." "Right. Then what were you doing in my daughter's room for so long?" "Just talking." "Oh, hold on. I'll go get you something from the kitchen." "No, Uncle, you don't have to." "Look, don't get worked up." Wen Sheng stood up from his chair and marched straight to the kitchen. He rummaged through the cabinets, looking for something. "Uncle, I didn't mean it like that. I was just drunk and talking nonsense. Don't pull out a knife." "Drunk, were you? Just talking nonsense, huh?" "Don't you worry. Your uncle is just going to cut you a cucumber to snack on." Wen Sheng pulled a heavy meat cleaver from a drawer. He slammed a cucumber onto the cutting board and began chopping with tremendous force. Thwack! Thwack! The two of them exchanged strained smiles. After making 100 promises that he would never speak of breaking the engagement again, Leo was finally allowed to leave, drenched in a cold sweat. He had a feeling it wasn't a cucumber that had just been chopped into pieces. It was his spine. Nope, he thought. This requires a long-term strategy. Long after Leo had gone, Willow emerged silently from her room and walked over to her father. Seeing her looking so pitiful, Win Sheng's temper flared. Willow, you tell me right now. Did Leo bully you? No, Dad. Then what was he saying about breaking off the engagement? If you agree, I'll go talk to Grandpa Miller right now. It's not like that, Dad. But I do have something to tell you. What is it? I want to get engaged to Leo. Can you go to the Miller family and arrange it? Willow had tied her hair back into a high ponytail. Her delicate jawline was framed by a few stray strands of hair. Her face was expressionless as she delivered the bombshell like a robot reciting a news report. Honey, tell me the truth. What are you really thinking? Dad, I want to get engaged to Leo. Can you promise me you'll help? Whatever you want. Dad will promise you anything, okay? Thank you, Dad. Willow turned and walked back in her bedroom. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled a black outfit from her closet. Her wardrobe was almost exclusively filled with soft, girly pastels. Dark colors were rare. She already had a naturally aloof face, with sharp bone structure and narrow eyes that gave her a slightly androgynous beauty. When she let her hair down and put on the black coat and stockings, she looked even more ethereal, like she didn't belong to this world. She was slow, not stupid. Would a stupid person ask her father to arrange an engagement? She had already prepared herself mentally. She had spent a long time thinking about how to face her future fiancé. Since she had made this choice, she had to find a way to make her life better. She had thought about how to keep him from taking advantage of her, how to spend a lifetime with someone she didn't love. She was indifferent to it all. The greatest hermits live in the city. True spiritual cultivation happens when you engage with the world. All she sought was a peaceful and complete state of mind. But she never expected the tables to turn so completely. From their first meeting at the family dinner to their conversation by the lake, she didn't know when, exactly, she had come to fully accept Leo's existence. It had gone from I can tolerate a life with him to this is actually not bad, to I want him to take responsibility, to I need his love. A young girl's love was like a heavy leather drum. You couldn't see the vibrations, only hear the deep, muffled thump, thump, thump. But a muffled sound isn't sharp, which meant it had no outlet. Leo had never even considered having a real relationship with her. She had read many books and concluded that the key to maintaining inner peace was 2 words: don't compete. So she became slow, deliberately dulling her reactions to most things. But some things she had to compete for, because ever since Leo entered her life, her heart had never known peace again. The only way to deal with an inner demon is to face it head on. She sat on her bed and dialed a number. Payton? It's me, Willow. Willow, what's wrong? I want to know what I need to do to prepare for an engagement. What? You and Leo are getting engaged. You don't need to prepare anything. The family will handle it. Are you free now? I'd like to come see you. I have a bit of work to finish up. I'll call you when I'm done. I'm heading to Apex now. By the way, is Summerlin there? Yes, she's here. Willow hung up politely. She opened her social media, unhid the photo of her and Leo she'd secretly archived, and pinned it to the top of her profile. Then she dialed Leo's number. Did you get home? Still on the road. Are you okay? I'm fine. When can I meet your mother? Huh? Why do you want to meet my mom? It seems like everyone has met her, except for your fiancé. Fine. I'll pick you up tonight. We can talk about how to handle this engagement. See you tonight. Get some sleep and sober up. Love you. Willow hung up the phone before he could reply. She knelt and stroked her cat. Pepper, her silver-shaded cat, purred and rubbed against her fingers. In the manager's office at Apex Media, Payton sat on the sofa, feeling that something was very off about Willow today. Why the change in style? He doesn't like my old style. Having a fight with my little cousin-in-law. Payton, what should a good fiancé do? This was the real reason for Willow's visit. She wanted to learn from a seasoned veteran. But the more Payton listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Is this really something you should be thinking about? But Payton had a talent. She knew exactly what to say to make people happy. A fiancé is already halfway to being a wife. Normally, you could live together, handle daily life as a couple. But in your and Leo's situation, it really depends on how you two interact. If I demand we get engaged, will the Miller family agree? Of course they'll agree. Why would they arrange an engagement and not have a ceremony? The only reason it hasn't happened yet is because they were afraid Leo would use excuses like, we haven't known each other long enough, or the girl is shy and wants to build a relationship first to delay things. The moment your family officially asks, Grandpa Miller, who cares deeply about propriety, would never refuse. What if Leo doesn't agree? When he first found out he had a fiancée, he showed up to the family dinner with a girlfriend on his arm. Didn't he end up agreeing like no questions asked in the end? Payton placed a cup of freshly brewed coffee on the table in front of Willow, studying the girl's outfit. Years of social climbing had given her a sharp eye for people, but she couldn't quite place what was so different about Willow today. The contrast from their last meeting was jarring, and she struggled to find the right word to describe it. Payton, why are you staring at me like that? Your outfit is beautiful. I'm just trying to think of the right word for it. The word you're looking for is villain arc, isn't it? Don't be silly. You can't use a word like that for a pretty young girl like you. I'm about to be a wife, Payton. I'm not a little girl anymore. Willow didn't seem to mind the term. She leaned back in her chair, fiddling with her phone, replying to a message from Skylar Reed. Skylar, Willow, come to the night market. Willow, can't. I'm busy. Skylar, what are you doing? Can I come? Leo's busy. You're busy. Everyone's so busy. It's good to be busy, Willow. I'm going to Leo's house tonight to meet his mother. Skylar, I get it, Willow. Leo's mom probably wants to meet her future daughter-in-law, so you have to go and pretend to be all proper. Willow didn't reply, but Skylar kept typing. Skylar, that's it, right? Skylar, Willow, say something. You don't really want to go, do you? Skylar, I get you, Willow. How about you take me with you? I can help you make conversation or something. Willow pursed her lips and typed back 3 words. Willow, it's not convenient. Summer Lynn was in rehearsal. This was her first stadium-level concert, and the sheer scale of it demanded her full attention. She didn't really understand the tangled politics of the Miller family. No one had ever explained them to her. So, as far as she was concerned, pulling off this concert was the biggest help she could offer Leo. What was gone would not return. Summer had grown up. She knew that some things couldn't be achieved through sheer willpower alone. She tried not to dwell on the past. Focusing on her work was better than anything else. Then she heard a knock at the dance studio door. A familiar stranger was standing in the doorway. Summer pointed at herself. Are you looking for me? Yes, Willow nodded. Summer wiped the sweat from her collar and walked toward the door. What can I do for you? I'm going to Leo's house later. Do you want to come with me? Huh? Together? Summer was confused. If you're going, just go. Why do you need me to come along? Summer subtly sized up Willow, who seemed different after just a few days. It was hard to judge a person's change just from their clothes. Anyone who was into fashion switched up their style now and then. What struck Summer as odd was her demeanor. The old Willow had a submissive, almost meek quality to her, as if she would agree to anything you said. Today she seemed aggressive. Her posture alone was intimidatingly strong. How had she suddenly gained such an aura? Summer thought about Willow's status as the fiancée. Is she here to declare her sovereignty? I'll call you Willow. What happened between Leo and me is in the past. I know you're his fiancée now. That's not what I meant. I just thought we could go together since it's on the way. But my rehearsal isn't over yet, Summer said, bewildered, though she maintained a polite tone. She added casually, if you go to Leo's house around this time, you might get to try his mother's cooking. It's delicious. Yes, that's what I'm hoping for. And to talk about the engagement. Summer heard the first part, nodded, and turned to go back to her practice. She didn't want to talk anymore. But the second part stopped her in her tracks. Wait, did I hear you correctly? Did you just say someone is getting engaged? Leo and I. When was this decided? Today. The world suddenly spun. Summer felt like she must have misheard. This has to be a joke. Leo getting engaged? He's so young. The title fiancé was one thing, something they could play around with. But a real engagement? You're kidding, right, Willow? You haven't even graduated from college. Why rush into an engagement? It's better to get it over with sooner rather than later. What's not to get over with? Leo, you could strip him naked and drop him in a ditch, and he'd find a way to make $200 for dinner and still have enough left over for an all-nighter at a land center. The person I'm worried about isn't him. Willow gave Summer one last look before turning and leaving the studio. Summer stared blankly at the door for a moment, then waved for her backup dancers to take a break. She sat down in a corner of the studio, clutching a water bottle. Rehearsal was over for the day. It was impossible to practice now. Truly letting go of the past was so hard. Memory was the cruelest form of punishment. While Leo's amnesia had wiped his slate clean, allowing him to face the future unburdened, she was the one left to be punished by the long, winding road of her recollections. Her memories were too long, stretching all the way back to when she was 12. But Summer knew this was something she had to face. She opened her phone and scrolled through her photo album, through pictures she'd saved across multiple phones. The most recent ones were of the house she was decorating, the one she planned to buy as their home together. Silence was the soundtrack of the rehearsal studio tonight. As she sat there, lost in thought, she received a text message. It was from Payton. Payton, should I add you to a group chat? Summer. Okay. Summer assumed it was for work. Then she was added to a small group. For now, besides her and Payton, there was only one other person. She had no idea who it was. Leo had never slept so soundly. He had developed a habit of never going home drunk back when he worked at the Cypress Lounge. As for where he slept, he could sleep anywhere. He stretched out on his dorm bed, looking out at the dim evening sky. Ugh, what was I supposed to do before I passed out? Leo rubbed his face and got out of bed, watching his roommates in the middle of a gaming session. Leo, finals are coming up. You're not even coming back for classes? Mike tossed him a pear. Leo didn't usually eat fruit, but he couldn't escape the iron law of dorm life. Anything you get for free from a roommate tastes 3 times better. It's already finals? Leo was a bit stunned. When do I get to live a normal, carefree college life? Why are you so busy? I'm busy from the moment I wake up to the moment I pass out. I get drunk and don't even have a place to sleep. Aren't you living with that rich girl from last time? Mike and Dave asked in unison. After the grand public confession he'd staged, they had assumed Leo was already sleeping over at her place every night. Even the great Leo strikes out, huh? Don't even get me started, Leo sighed. Just thinking about Isabella these past few days made his blood boil. That woman was unbelievable. That woman was unbelievable. He had made it crystal clear to her, don't lie. But she just had to keep insisting, being stubborn. And after lying, she had the nerve to storm off with a sour look on her face. Who does she think she is? Leo was usually willing to give people a way out, an olive branch. But not this time. Not with Isabella. You can keep that sour look on your face forever for all I care. Thinking of Isabella unleashed a torrent of complaints. Let me tell you guys, you can't spoil a girlfriend. At least you have one, Dave grumbled. All I do is go to class, eat, and play games in the dorm. What? Who gave you permission to live such a relaxed life? To be honest, Leo was a little jealous. He hadn't experienced a carefree life before his amnesia, and he certainly wasn't experiencing one now. Life in the dorms is this good? A decision was made in an instant. Leo felt he had to compensate for his lost youth. Dave, let's go. We're going to the computer store to build new PCs. They'll rip you off there. I'll buy. I don't care how much it costs. After a lifetime of struggle, Leo was finally ready to enjoy himself. You're getting a desktop? It's not really worth it if you're not in the dorm much. When I'm not here, you guys can use it as much as you want. Let's go, Godfather. Sober and filled with visions of a glorious college life, Leo had completely forgotten that he might have promised someone something while he was drunk. Whatever. A student should act like a student. That's just how life is. The moment you decide to stop and refuse to grow up, someone will force you to. On the way back to campus with his roommates, lugging their new computer towers, Leo got a call from Payton. Hey Payton, what's up? Leo, what's going on with you and Willow? Just a little argument. Actually, since you called, can you help me figure out how to call off the engagement? Call it off? But your Uncle Edward just told me to let you know that Grandpa wants you to come home to discuss a date for the engagement party. Leo's head tilted, and the computer box in his hand slipped and hit the pavement with a dull thud. Me? I'm still a kid. Why are we rushing to get engaged? If it weren't for your special circumstances, the engagement party would have been held ages ago. You think just having the title of fiancé is enough? I get it. Give me Uncle Edward's number. There was no point talking to Payton. She was just a messenger. He had to talk to the person in charge. Hello, Uncle Edward. I hear I'm getting engaged. You heard correctly. I object. Even if it's an arranged marriage, you should at least talk to me first, right? Of course we need to talk. That's why we're calling you back, to discuss the date. Uncle, is Grandpa getting senile? Are you getting senile, too? I'm talking about discussing not having an engagement party. Hearing this, his uncle let out a cold laugh on the other end of the line, followed by a long, drawn-out "oh." Then, in a voice just loud enough to be heard, he said, Dad, Leo wants to know if you're getting senile. He said I should take you to get your brain checked for atrophy. What? Are you seriously snitching on me? And adding your own damn commentary? When did I say anything about brain atrophy? Nice one, Edward. If you want to insult the old man, just do it yourself. What's the point of using me to start the fire and then throwing your own fuel on it? So this is how the Miller family operates, a real model of filial piety. After a long pause, the sound of his grandfather's coughing came through the phone. The old patriarch, having been insulted by both his son and grandson, started with a string of curses. You little bastard. You ask around. Who in their right mind gets engaged without throwing a party? I'm still young. We can wait and do it later. Combine the engagement and the wedding into one big event. You think I don't know what you're planning? By the time you're done dragging your feet, the grass on my grave will be 3 feet high. Grandpa, I had someone read your fortune. They said you'll definitely live to be 90. Say that one more time. I'm 90 this year. Leo gave a weak laugh and squatted down by the dorm entrance, trying a different tactic, playing the victim. Grandpa, you have no idea what the divorce rate is like these days. If there's no love before marriage, it's a disaster waiting to happen. I'm just a poor student. I don't have a house. I don't have a car. The only thing I have to offer is a sincere heart. But society is so materialistic now, nobody cares about a sincere heart. So please, just let me take some time to build a relationship, to see if we're really compatible. You don't want to see your grandson getting bossed around by his wife, getting yelled at every 3 days and beaten every 5, do you? Leo was pouring his heart out. His words resonated so deeply with Mike and Dave that they started nodding in empathy. He was speaking for all of them, but the other end of the line was silent. After a long moment, a loud burst of laughter erupted, punctuated by coughs. Edward, the old man, wheezed. Is this kid sleep-talking? Dad, he's like this because he has no sense of belonging to the family. I suggest that after the engagement, he should come back and live at the main house for a while. Leo froze. No wonder Dad always wanted to take this guy down. His words are pure poison. It was only now that Leo realized a fundamental problem. Wait a minute. I'm a third-generation heir, a 1%er. These guys can't relate to what I'm saying at all. What do they know about not having a car or a house? They never even had to consider such problems. I'm done trying to reason with you rich people. Leo had no choice but to play his last card. Grandpa, you don't know Willow. She's very introverted and shy. We can't just force a young girl into this, can we? Is she the one who's introverted, or are you? What are you saying? Even if I'm introverted, if Grandpa tells me to do something, I'll do it. But we can't control what the girl wants, can we? Oh, but it was when Sheng Hu came to see me this afternoon. He said his daughter was the one who suggested it. It was only then that Leo understood where this surprise engagement party had come from. So it was when Sheng, the old dog, backstabbed me. I understand, Leo said, hanging up the phone. He sat dejectedly on the steps of the dormitory. The world changes with your mood. When he left the dorm earlier, he was dreaming of his carefree college life. Now, as he returned, the scenery was the same, but that idyllic campus life felt a million miles away. It seemed he was about to go from being a young college student to a semi-married man. Leo, you coming back up to install the computer and play? Forget it. I'm not in the mood. From what I heard, it sounds like your family is pressuring you to find a girlfriend. Just drag it out, they'll get over it. If it were just about finding a girlfriend, that would be great. They want to skip all the steps and go straight to the finish line. Leo thought it over and decided he couldn't let this happen. He couldn't accept getting engaged so suddenly. It felt like he was being trapped. He had to find a way out. He pulled out his phone and called Willow. Willow, why the engagement? Only after we're engaged am I truly your fiancé. I mean, why didn't you discuss this with me? Because if I had, you wouldn't have agreed. So you knew I wouldn't agree, and you decided to force my hand? When are you coming over for dinner? I'll send you my address. I'll wait for you downstairs. Leo could hear a change in Willow's voice. He had some idea of what to expect. Did my words this morning hurt the little girl's feelings? It was a minor issue. The clueless saint was easy to handle. She was probably just pouting. A little coaxing was all it took with girls her age. How big of a deal could it be? A villain arc for a saint? He thought. Not a chance. Riverbend Estates. The Miller home. You have to drain the water before you add the oil, or it'll spatter on you. Diane Miller tied an apron on her student and stood by, patiently giving instructions. Annie, am I doing it wrong? No, not at all. I think it's wonderful that you're making the effort. It's not healthy to always eat out. It's good to cook for yourself sometimes. Annie, try my dish. How is it? It's very good. But you're so busy, you really don't have to cook for yourself. Why not hire a housekeeper or something? Diane fought the urge to turn and find a glass of water. She looked at her culinary student, a strange, dim light in her eyes. In all her 40-plus years, she had never met a student so hopeless. Is it me? Am I a bad teacher? Annie, are these all dishes Leo likes? We don't really make these at home. I've never even seen some of them. Are they Boston specialties? Isabella Vance thought for a moment but didn't answer. The truth was, she had no idea what Leo liked to eat. Even though they used to eat together every day, the menu had always been tailored to her tastes. She had come over today, after work, specifically to learn how to cook. What? Preparing to be a maid? Isabella had long since forgotten about that. She just couldn't eat or sleep at home. So she decided to create an opportunity to casually run into Leo. In her mind, she fantasized about the shocked look on his face when he came home and saw her, the way he would learn that the feast on the table was all her doing, and how he would eat in silence, moved to tears. But Isabella would never admit she was cooking for Leo. I'm just visiting Auntie, and I decided to make myself a meal while I'm here. What's wrong with that? Isabella, Diane said, her voice dropping to a gossipy whisper. Did you and Leo have a fight? MHM, is Leo staying with you these days? Isabella considered the question, then gave a firm nod. Diane's face lit up with understanding. Why ask if they were living together instead of if they were dating? There was a subtle art to it. From what she had observed, her son seemed to be changing girlfriends a little too frequently. Sometimes she worried he couldn't even keep track of who he was dating. At the thought, Diane let out a long sigh. Her son had had a hard life, so she rarely disciplined him. She didn't meddle in his love life, either. As long as he didn't cheat and eventually chose someone he loved to settle down with, she would be content. This Isabella seemed nice. A bit headstrong, maybe, but she was good to her son. After the car accident, she had rushed around taking care of everything, staying by his side all night. More importantly, her son had moved into her house. He must like her a lot. A mother-in-law's approval only grows before the wedding. She patted Isabella's hand reassuringly. Isabella, when Leo gets back, you two have a good talk. Annie, what do you think of Summer Lynn? You mean Summer? I don't really know what happened between them. But since they broke up, it must have been because they weren't right for each other. Diane's words were diplomatic, but in her heart, she sighed again. She had watched those two kids grow up together and had truly believed they would end up together. Fate was a cruel thing. Downstairs, at the entrance to the apartment building. What's this new style? The clueless saint has become a forbidden goddess. Do you like it? You're asking me if I like it? Did someone swap your spiritual brain for a romance novel brain? Leo stared at the new and improved Willow Shung, completely bewildered. She was a sweet girl this morning. How'd she become a cold, distant goddess by evening? From Leo's perspective, the change was easy to describe. When you looked at a sweet girl, you focused on her warm smile and gentle voice. But when she switched to this untouchable Ice Queen look, your attention inevitably shifted to her figure and her aura. Your eyes would tell you, radar lock on beautiful woman. Your hormone-addled brain would tell you, crush her. See how long she can keep up that forbidden act. Willow, I admit what I said this morning was harsh, but you don't have to pout like this. How about I take you somewhere nice to meditate tomorrow, okay? Willow was clearly pouting. When little girls pout, they do things to get attention. But right now, the power dynamic had shifted. She had played the grandpa card, and Leo was completely outmatched. Fine, I'll tolerate it. I'll humor you, okay? But Willow just shook her head and walked up to him, naturally linking her arm with his. I'm not angry. Couples fight all the time. Since when are we a couple? That's exactly what someone who's pouting would say. Leo thought to himself how difficult girls like this were. You couldn't coax them out of a bad mood with just a few words. Willow, I admit we've never really tried to have a proper relationship. Starting today, we can try dating for real. The engagement can wait until our relationship is more stable. If we wait any longer, will I even have a chance? What are you talking about? Love isn't about chances. It's about fate. I want to have fate with you. You're the one who doesn't. I just said we can start dating officially. Let's take it slow. Leo, the day your memory comes back, I won't have any chance at all. Willow was tall enough that she only had to tilt her head slightly to meet his eyes. Her hair fluttered in the breeze as she stood by the building entrance, wearing a high-collared trench coat, her arm linked with his. She said, my whole life, I've never competed for anything. Not for class president, not for the year-end gifts at family gatherings. If it was given to me, I took it. If not, I let it go. My mother always said I was too slow-paced. But I believe that the river doesn't fight to be first. I felt that competing was meaningless, and that not competing was the only way to find peace. So I realized that your idea was right. We could both get what we wanted and minimize the impact of this arranged marriage. But for some reason, this time, not competing has thrown my heart into chaos. So I'm going to compete. Your competition is completely meaningless. Leo listened patiently to the girl's confession. He'd heard it all before. The self-delusions of a teenage girl's first crush. He still didn't believe this clueless saint could pull off anything dramatic. It was just a girl throwing a tantrum, posting sad things on social media, or threatening to jump off a roof. It was just a cry for attention. Willow, let's just try to get along normally, like I said. I'm single, you're single. If we're truly attracted to each other, it'll happen naturally. I'm your fiancé. I'm not single. What's the difference? The difference is that we have to consciously maintain boundaries with other people because we are one step away from forming a family. Is that a threat? Leo leaned against the door, his sharp tongue unable to let that slide. You're right. We should maintain boundaries with others. But that also means there will be no boundaries between us. He leaned in, looking at Willow's face. He felt she still didn't understand the implications of what she was saying. This was a massive shift in their dynamic. Do you really know what it means to be a family? It means you'll have to call me husband. It means I can kiss this mouth whenever I want. It means if you get pregnant, our parents will just tell us to keep the baby. Willow pursed her lips. Her face was a mask of indifference as she rose onto her tiptoes. Her brows, the color of faint smoke, were like lush spring mountains. She didn't say a word. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Husband, kiss me. Leo smacked his lips. His fiancée's mouth was surprisingly sweet. Though the kiss was brief, the experience was pleasant. As for the husband, kiss me act, to be honest, it was frying his CPU. Had she completely lost her mind? You think you can win me over by calling me husband and giving me a peck on the cheek? You're playing the wrong game, kid. You've really gone off the deep end. I'm a normal person, not some spiritual guru. How can I go off the deep end? Let's go upstairs. When we get inside, just say you're my girlfriend. Don't mention the engagement yet. Why not? Because if you do, we'll have to start by explaining the entire Miller family saga. Leo knew he probably couldn't avoid the engagement anymore. So be it. He might as well accept it. It was just a party. Will my mother-in-law not be at my engagement party? I'll make my dad go. Leo really didn't want his mom involved. It was a mental thing. If she wasn't there, he could treat the whole engagement party as something he was forced into. No matter how formal it was, in his heart, he wouldn't take it seriously. Willow thought for a moment. I can agree to that, but you have to agree to one condition of mine. Since when are there conditions? Not having my future mother-in-law at my engagement party means you owe me. Fine. What's the condition? I want to live with you. It was only then that Leo finally dropped his playful demeanor and put on a serious face. Willow shung. I really underestimated you. Who taught you these negotiation tactics? Do you think a child from a great family needs to be taught? Fine, I agree, but I don't have a house. Are you willing to cram into my small apartment at Riverbend Estates? My dad is already preparing my dowry. My family has everything but a shortage of houses. If the anti-rich crowd heard you say that, they'd find 100 different ways to kill you. Willow took a deep breath and turned to look Leo straight in the eye. Or if you don't want to move out, I'll move in with you. My family's place is less than 1,000 square feet. Where the chicken goes, the hen follows. Fine, you can sleep in my room starting tonight. Leo watched her expression, a playful glint in his eyes. I came here with no intention of leaving, Willow said, her face impassive. Leo didn't say a word, but his eyes were full of amusement. He had actually been quite considerate with Willow. On the internet, he'd probably be called a simp. As long as she listened to him, he would have guaranteed her a soft landing. You listen to me, and I'll look out for you. But everyone has their own will. He couldn't control what was in their heads. Since you won't listen to me, he thought, there's nothing I can do. Whatever happens in the future, you can't blame me. I did my part. The battlefield had two fronts. While Willow and Leo were heading upstairs, Dr. Evelyn Shaw had arrived at Apex Media. This was Leo's territory, a place she could move freely. She walked down the long corridor and smiled at Summer Lynn, who was just walking out of her room. Summer was about to say hello, but Evelyn stopped her with a wave of her hand. I do have something to discuss with you, but I need to see Payton first. By the way, the other person in that group chat is me. You deleted my number last time. Evelyn smiled and walked into Payton's office. The two top-tier villainesses were finally face to face. It was a clash of two different styles of rhetoric. Payton, the pragmatist, started by complimenting Evelyn's makeup, then her jewelry. Evelyn, the theorist, graciously accepted the praise and returned it in kind. The atmosphere was perfectly cordial. For half an hour, they spoke without saying a single meaningful thing. It was all fluff. Finally, Payton conceded, making a probing move disguised as a retreat. Dr. Shaw, you didn't come all this way just to ask about Ethan's psychological state, did you? I don't care about Ethan's psychological state. And even if I did, asking you would be useless. Dr. Shaw, you yist. I'm Ethan's fiancé. My cousin-in-law's fiancé and my other cousin-in-law's bedmate. Is that it? Dr. Shaw, that's a rather crude way of putting it. For someone as guarded as you, laying my cards on the table first is the most effective way to facilitate communication. Dr. Shaw, looking frail and delicate, sat on the guest sofa and offered a friendly smile. So, I'll be blunt. What really happened with Leo's car crash? Ethan wanted to kill Leo. Leo and I went along with it, planning to use the incident to force our way into the Miller family. But I didn't expect Leo to have a backup plan of his own. Payton shrugged, as if to say, that's the situation. I know it sounds outrageous, but that's how it is in these wealthy families. A simple title represents control over immense wealth. Anyone would be tempted. I understand that. But why did Ethan want to kill Leo? I just explained. The infighting between heirs. No. Evelyn shook her head and pulled a file from her bag. Ethan's psychological profile. That's not his primary motivation. Payton shook her head, a flicker of helplessness in her peach blossom eyes. It was like trying to explain color to the blind. Dr. Shaw, you're not in his position. You can't understand the pressure that comes with being the eldest son. A man can dream of freedom all day at work, but his body is still stuck in that chair because reality leaves him no choice. You're twisting the concept. It's an act. Evelyn gave her a thumbs up, her assessment clinical and direct. My preliminary analysis suggests that Ethan's murderous impulse stems from the pressure of the family conflict. The greatest source of that pressure would be his father, Edward Miller. Correct. But Edward Miller himself has no motive to kill Leo. All he has to do is wait for the old man to die, and he'll be in control of the situation. Payton's hand twitched on the table. Her palm was sweating, but her expression betrayed no fear. Dr. Shaw, your sources are impressive. You couldn't have come to that conclusion without a deep understanding of our internal dynamics. But do you realize that saying this to a member of the Miller family is like a spy stealing a state secret and then gloating about it? Aren't you afraid? Evelyn got up and moved into the light, her gentle voice like icy water in winter. First, this information came directly from the two Miller brothers. Second, a person has multiple identities in society. In this conversation, your identity is not that of a Miller family member. And finally, no, I'm not afraid. Payton also stood and walked into the light, draping a shawl over her shoulders. A professional is always so precise. In that case, I'll follow your lead and ask some questions of my own. First, why would they tell you? Because I'm an incompetent psychologist, and they're my patients. Second, in this conversation, what are our identities? You? Let's use words like bedmate, lover, or something similar. As for me, pet, or perhaps soulmate in a death pact? The connection between us is that all these titles require a subject to exist, and we share the same subject. And finally, why aren't you afraid? Because for me, death is more about peace than fear. So you'd be better off threatening me by saying I won't be buried next to Leo. I'm more worried about going to hell after I die and not being able to have a secret affair with Leo where the angels can't see us. Evelyn stared at Payton with her intelligent, refined face, speaking the most chilling words. As she described the scene, a faint flush appeared on her pale, sickly cheeks. Payton was stunned. She grabbed Evelyn's wrist. I don't have any professional knowledge in this area, but I think you might be mentally unstable. If you could remove the word might and say it with more conviction, I would be even happier. I'm sure of it. You are mentally unstable. Thank you. So, let's go back to our original topic, Evelyn said, suddenly shifting gears. As she asked the question, she meticulously observed the micro-expressions on Payton's face. If the main source of pressure is absent, what drove Ethan to take such a risk? I'm still trying to figure that out myself. Perhaps it was some family resentment that made him hateful. The family feud didn't extend to the younger generation. In fact, Ethan was grateful to his third uncle. Payton shook her head, indicating she didn't know. After all, I'm just a fiancé. You know, Dr. Shaw, we're not children. There's no need to play these games of forced suspicion. Evelyn shook her head as well, her tone firm. In the course of our conversation, I took the liberty of creating a psychological profile of you. I apologize, but I view you through the lens of an opportunist, so my profile is based on that premise. From our dialogue, although you asked questions, you were primarily avoiding any exchange of information. In simple terms, our conversation has been more of a Q&A session, with me answering your questions. As a smart opportunist, you clearly realized I came here with a purpose, so you chose to be cautious and not leak any information. Payton listened to Evelyn's analysis without reacting, instead offering a thoughtful smile. Calling an opportunist cautious is the highest form of praise. Then why would such a cautious person, without knowing Ethan's true motives, rashly choose to cooperate with a rootless nobody like Leo? Perhaps love gives one courage. Ms. Payton, that statement is a form of self-sabotage. After all, neither of us are children. We both know that love is more than just holding hands, hugging, or a nice dinner date. Love is irrational, isn't it? It can make a cautious opportunist willingly take a gamble. Payton smiled as she explained. Then, speaking from the perspective of love, you should be throwing yourself into this romantic battlefield right now, not sitting back and watching others take their turns with him. I was dealt a bad hand. There's nothing I can do. You were dealt the worst possible hand at birth, yet you've still managed to reach this height. Payton didn't answer. Evelyn didn't press. They looked at each other, and at the same time, smiled. Payton tilted her head back and drank her coffee. You may be an excellent psychologist, but in this grand game of the Miller family, you don't know how to play. Evelyn smiled back. Of course, professional matters should be left to a professional like you. I'm just helping Leo eliminate potential threats in advance. And have you eliminated any yet? Answer my question about Ethan's motive. If I answer that, all my hard work will have been for nothing. Payton pushed herself up from her seat, her hips swaying gently under her professional attire. She changed her approach. You're right. I am a very cautious opportunist. So you're betting on both sides? That's not cautious enough for an opportunist. I see. A three-way bet. So there's an external force, besides the second and third brothers, that influenced Ethan's choice. Evelyn watched Payton's face, waiting for a confirmation. A small recording pen in her pocket was blinking. But Payton said nothing. She didn't even nod. Seeing she would get no further, Evelyn sighed. So, no matter who loses, you can't lose. Dr. Shaw, opportunism isn't about not losing. It's about winning in the most cautious way possible. You win, or Leo wins. You said it yourself. For people like us, love is never just a nice dinner date. Payton beamed, then gestured from her seat by the table. Dr. Shaw, when you play that recording from your pocket for Leo, try to make me sound as foolish as possible. Why would you say that? A confession from the mouth of a villainess is always seen as having ulterior motives. So please, describe me as a love-struck fool. Evelyn smiled, too. Perhaps as fellow villainesses, we have more in common. Dr. Shaw, I may be bad, but you're mentally ill. In that case, would you like to join a plan led by a mentally ill person? Is that why you asked me to create the group chat? Yes. Evelyn's smile was warm, like a comforting fire in a raging blizzard. Mom, I brought my girlfriend home. Leo entered the apartment, bending down to find slippers for Willow. When he looked up, he was met with a pair of pale blue eyes. What's she doing in my house? Hearing her son's outrageous statement, Diane also froze. Your girlfriend is already here, isn't she? In that moment, the seasoned mother, sensing the faint smell of smoke from a brewing battlefield, quickly chose the safest strategy. She walked toward Willow with a warm, welcoming smile, while simultaneously saying, "Oh, Isabella is here to learn how to cook with me. Come, try some of her food." In a situation like this, taking any side was wrong. So, Mom chose to stand firmly on her son's side. If you come to my house for dinner, I'll treat you with hospitality. Anything else is not my business. After shooting her son a subtle, reproving glare, she quickly retreated to her room, though her heart was pounding. Should I tell my son to settle down and get married soon? This can't go on. I'm here to learn how to cook, Isabella said slowly. The sight of Isabella's sour face made Leo's anger flare up, an anger that far surpassed the annoyance of his impending engagement. He knew exactly what this stubborn woman was doing here. But he and Isabella were at war, a massive war, and there would be no truce until one side completely surrendered. I gave you chance after chance, and you insisted on your foolish pride. You think you can win me back by learning to cook? Do I have no pride? Are you done eating? If you're done, you can leave. I bought this food, and I cooked it. Even if I'm done, I'll throw it out if I want to. Then you should pack it up and take it with you. This isn't just your house. Auntie and I are like sisters now. All right, Auntie Isabella, enjoy your meal. Willow stood silently to the side, listening to their exchange. She had been questioning her own decision, wondering if her actions were too extreme. But after hearing this conversation, she was glad she had acted quickly. The way they were talking didn't sound like two people who truly hated each other. It sounded more like lovers' quarrel. If I don't get engaged now, will I ever have a chance? It seemed she wouldn't, because since they had walked in, Isabella hadn't even given Willow a second glance. A fake fiancé, Isabella thought. Why would I even look at you? When Isabella and Leo were in the same room, the air was destined to be thick with tension. You're interrupting me and my fiancé, Leo said. Your Auntie Isabella will just watch from aside. I have plenty of experience in these matters. I call you Auntie once, and you're running with it? Are you into some kind of taboo fantasy? You want your Auntie to get excited? Little nephew, didn't you storm out of here with a sour face, saying you'd lost and would back off? What are you doing here now? Learning to cook. Isabella, are you still trying to argue with me? Leo realized that if he didn't show her some teeth, she'd think she could walk all over him. Willow, sit down and eat. Don't mind her. You two, stop fighting, Willow said quietly. Isabella is just here for dinner. See? Even Willow is more mature than my little nephew, Isabella sneered. Willow glanced at her phone, then calmly picked up the thread of the conversation. Auntie Isabella, are you coming to our engagement party? The words hung in the air. The room fell silent. the only sound the frantic beating of hearts. It was as quiet as a 1v5 clutch in a video game, as quiet as that moment in a sad song when the music suddenly stops. Willow looked down at the advice her mother had texted her, memorizing it like a chess strategy. A villain arc makes you 3 times stronger. With her newfound power and her offside support, Willow had effortlessly ended the conversation. What engagement party? Isabella asked sharply. Leo's mine. You and Leo are getting engaged? You must have forgotten, Auntie Isabella. We were already engaged. A formal ceremony was always part of the plan. Isabella's gaze shot to Leo, who met her eyes with a confirming nod. The disposable cup in her hand crumpled. She stared at Willow, her eyes filled with undisguised aggression. Of course Auntie will be there to give you a wedding gift. Thank you, Aunt. Willow took a bite of food, swallowed, and then continued. You don't have to give us money, but there is one thing I'd like to ask you for. What is it? Can you delete the video on your phone? Who gave you the nerve to start telling me what to do? Auntie, we're going to be living together soon. It's uncomfortable knowing that a video like that of my future husband is out there. Living together? Isabella's eyes again met Leo's confirming gaze. Leo just shrugged. He didn't even need to explain. Isabella, of all people, knew the truth about their fake engagement. If she wasn't a complete idiot, she could guess this was just something he was being forced into. Besides, he didn't want to explain. Call me a player, whatever. All of this is happening because I gave you a real chance. You were the one who had to be stubborn. You were the one who said you were leaving. We have no relationship now, so I don't owe you an explanation. Isabella was the type who wouldn't back down until she was staring into an open coffin. But the moment she saw that coffin, she would go on the attack. You're living together? Fine. I'm not leaving tonight. You're not married yet. You'll have to go home tonight, won't you? Are you going to manage my life now, too, Auntie? I'm just concerned. Sorry to disappoint you, Auntie. I even brought my pajamas with me when I left the house. Isabella had been utterly defeated in this battle. She had calculated every possibility, but she had never expected her strongest opponent to be Willow Shang. Where did this meek little girl get such fighting spirit? Leo, come outside with me. Why should I? Explain this to me. What is going on? In an age where people can sleep together after knowing each other for a day, is it so hard to understand that a fiancé, approved by both our families, would sleep with her fiancé? Isabella was speechless. Leo, on the other hand, wiped his mouth and stood up to face her. Tell me, Isabella, he said, his voice serious as he leaned against the dining table. On what ground are you standing here, acting so high and mighty with me? I'm your business partner, or your mother's friend. Leo's face was a blank mask. He spoke the words that should have been said long ago. From the moment you walked out of that conference room with a sour look on your face, without a single word of explanation, we were no longer partners. As for my mother's friend, do you know why even my mom doesn't interfere in my life? Because my complicated relationships stress her out too. But she understands what it means to respect her son's choices. So until I come crying to her for help with my love life, she won't meddle. Do you know why we always end up at the same place, no matter how many times we restart? Because you still haven't learned how to respect your partner's feelings. I respect your independence, and I admit I'm selfish too. But before this whole mess, I compromised. It was the only way for us to be together. I gave you a chance. I was willing to forgive all your past lies. But was the problem really the lies? No. The problem is that you refused to trust me, and you refused to respect my needs. I told you again and again that as long as I didn't hear a lie, everything would be fine. But you were still stuck on your own stubborn ideas. Because you're used to being in control of anything you see as a threat. I can't objectively judge whether you're right or wrong, because I think I understand where you're coming from. But from my perspective, I'm sorry. You were wrong. As for the future, all I can say is, let's part on good terms. Leo stood up and made a gesture for her to leave, then habitually started clearing the dishes. Isabella turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. She didn't accept a single word Leo had said. If she had, she wouldn't be Isabella Vance. When she learned that Willow was planning to sleep over, Diane was stunned. This is the first time she's been brought home, and she's already staying the night. Son, she looks so young. Won't her family be worried sick if she stays out? If I don't have a good reason to say no, there's going to be a war between 2 brothers tonight. The 2 brothers, of course, were his once-close Uncle Frank and Wen Sheng. If Leo showed any resistance to the engagement now, Wen Sheng would probably come after him with a knife. Leo would have no choice but to call on his own father, Rick. Then it would be a showdown between a propane tank and a meat cleaver. What's the girl's name? I'll go talk to her, tell her she should go home. Willow Sheng. Her last name is Sheng, a strange one. Her last name is Sheng? That's not a common name. Is her father Wen Sheng? Diane was lost in thought, completely missing the look of shock on her son's face. Mom, you too? You're part of the pack. Mom, the whole world can lie to me, but you too? Leo felt like the ground had crumbled beneath him. How could his own mother betray him? Son, I have my reasons. You kept this from me for 20 years. I can accept my father hiding it, but you? I can't accept it. Son, it was me who asked your father to hide it from you. Why? Because it was too dangerous, Diane said with a helpless sigh. From a mother's perspective, she had her own logic. Dangerous how? Leo was baffled. Before he had re-entered the Miller family, he might have imagined some extreme danger. Fear comes from the unknown. But since he'd been to the family estate, that sense of alarm had greatly diminished. There was the guilt-ridden literary patriarch, his eccentric uncle who was still trying to figure out who his real father was, his sharp-tongued and black-hearted second uncle, his foolish, rootless cousin, a bunch of opportunists who swayed with the wind. Danger was certainly there, but it was far from something to be terrified of. Diane stared blankly into space, as if trapped in a bad memory. Son, has anyone ever told you how your father had a falling out with the patriarch? Because my grandmother died, right? I still remember what she looked like when she died. Leo fell silent, listening quietly to the hidden history. They moved to the sofa. After a moment of dazed recollection, Diane began her story. We didn't live at the estate back then. It was too far from the docks. But we were supposed to go back that day for a family meeting. There were a lot of meetings back then, mostly about who would take control of the business. Your uncle and your father were arguing every day. I wasn't required to go, but I had promised your grandmother I'd do some embroidery with her, so I went along. It was just getting light when we entered the main gate. We saw your grandmother sitting on a bamboo chair at the entrance to the main hall. Your father called out a greeting from a distance and then ran off to the meeting. I, of course, went over to your grandmother with my embroidery. I said, Mom, why are you waiting for us at the gate? It's so cold out here. She didn't answer. When I got closer, I saw that her eyes were closed. I thought, old people get sleepy, maybe she dozed off. But when I touched her lightly, she just fell over. I grabbed her, checked for her breath. Your grandmother was dead. I was so scared I didn't know what to do. I just started screaming and calling your father's phone. I held her body, I don't know for how long. I only had one thought. How could a person's skin be so cold? The moment your father arrived, his face changed. He knew something was terribly wrong. Even a simple woman like me knew it wasn't right. Your grandmother always had 2 maids with her. Where were they? She lived in a separate courtyard and rarely came out. Why was she sitting at the main gate? Did she die in her courtyard or at the gate? Did no one on the estate see her? Everyone who came running knew something was wrong, but no one dared to speak. Your father searched everywhere and couldn't find any answers. He started screaming like a madman, standing in front of the ancestral hall with a knife, yelling at your uncle. He said Edward had gone too far, that his mother was dead, and now he was displaying her body at the gate. Are you showing it to me? He screamed. I could only hold him back, tell him not to be rash. Taking a life for a life. I told him to wait for the patriarch. He could still control himself then. But when the patriarch finally came out, he just said, we'll talk about this later. We have more important things to do today. I was standing behind your father, and I was just baffled. What could possibly be more important than a person's death? Diane's voice trembled. When the patriarch stood at the door of the hall and announced that your father was being sent abroad, I saw the look on your father's face change. It was like he was certain it was Edward. He pointed to your uncle and roared, Edward, you better not close your eyes when you sleep. In the next 2 days, I'm adding a new grave to this family. Honestly, I thought it was your uncle too. They were the only ones who fought, always screaming about killing each other. And your father said that once this happened, it meant Edward had won. Rick would inevitably be cast out, because who would believe him if he swore he wouldn't seek revenge for his mother's death, but to display your dead grandmother at the gate? It was just too cruel. When your father left the house, he asked me to go abroad with him. All I wanted was to get out of that house. The atmosphere was terrifying. Diane clutched her son's hand, her whole body shaking with the memory. Son, the most terrifying part was that even with something as huge as a death, no one seemed sad. Whatever the patriarch said, they listened. Nobody cared how your grandmother died. This was a human life. Everyone knew something was wrong, but not a single person raised a single question. It was just brushed aside. I still remember the eyes of your uncles. I used to respect them. They were important men. But their eyes that day, they were so cold, they terrified me. Leo patted his mother's back and glanced at Willow, who was peeking through the crack in the door. He beckoned her over. Willow came and sat on the other side of the sofa, putting an arm around Diane. I thought your father was right to leave, Diane continued, her voice still shaking. What does it matter how much money you have? What if my husband, my son, also just died so lightly, with no one to even ask questions afterward? What would I do? Your grandmother never even left her courtyard, and then she was just dead, without any warning. Who would be next? I didn't want to divorce your father. We were only in our 20s. We could have made a living anywhere. I begged him to forget about it, to run away with me. Your grandmother's spirit wouldn't want him to be so obsessed. But he wouldn't listen. He just kept looking for his old friends, staking out the house, preparing to kill your uncle. But no one dared to help him. Even when he went to the docks for money, he was stopped. The people there had families to feed. They said, "Boss, don't make this hard on us. We'll all chip in. You should go abroad." Your father has his pride. The dock workers earned their money the hard way. He didn't take a cent. He wanted me to go abroad with him, where the Miller family's reach couldn't extend. I knew he couldn't let it go. That would always be about revenge. But I was pregnant then. I begged him to let us live a quiet life, to not get involved in that mess. Because my son was innocent. He shouldn't be born with a burden of vengeance, just because he's Rick Miller's son. I told him if he insisted, we would get a divorce. If he wanted to live a normal life abroad, I would go. But if it was for revenge, I would rather not. I couldn't control him, but my son couldn't be dragged into it. He agreed. It was the best way. If he wanted to continue his revenge, he had to cut ties with us. I was angry with him then. I understand he couldn't accept his mother's death, but more than that, he couldn't accept that she, who should have been enjoying her old age in peace, died because of him. But I was his wife. The baby in my belly was his son. He had to think of us, right? I thought about taking you to another city, but I couldn't leave your father. He grew up as a rich young master. He didn't even know which way the kitchen door opened. So I stayed here, raising you on my own. I thought, if he ever fell on hard times, at least I could give him a hot meal. Son, I know you resent your father, and you resent me. You have every right. Your father let you down, and I shouldn't have let you be born into a broken home. But if we were going to hide it, we had to hide it completely. To make sure you never got curious about your father's past, to completely sever ties with that wealthy family, I told everyone your father was a gambler. And Rick agreed to be the gambler. When he came to see you, it wasn't to ask for money. He just wanted to see his son. He grew up rich. You can't expect him to just get a normal job. He can't earn money that way. So he found his old connections abroad and went back and forth. Every time, before he left and after he came back, he would come to see us. Leo listened silently, curled up in the corner of the sofa. The story was a condensed version of a family power struggle. Behind it lay immense power and wealth. But for Leo, the result was a bleak childhood he could never get back, a childhood that had shaped him into the man who had clawed his way through the mud for 20 years. He's not a gambler. So why were you crying at the supermarket when I got out of the hospital? Because when he said he was selling the house, I knew some things couldn't be hidden anymore. I knew your car crash was more than just an accident. It was just like your grandmother, wasn't it? A sudden death, with no one held accountable in the end. I hate Rick. Why should my son be born with a debt of hatred? But after all these years, I've realized that some things you just can't escape. We hid it for 20 years, and in the end, it still found you. That's why I didn't say anything when you asked last time. Because I can't help you. It's like your love life. I can't help, so I don't get involved. Because I've seen how big this world is, and I know there are things I can't understand. It's better for me to stay out of it, so you men can do what you need to do without holding back. Tears streamed down Diane's face as she spoke. Sometimes she hated herself for being just an ordinary person. Marrying into a wealthy family seemed like a fairy tale, but in reality, the fear far outweighed the joy. She was ordinary enough to only want one thing, for her husband and son to be safe. As soon as I see your father, the tears just start falling. I'm not ashamed to tell you, son. I came to the city after junior high to work. Your father saved me, like a knight in shining armor. I just followed him around, doing laundry and cleaning. I never dreamed I would marry him. He was such a glamorous figure, always surrounded by a huge crowd of people, riding in cars I'd never seen before. How could he possibly notice me? The day we got married, I was in a daze. He was so handsome in his suit, so tall, like a young master from a movie. I've resented him for so many years, but when I look back, it is what it is. A high threshold is easy to cross, but a knotted heart is hard to untie. Your father isn't a fool. A fool couldn't have been so successful. But look at him now. So, son, just promise me one thing. Let's not be greedy. His mother's emotional state was fragile. Leo comforted her for a while longer, then helped her to her room to rest. He sat by the window, replaying the story in his mind. Based on the circumstances, it seemed his father, Rick, had already been pushed out of the succession battle. Even if his grandmother hadn't died, the patriarch's favor was always with his uncle, Edward. His grandmother's death was just an insurance policy, not only to get Rick to withdraw from the competition, but to kick him out of the family for good. After something like that, no matter what happened, Rick would only be a liability, a walking time bomb of vengeance. What? You swear you won't seek revenge? Who would believe that? The old man had to be the one behind it, the grand manipulator. Leo believed that, but if it were that simple, his father wouldn't have spent 20 years doing nothing, making no progress. There had to be another secret buried in there. The whole story was a stark reminder. When it came to the inheritance, the patriarch held all the cards. There was no running from it. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he had to resolve this 20-year-old spiral of blood and resentment once and for all. Guess I'll have to suck up to the old man more often, Leo decided. He was about to head to his room when he glanced over at Willow. You heard all that? He asked. If you marry me, you could be the next one to die mysteriously. Things are different now than they were 20 years ago. Whatever you say, go take a shower. Let's get to sleep. Willow, wearing her pajamas, lay on Leo's bed, smelling the unfamiliar scent of his sheets. She tossed and turned, not daring to even move. The villain arc had certainly boosted her combat effectiveness against rivals, but it hadn't prepared her for the small, intimate details. Her feet were clenched tightly at the edge of the covers, as if to ward off an evil hand trying to sneak in. The evil hand didn't appear, but an evil mouth was applying constant pressure. We'll sleep under separate blankets tonight to get used to it, Leo said, his voice like a low chant. Tomorrow, we'll have to share one big blanket. Just one night. How many nights did you want to get used to it for? Willow wanted to grab her phone for offsite support, but Leo snatched it away. Are you a robot? Do you need someone to input commands before you can act? It was over. That was the only thought in Willow's mind. The spectacular victories she'd achieved today were fueled entirely by the courage of her villain arc and the strategies fed to her from the outside. Without one of them, the Saintbot would shut down. Well, I'm going to sleep then. It's time for our nightly pillow talk. Let's chat. Okay, you talk. Leo looked at her timid expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. A villain arc? The whole thing was like a scene from a movie. It was just a little girl with a bruised ego acting out. Like a kid who gets yelled at by their mom and tries to choke themselves by only eating plain rice. Or a student who gets mocked for bad grades and swears to become valedictorian just to make everyone regret it. It was all a little trick to get attention. Let's see if he can keep this act up for a month, he thought. Willow, what really made you think you wanted to spend your life with me? I like you. It's nowhere near like. It's 50% a good feeling plus 50% the thrill of the rivalry. But my heart gets all flustered when I think of you. My heart gets flustered when I think of Isabella's long legs, too. People have desires. When you talk to me, can you not use other people as examples? Fine. My heart gets flustered when I touch your foot, too. Under the assault of the evil hand, the defensive line Willow had built with her feet collapsed in under 3 seconds. Her foot was now held firmly in his palm, a warm, ticklish sensation that made her squirm. If we get married, it won't be as simple as just touching your foot. It's okay, I can adapt. Keep talking. Do you see why your heart is flustered now? When you're faced with someone you have a good feeling about, your psychological defenses are naturally lower. And our status as an engaged couple inevitably throws you into a competitive dynamic. It makes your subconscious want to win. So all that stuff you said about responsibility was just you talking yourself into it, a byproduct of the competition. Because you're not someone who gives up, you just don't like to fight. But this morning, when I talked about breaking the engagement, you realized that not only were you losing the competition, you weren't even at the table anymore. Anyone would go into a villain arc over that. Willow buried her head in the blankets and nodded almost imperceptibly. But Leo wasn't satisfied. He felt she hadn't really been listening. If you don't want to listen, I'll stop. No. Can you switch feet? This leg is falling asleep. Oh, okay. When a person is focused on organizing a long speech, they don't pay much attention to other things. Leo didn't think anything of it. His evil hand dug back under the covers and pulled out the other foot. It was just a habit, fiddling with something while he talked. Like kicking a rock while on the phone or spinning a cup while talking to a client. Did you understand what I said? I understood. But getting engaged is the only way to calm my heart. But that's just a temporary fix. What happens if we get engaged and I stay out all night, every night? Are you going to go crying to my grandfather again and ask to get married? Then you'd really be screwed. He needed her to understand. The so-called trouble the engagement was causing him was purely a matter of his own mentality. Anyone would be bummed to suddenly be told they were a semi-married man. As for Willow's villain arc, hilarious. You think I'm going to be threatened by a little girl? Do you get it now? All my charm is just a product of your imagination. And the way you think you can calm your heart is still based on your own fantasy. It's not a fantasy. Stop arguing. Recite something philosophical for me. On the theme of fantasy. To come and go is to be without permanence. Why must the heart be in turmoil? We are born with the fate of ants. We must not dream of imperial grandeur. See, even the ancients are telling you not to have impossible dreams. But how do I calm my heart? Leo was actually a bit stumped by that. He wasn't all-knowing. When it came to someone else's inner world, he needed to analyze it with them. Your villain arc is just a state of high fighting spirit. If you don't compete, won't that solve it? If I don't compete, my heart is even more chaotic. But you can't win, can you? Why not? Willow knew she didn't have much of a romantic foundation with him, but didn't everyone else lose their memories, too? Weren't they all on the same starting line? At least you and Isabella already have a personality clash. Willow thought that at the very least, Isabella was completely out of the picture. Hearing this, Leo squeezed her foot hard inside. We do, he said slowly, but that's just an emotional conflict. Life is more than just emotions. If it were a truly terrible conflict, we'd be screaming at each other right now. At the very least, I'd be telling my mom not to let her in the house again. But I didn't, because even after my amnesia, Isabella helped me a lot. We just have a personality clash. If we can't solve that problem, then dating would just be creating trouble for each other. But can you say she doesn't love me? I can't reach that conclusion. So even if we're not compatible and can't be together, if she gets sick or goes bankrupt or has any problem in the future, if she calls me, I'll still help her. Because both the stories from before my amnesia and the events after have made me, from the bottom of my heart, want to do things for her. I'll even say this. If her family was in turmoil and she needed someone to have a fake engagement with her to stabilize the situation, I'd probably curse her out, but I'd still get on a plane to Boston. But if the engagement partner were you, I wouldn't be willing. Leo felt that the title of fiancé had given Willow too many false hopes. She reacted to the words, break the engagement, like it was a trigger. Her heart was in chaos, and she was subconsciously looking for a solution. But a chaotic heart just meant her thoughts weren't clear. With a little push, she would surely see the problem. Willow shook her head under the covers, closing her eyes, trying to calm her heart. But it was impossible. Who could possibly stay calm after hearing the words? If the engagement partner were you, I wouldn't be willing? What kind of thing was that to say? She forced herself not to show her anger, but inside, she felt it rising to the level of a vengeful ghost. Feeling better, my saint? Leo asked, concerned. I'm just a normal person. I haven't renounced the world or become a nun. Why do you keep calling me a saint? Willow was truly perplexed. Just because she'd read a few spiritual books, he was always calling her that. A playful look crossed Leo's face. You don't understand the male psyche. Calling someone a saint makes them sound otherworldly, pure, dedicated to a higher path. To make a saint whose heart is like still water descend into the mortal world. It's the same logic as corrupting an innocent maiden. You like that kind of thing? Don't accuse me. It's what all you dirty-minded men like, Leo said, waving his hand dismissively. Leo, you're lying. Your heart is flustered. I am not. Leo's face was the picture of a perfect gentleman. Willow fell into a deep thought. Her mind was consumed by his words. If the engagement partner were you, I wouldn't be willing. The resentment was spreading. She couldn't really understand the core of the saint falling from grace theory, but she had come to Leo's house prepared. She silently got out of bed, still in her pajamas, and picked up her bag. 5 minutes later, she returned just as quietly. The only difference was her clothes. She was wearing a white button-down shirt, the same one from that morning. She didn't know what was so special about this kind of shirt for lounging around, but Leo had mentioned it, so she'd brought it. The shirt clung to the curves of her upper body. As for her lower half, it was impossible to tell what, if anything, she was wearing underneath. Her legs were long, and to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions, she had to sit on the bed with her knees pressed together in a slightly knock-kneed posture. Her freshly washed hair was draped casually over her shoulders. She looked at Leo, her face a blank mask. If the engagement partner were me, would you really be unwilling?